We are streaming. We're streaming. That alone is an accomplishment. Like that, huh? Let's see if we still have any sound. Okay. Home from celebrations. MŌN Festival celebrations were launched early in San Francisco for reasons I have yet to comprehend. And so Chinatown was busy the last 2 days, and I had social obligations, which I am now returning from. Barely. Not really. I'm not really here. Okay, let's do some phone calls. All right. Real Tech Geek says something was fantastic. I have no idea what it is. His photograph's not showing up. Whatever he sent me. I'll give him a call. Let me see. Aaron Ty says, I must be on the show. Hope to talk soon. How about now? Okay. Okay, other than that, let's see what we can do. Call Viviana, of course. Thank God. Oh, I love you! Oh my God! Oh, just you're picking up. Oh, thank God.
Hey.
We are live, honey. So I'm going to see who else I can add to the call, dear lady. And as a matter of fact, I will basically, how do I do this? Share screen so that you can see what I'm doing in case someday you need to do this. I'm sorry, what did you say?
You're calling me again, dude. Hello?
What?
Oh, you were calling me again. I was like, what?
Oh, right. No worries. Okay, so this is a screen share. If you can see that on your screen, that way you can see me put the chat up, which is always good for you to maintain. Always maintain that chat on the side. This side is your connections. That's also optional. So we're going to add participations. And of course, I get this shit because that's part of the computer system, and it's just stupid. This add participants right down here. And then we bring on any number of people so they can jump on anytime they want. Basically, let's see now. Joe Ty, if he wants to come on. Sammy Romero, of course. Anne Fountain. I feel that I should try her because she's going through stuff. Noreen Halpan, sure, let's try that. Brandon Young. Oh yeah, she's got the call button here. Some people it does that weird kind of secondary bullshit. Brandon Young, George Knight, Sean Bond. I should call one of these days, but with the number of people we're calling right now, I don't think that's necessary. Brett Loiter, of course. I usually try to, contact him beforehand or something. Let's see now. Who else do we have? I guess that's pretty much all that comes to mind immediately. There's plenty of other people I'd like to add, like Amanda Yu, but their response rate is she's just so odd. She's in her own little world. Not that she's odd, but, whatever she's doing, it is not conducive to communications. So there we are, and then you see me slam on these number of people, and one hopes by sheer volume, a number of them will answer, or a few, or one. And then that can help with the opening hour to burn bandwidth while I basically, again, resettle myself. Now, just so people understand, there's been a big holiday over the weekend.
How you doing? Hello?
Hi, who is this? Is that Real Tech?
Yeah, you called me.
Yes, excellent. Yes, you seemed like you were open to that effort, and so you're welcome to jump on anytime you wish. And how are you doing now? Would you be able to help us burn bandwidth a little bit in the opening hour?
I'm in Universal Studios right now, man.
Sure. I know you're at Universal Studios, right? Is that what you just said?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I hope it's going well. I presume that you had like a moment to spare, or you wouldn't have answered the phone, so to speak, right?
Oh, I totally forget the show time. That's why.
No worries.
The time you start in New York, I'm in New York. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you start like 8, 9 o'clock. I'm in New York. I'm about 2 hours behind.
So you're in Universal Studios I didn't even know they had one in New York. So it's like Disneyland.
No, I'm in California.
Oh, you're in California. There we are. Oh, got it. Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, last time I checked, they were in Hollywood, yes. Oh my God. So, and how are things going? You said something about something being fantastic. You sent me a photograph which didn't show up. So what was that?
I don't know why I didn't show up for it. It's just a JPEG.
Okay.
I just thought it's just a really awesome photo of them from the Waterworld show.
Okay.
Of the guys shooting a rocket.
Okay.
And I caught the blast before.
Right.
Went off.
We can barely hear you because of the background noise. But so shout when you talk. By the way, have you met Viviana Sanchez? I can't remember whether I've introduced the two of you. Viviana Sanchez is my Executrix producer for as long as we are blessed with her grace. And, and this Viviana is Real Tech, who remains anonymous to a degree. Real Tech Geek is how he's known. So say hi, Real Tech, to Viviana, if you would.
Hello, greetings, everyone.
Hello, greetings. How are you?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Good.
Wonderful.
Here tonight.
Yeah. Maybe you can tell this young lady and the listeners a little bit about yourself, and tell us if you're busy and you want to go back to your own activities. That's fine. I wouldn't blame you. Tell us what's going on, how you wound up at Universal Studios.
Well, originally, with my wife, she was talking to her friends, and they wanted to go to California after going to Yellowstone. So that's what we did, basically.
Okay, you're not much of a storyteller. You can, I think you can do better than that. Yes.
Well, it was a disaster going to Denver, Colorado at first. It was only supposed to be a 4-hour flight, and also because of the weather in the Midwest, it was this insane rainfall. I read that it was first time in 1,000 years in the United States, the amount of rain. It's a once in a lifetime thing.
Yeah.
So the flight, we got off. We were on 3 different planes, including being in the air, and there was a problem with the pressure cabin. So we had to land back at JFK. We were just up in the air for like 20 minutes. So we got to Denver, Colorado at 12 at midnight. We were supposed to get there at in the early afternoon.
Wow.
And then we just went all around Colorado, United States Air Force Academy, and God's Garden, and a few different places, just for a day. It was all exhausting, It took a while to get used to the jet lag. We both didn't have a great amount of sleep that night. So, I had a great time. My wife got me a camera, a Yellowstone camera store. It's called the Canon R7. It's a brand new model that came out in June. Surprisingly, they have 3 of them there with the kit lens, 18-150 kit lens, and it's out of stock a lot right now, so it's on back order. So I got very, very lucky about that. It's a crop sensor camera, so it's not a full frame like 35 millimeter film. It's 1.6 crop. That's what Canon usually makes. Everybody else does 1.5. It's primarily made for wildlife action. So, but it's I have the EOS R, which is the first generation from 2018, and I don't like that one too much. But it's full frame, so this one is just phenomenal. It's just fantastic.
Great. Well, I'm just so excited for you, and obviously there's a lot going on in the background. It's very difficult to hear you, but we're getting most of the message, and we understand you've got the new camera. That you do understand, of course, these once-in-a-lifetime rain experiences, all this weather phenomena, which they call once-in-a-lifetime, is going to become several times in a lifetime thanks to climate change. That what used to be once in a lifetime or once in 100 years.
Yes. That is predicted by Casey that the new
coastline will be Wyoming. So yes, it's going to be happening more and more.
Yeah.
Yes, I absolutely agree about that.
So are you a follower of Casey? I had no idea.
Not really necessarily as much.
Okay.
I follow a whole bunch of things. I was listening to the I can't pronounce it correctly. It's a Chinese prophecy.
Okay.
I was listening to that earlier too. Yeah, he predicted the coronavirus.
Okay.
I forgot the name of it specifically. The prophet, the Chinese psychic. I forgot his name. From over 2,000 years ago.
Oh, wow.
You probably know what I'm talking about, right?
Not offhand, to tell you the truth. So Chinese history has got thousands and thousands of characters to remember in terms of just individual personalities. I don't retain all of them, I assure you.
Yeah.
But it sounds fascinating, whoever this individual is, and hopefully you can tell us more about him at some point. That's... Yeah.
Yeah, I can. I just remember. I just need to research more of his information.
Sure.
The character. There's so many different characters in the Chinese language. It can mean all the combination of them are kind of infinite, and it can mean all different type of things.
Well, I wasn't talking about the language. I meant personality types in history. But
yeah, of course, yeah, of course.
No worries. But we're definitely glad to have you with us, and we welcome you to check back in. The usual pattern is this is the opening hour, and within about 47 minutes, we're going to bring Peter MŌN on, and then he'll be with us for about 3 hours. But after that, there's usually an hour or two in which we have a casual fade into my monologue. But I will, so if you want to drop in around that time, that would be around between 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. So if you're available at that time, I invite you to drop back in. See, if you're in an area that that has better acoustics, less crowd sound behind you. But other than that, we hear you fairly well. What else do you want to share with us? I think that there's some other exciting things you probably could share. You've been eating well lately, apparently. I've seen some of the photographs of your meals and the like, and you could give us some details about the other photographs you sent, if you care to share. I mean, they seem innocuous enough.
Yeah, you showed the picture with the waterfall, right?
I didn't really get a chance to look at anything. I just got home. I was in San Francisco, Chinatown, where they've been celebrating throughout the weekend. They celebrated Lunar New Year early due to the Merchants Association in San Francisco, Chinatown, deciding on that. But it segued me straight from Ghost Month into Asian Lunar New Year months. Not Lunar New Year, but it's mid-festival. It's like New Year. It's just as important almost, but it's the mid-festival mooncake festival for mid-autumnal festival. So that's hard to guess. Yeah, your wife is familiar with that. I don't know how much you're willing to share about your wife, but
yeah, of course she's familiar with that.
Okay. Yeah.
Chinese.
Yeah. Yes. There you go. And so, such being said, I'm gonna put this microphone down here. Hopefully, I'm not making some disturbing noises or whatnot. Let everybody let me know how the acoustics sound or if they change. I try my best to maintain a very broken microphone. And in the interim, I do want to thank everybody in the chat room. Thank you for all the upvotes. Of course, everybody slam upvotes, including yourself, dear Real Tech, if you've got an ability to do that from your cell phone.
Oh, yeah. I'll do that now.
Oh, God. So every little bit helps simply because it helps keep us on searches, which otherwise we get hit by the Autobots that drag us down and keep us out of searches. And the Autobots, of course, are sent by the enemy, which is, for any of those out there who are new listeners and think that sounds paranoid, boy, you haven't been listening. Yes, the cult of the Kings of Edom is quite real. They openly conspire, and they did their best to basically take me down over the past several months. Okay, so
they're all sickos and crazy people and illiterate and fat, and they got no lives, and they want to just be on on top of you. You know, it's just monotonous, like that stupid James of Greece.
Thank you. No, it's so true. It's so true. Oh my God. No, you've got it down.
You don't shower either.
Yes, yes, yes. Well, Neotech, you're wonderful. By the way, all the families around you. Where exactly are you right now in Universal Studios? What are you?
I'm next. Well, Jurassic World and the Transformers and the Mummy and the lower left. Okay.
Wonderful. Well, and so you have a favorite part over there so far?
I haven't seen a lot of shows yet, but I enjoyed Waterworld. Kung Fu Panda was decent, and I can't wait to see Transformers: The Ride. I was eating for a while and stuff, and I'm a slow eater, so yeah. And they're busy, so I hope Transformers is good. I hope that's going to be good. I'm going to see that. Maybe I'll go on a roller coaster. I don't know. That's kind of scary, though. I have 2 cameras with me. My wife is with her friends. I don't know.
Great. Well, I mean, you certainly are technical. You spoke of the camera with great technical, detail, and always impressive. Your knowledge is appreciated. And I thank you so much for joining us. So I'm going to talk a little bit to the chat room, okay? And
okay.
Like I said, if you want to drop back with us, anytime you want, or stay online and check in with us a little while through this hour, by all means. Just bear in mind the acoustics of your environment are such that it's very difficult to hear you, okay?
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Okay, no, not your fault. I called you without you expecting it.
Yeah. 3 years of the pandemic, I gotta go somewhere and do something in my life. Staying at home all that time,
Yeah, I don't blame you. No, that's wonderful. I mean, that's apparently what they felt at Chinatown as well. They really wanted to get Chinatown active again, and they couldn't wait to do it. So they did it this weekend, right after the conclusion of Ghost Month, which is just unusual.
Yeah, well, that and that fucking Trump, with his fucking bullshit, and that fucking piece of shit, what's his fucking name? Steve Bannon, both going again together and fucking attacking Chinese people, saying that it's their fucking fault when it's fucking Americans anyway. It's ridiculous.
Yes.
Yes. So all the Chinese businesses were hit the hardest because of the pandemic, and all the shutdowns and everything, and like, exactly like you said, with the racism being attacked and everything.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
So I don't blame them.
Yeah. Thank you.
Fucking Kung Flu. Say this fucking shit Kung Flu.
Yeah.
God, horrible. It's horrible. Chinese people built this country. They built the railroads.
Thank you.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm a little upset. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I mean, we appreciate the venting. We appreciate catharsis, and sometimes it's the only thing that can truly describe the situation.
Yes.
And by the way, if you have anything else to say about that, feel free to go ahead.
Yeah. Nothing really else, but I just thank the Lord that my wife was never attacked by any of these sickos that are deranged by the propaganda with Trump and Steve Bannon.
Yes.
So I attended protests. I took pictures. But I don't know what else it would take for this guy to be in fucking jail already.
Yes.
Try to overthrow our government.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, these sickos started with these Trump people started saying about hanging Steve. The vice president, just because he wants to certify the votes, which exactly what the votes were. Biden won. I mean, that's when I completely just got out of that. It's just insane. It's a cult. Just because somebody vice president, you want to hang the vice president over that? You lost.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, sore loser, man. He really is.
Yeah, very much so.
All right.
Yeah. And
I'm gonna keep going now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. And by the way, I'm so gratified to see Viviana in the chat room, and we love you dearly, Realtek. Come back and join us. Check in throughout the hour, and then, if you're available between 9 and 11 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time over here in California, in my Golden State, we welcome you. Feel free to check in around that time. Yeah, and
maybe I'll go to San Francisco. I don't know, but the thing is, my wife, they won't refill her medication out here, though. That's the only problem. She doesn't have a lot, so they only do once a month. So I don't know.
Understood. I deeply appreciate the potential for that. Always make sure you advise me first if you come into my area and want to drop by or something. Make certain to give me a forewarning.
Of course. That's just it.
Oh my God. And
no.
okay.
I wouldn't come to someone's house. I don't know.
Thank you. And but other than that, we love you dearly, and thank you so much for joining us. Hugs, and take good care. You can hang on if you wish, but go mute for a little bit simply because of the background noise. Thank you. You're the best. Okay, that's Realtek, and I want to say hello to everybody in the chat room. Thank you, all of you, for joining us. And I do remind everyone that as soon as we launch transmission, we are attacked by the Autobots, and the Autobots are cheap. Fortunately, the man who finances the overwhelming majority of the gang stalking on behalf of the cult of chaos, the Kings of Edom, is Mr. Stephen Outrim. And Stephen Outrim is a multimillionaire, but fortunately he's cheap as fuck. And so he buys these Autobots and hits us with downvotes as soon as we start every transmission. They're on autopilot, and they're automated to go into vote mode whether I'm airing or not on Wednesdays and Sundays. Of course, most of the time I am transmitting. And this is how YouTube, unfortunately, operates. It operates on a popularity platform. So if you get a lot of downvotes, which they don't display publicly, then what happens is that it knocks you off of the aggregator, and then you don't show up in searches. So the only way to get us to show up into the searches is to fight as dirty as the enemy does, and that is to basically hit an upvote from every IP address you've got. That means your cell phone, your PC, your laptop, your iPad, whatever might have a different IP address, hit an upvote via that, and that helps immensely. It's your war. You gotta fight it. Our man, Mr. Realtek Geek, is now showing me some photographs from Universal Studios, which I'm going to open up. Speaking of Autobots, and he's showing, of course, the Autobots. There we are, and so going to give him a nice response to that. And other than that, we are going to return to conversation here. And yes, he's in a very noisy area, lots of children about. And it's about 5:23 p.m. California time, so sun's still very much out. Dark Magic says, "Love you, Douglas. Love you too, honey. Mwah. And blessings be upon you." T-Tank Berry, our man in California, says, "Hello, Douglas. Greetings from Willits, California." And he says, "Hi, Vivian," with hearts in his eyes. He really, truly missed you, Viv. And I'm so glad you came back to us, because it really helps. And she responds to him and welcomes Dark Magic as well. And so T-Tank Barry says, "You're very welcome as always. Happy Sunday." Universal Studios in the background. David Fitzsimons says, "Hey, Doug." Hey, David Fitzsimons. Hugs. T-Tank Barry says, "Support DDD." Says, "We're sounding nice and clear, thank God." Okay, bless you, T-Tank Barry. So I do want to give everybody an update on my finances. So now, still not enough to make rent, which is about $882 a month at this point. It goes up every year, obviously. But just so people understand, gonna share what's in my wallet. I have $617 in my wallet. 6 $100 bills and a $10 bill, a $5 bill, and 2 ones. So 617 in my wallet. I have $134.44 on PayPal. Thanks to incredibly wonderful people, including a lady in Austria who contributed 20 United States dollars. Now, when I transfer what's in the PayPal into my bank account, which effectively has $0.00, I mean, basically it's got $2 in it. I can't remove what's in there. And I only get away with that without maintaining a $50 minimum balance. I only get away without maintaining a $100 as minimum balance because I get direct deposit. That basically kind of, how would I say that? How did I say that? It just relieves me of that burden. In other words, when you get direct deposit monthly, they consider that like a regular income for the bank, so then you're not required to maintain a minimum balance in the bank account because it's directly deposited every month and they get something. That being said, I have this, when it costs about $4 approximately, hopefully not that much, but approximately it costs about $4 to transfer what's in the PayPal to the bank account. So I'll get about 130 from the PayPal into the bank account. That, with what I have in my wallet, equals about, $830 or something. Let me add that up there. 130 right now, and this is probably the only show where you get the host talking about their personal finances to this level, down to dollars and cents. Plus 617 equals 747. I've got 747, so about let me see, 800. Let's see, what do I have there? 16, 17, yeah, 747, and then 882 minus 747. So, okay, I'll need about $200 to make it through the month. 882 minus 747. 747 equals about, yeah, 135. So I'll need about $135 to. That would be if I didn't spend a single penny, which is impossible. If I didn't spend a single penny and got another $135 right now, I could make rent. So obviously I need $200 just to make it through the end of the month. So hopefully out there, members out there in the audience can help me, and we'll try and make this a fundraiser for tonight. Now, basically, of course, I had to spend money. It's inescapable. Even though my son helps by taking me to the estates, and obviously I'm not paying for what I take advantage of there, I have to spend when I'm out and about, especially when I'm with my friends from the old gang days who I see in Chinatown. So I had to do that today because of Chinatown being so active for the holidays, and this is what I promised to explain to Diane Hillis-Buchberger, who was concerned because I said, I was dealing with a lot over the weekend. None of it negative, Diane, but definitely it took a lot out of my finances because I had to hang out with the lads from the old days, the underworld days. And these are people who I owe everything to, would not be alive without them, including my gang brother Beaver. And just, again, so people understand this, throughout the last 30 days, effectively, basically what happened was we had one of the most important months, aside from Asian Lunar New Year, which usually occurs in the February area of the Gregorian calendar, based on the ancient Sinoviet lunar calendar. The other important part of the month is part of the year would be Ghost Month, when the portals of heaven and hell are opened and the dead do walk the earth in Chinese culture. And with the veils between the worlds so thin, that was the time that I decided to run a diagnostic on the Vox Arca, bring myself back in my body. For once, it was almost therapeutic in a sense. This is the ancient, truly lunar, as opposed to the Sinoviet calendar or the Chinese or Vietnamese or Asian lunar calendars, are really lunisolar. They incorporate both the lunar and solar elements. And so the truly lunar calendar from the ancient days was very similar to Celtic New Year's, which is Halloween. Halloween, for those of you who don't know, that's ancient Celtic New Year's, which shows you they began their New Year's at close to the darkest time of the year, because that was the beginning of the year for them, was the rebirth out of the darkness. So, that ancient Celtic tradition is very similar to the ancient Chinese tradition, where the ancient ghostly Lunar New Year, now the New Year for the dead, is basically in the middle of the year. And so in this 7th month period of the lunisolar calendar, then you get this ancient month that began, its New Year's Eve day was July 28th. And then July 29th it began. That was when the portals opened to the other world. And then they closed effectively basically yesterday. So it was Friday that this was the end of the ghost month. And they, of course, there's a height to this. The middle of that ghost month is basically a very intensive festival, which coincided with the Japanese festival, the Oban Matsuri of ghosts, what Americans would look at as kind of like Japanese Halloween. This doesn't do it justice, of course. It's not a good way to look at it. It's you want to look at these things with a kind of respect, and something that does justice to the sobriety of the subject when it comes to honoring the dead, as well as the celebration. It's very similar to a wake. Then what you have is a situation, just so people understand it, that is both joyous, where you have to, where you celebrate. It's not have to, but you have social obligations, of course, to family and friends. And then you have the meditative, contemplative part where you commune with your ancestors. Okay, so I think all of you get that, and I went into some depth about it in the past several episodes. And this year it hit at the same time as the Montauk, the height of the Montauk phenomena, the biorhythmic week that I never knew about until, dealing with Peter Moon. So it was an intense month already, and now, of course, when it just ended on Friday, all of this, where the Buddhist and Taoist monks were all saying the priestly chants, their monastic chants to guide the dead back to the other side. Then the Chinatown Merchants Association in San Francisco decided they were going to celebrate the Moon Festival early, the Mid-Autumnal Moon Festival, this weekend. So Chinatown was active from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Saturday and Sunday, yesterday and today. And it was just an enormous amount of activity, too much at once. And it wiped me out financially, wiped me out physically. And but definitely I need your help to pay the rent. So $200 is needed right away. I mean, like yesterday. My rent's due on the 1st. So if my listeners can help me, deeply appreciate it. Also want to bring up the fact that for people who want to... Yeah.
Yes, I'm trying to send you some money.
Oh, wonderful.
So it says it's showing up for as goods and services. Dr. Dietrich Productions, is that the one?
Yeah, Douglas. Douglas Dietrich Productions. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know. For some reason, there's no option for friends and family on the app.
Huh.
It's only just goods and services. And I'm just trying to use my ACH, my bank account instead. So I don't know. Maybe I'll try the browser instead.
Yeah.
I don't know about.
Yeah, try that. I know one of the buttons on that website doesn't work, and then there's another one that does. I think it's the one in the upper right-hand corner. The main button doesn't work on the Douglas Dietrich website, But most people just go through the PayPal app, which is the paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. I think that's what it is. Let me take a look at the screen here. I never send myself money, so it's paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. But if they don't give the option for friends and family, like you said, try try another option. In the end, it doesn't matter too much. I mean, it's a few dollars they take out, but still, I don't think people should suffer even that. But that being said, I appreciate.
Well, the thing about it is that. Yeah. Well, the thing about it is that you really do want it as a family, because then they want to, or they could stop the transaction and not give you the money unless you send out the product or confirm that you're selling a product or something. You have to be very specific with that.
Yes.
So maybe you should try Venmo in the future or something, because that one's specifically for friends. Or Cash App. I use Cash App. Or Zelle. Zelle has no fees. None at all.
Wow. That's incredible. And thank you. I mean, you're on vacation after all, so be careful with your own budget, and don't overdo yourself. Thank you. God bless you, and love you dearly. I appreciate the help. Thank you. And Realtek, of course, is this wonderful human being who's been following us for quite some time. And honestly, none of this would be possible without Viviana joining us. So Viviana, if you'd care to come on and tell us a little bit about anything you'd like to speak of. Let's see if she is available to speak. Yeah. And if not, then I will definitely do so in her place. I'm
sorry. Were you talking to me?
Oh yeah. Just saying. I felt bad because I'm riding the call on you, and wasn't able to bring you into the conversation. I know that a lot of times you are very much a private person and don't speak too much about what's going on around you in the immediate sense. But I'd appreciate it if you'd speak to whatever you wish to speak about. For a little bit.
Your call actually woke me up.
I'm sorry.
I was like, what time is it? What day is it? Oh my God.
Oh.
I'm kind of like in that mode. No, but sure, whatever you have to do.
Oh, I'm not doing anything. I was just trying to,
Oh, you mean you want me to like socialize?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, just kind of bringing you on to. I mean, people do adore you, and it's good to have you with us. So I might as well take advantage of that and expose them to you. Expose them to you and give them a little bit of you. So if you care to share a little bit of yourself with us, and it doesn't need to be anything personal or private, just your conviviality, your congeniality. Yes.
Oh, well, I'm Viv. I'm currently just going by Viv, so you can call me Viv. All my friends do. And I am here with Douglas, and he is how long have we been friends again? I think 2014 or 2013.
Yeah.
I met you on Facebook, yeah.
Oh, at least, yeah.
Yeah. And currently, this is, I'm in YouTube jail for nefarious reasons based on other people's problems with me. And it's totally like, what do you call it? Their way of silencing you. And I went on Reddit, and apparently this is happening across the board with other YouTube people. People that probably, for instance, this one person named Molly Golightly, who apparently has a lawyer and she has the means to do whatever, but they have this very tactical way of reporting you. And so it worked. And the people on Reddit are also being attacked, as far as like anyone who comes out and talks about them in a critical way. So that's really happening here on YouTube. And so that's why, even though I do recreate mostly all of my content on my old channel, I probably didn't on 2 videos, and so one person, or actually 2 people, struck me on 5 different videos, where actually the other ones were recreated totally under fair use, and they still managed to hit me with all those strikes and what do you call it? Suspended my YouTube. It actually was terminated, and then I brought the issue up to YouTube, and I did a long form, and they investigated. I reached out to both creators and kindly asked them to take down the strike. And YouTube, actually, when you do that, they have access to the email that you sent the creator and to yourself. So I was, glad for that, because apparently they paid attention to what I said, and they just unterminated me and put me back on suspension. So hopefully I should be back in October.
Wow.
And at this point, it really doesn't matter either way. So, yeah. But normally, I'm usually out here in the YouTube sphere as far as part of my only social media at this point. And found Douglas again.
Thank you.
Was it like, what, about a year ago?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
6
Well, it
months,
feels
yeah.
like it. It may feel like it, but actually it wasn't that long. I don't believe it was that long at all. It may feel like it. But,
Well, yeah.
it
I
was-
would listen to you just quietly,
I see.
because
Okay.
yeah. I didn't really participate, but I'd be like, what's Douglas up to now and again?
And so in terms of when you started participating, it was yeah, just as everything was really exploding with the mobilized attack on myself and my good name and my character, which of course is all that I have. Obviously, there's nothing to gain from me monetarily, so they're left attacking the one thing that I have.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Was that Jameson guy? Didn't you say that they got terminated as well?
What happened with all of these people who were attacking myself? They all wound up being investigated by the police for various reasons. With Lena Shea, she's a pedophile and was approached and interviewed by Child Protective Services as a threat to her community. Both Jameson Reese and the Salman Sheikh are destructive parasites. They were basically holding their own families hostage and terrorizing them for money. Their families own these homes that they live in, and they were basically getting, I guess, whatever money that their family had. In the case of Salman Sheikh, his family is fairly wealthy. In the case of Jameson Reese, it's actually the same, because they actually owned their own home, which is very unusual for Black African Americans on Long Island, or Staten Island is where he was at. And so they were just basically abusing their relations and getting money out of them to do whatever they wanted. In the case of Jameson Reese, he was, had an expensive Asus computer, a gaming computer manufactured in my own Taiwan, where I was born. And in terms of, among other things, tremendous expenditure on drugs and recreational narcotics. With Salman Sheikh, of course, it was traveling all over the world, England and Pakistan, different parts of the United States, wherever he wanted, whenever he wanted, basically, while his parents were left as prisoners in the home. They're living on top of a hill with an enormous amount of stairs. They're basically trapped. The father was going into Parkinsonian decline and stuff. So in their case, it was Adult Protective Services investigations. And of course, this all involves police work, because they're just violent people who were threatening others, their own family relations, as well as people who were investigating them. So this is the caliber of the people who are attacking my character. Just so people understand this, along with Miguel Andahar, the New York busboy, who's basically vicariously living as a quote unquote celebrity by appearing as extra in several films and basically stalking and harassing various celebrities that he takes photos of himself with. Sometimes to the point where restraining orders are issued, which apparently are a lot easier to get in New York than they are in California. So, again, all anyone has to do is, if you take a look at the people on the footage of these people who are attacking myself, aside from those I've already outed, called out, and identified, you could just see the mania and the lunacy of these various cultists. But these are why they're chaos cultists. These are people who practice chaos magic and are definitely attempting to engineer the end of the world. I'll go more into that. They are definitely connected, the entire movement, with Russia, but the movement had its start this side of the Atlantic with the British in terms of Aleister Crowley, the Americans in terms of the predecessors to Michael Aquino, such as General Leslie Groves, and ultimately this is now transatlantic and Eurasianist, as I will explain when I talk a bit about the death of Dugina, the daughter of Alexander Dugin, and that alone is unusual. So such being said.
Oh no, I'm glad you're gonna talk about it, but it's just unfortunate to be surrounded by so many basic bitches, Douglas. I'm so sorry for you. Thank God
it's better now. It's better now, honey. You've returned at a time where, I mean, look at them. They're in the retreat now. I mean, these are people like you really shouldn't throw, what did they say? Throw stones or bricks when you're living in glass houses. I mean, these are people who were living in glass houses that shattered quite easily based on what they were throwing at myself. They didn't need to even bring this attention to themselves. They could have just gone on with their lives. I mean, Jameson and Solomon could have run off together and lived happily ever after. No one would have cared. We would have all been happy for them. But no, these are people who ran to Richard K. Cole Jr., what they call their faceless lord. In their cultic vernacular, they reference him as the faceless lord because he never shows his face. If that's not cultic, I don't know what is. So, I mean, this is the kind of insanity that we contend with in terms of the powers and principalities. This is the struggle that confirms that we're on the side of light. And Viviana.
And they are getting more and more mad as the days go by.
They are.
Where they no longer make sense to me.
Thank you. Yes, it's true.
At all.
Yeah. Yes.
So weird.
Yeah, it is. Okay, our friend the Real Tech Geek succeeded in sending $21. Every bit helps.
Oh,
thank you so much. And
that's
so.
Nice.
God bless him. Hugs to Real Tech, and of course to this wonderful lady. There we are. Yes, thank you, sir.
I just have to say, hearing that child in the background, it was so fun. Like, yay!
Yeah, and
it's a good place for a playground.
Yeah. Have you ever thought of having children, Real Tech?
I don't know. I keep feeling the spirit of a child around me now. But I've been told by a few psychics that I'm going to have a children next year. And that's what my wife wants anyway. Childborn, Year of the Dragon. She says 3 dragons. For her, it's lucky. Because I'm a dragon myself, born in 1988. But I don't know. I've been through a lot in my life. I still need a lot of therapy, and I still just want to live. I spent so many years, so much time just taking care of my grandma. All these last 8 years, it's time for myself. And you know that.
Yeah.
You went through the same thing. And I'm not complaining about it either. I would do it again if I had to.
Yeah.
All right, I'm finished.
Oh, yeah. That's that's fine. I mean, I appreciate that, and honestly, of course, I can relate. And many people have listened to me in the past, related to me because of the care provision I went through for so many years, and I'm just glad that our man survived it. Real tech, some people don't. It's really the most dangerous thing you can do. People don't understand just how taxing this is. I'll give people an example. When it comes to the telomeres, which many people aren't familiar with that term. They're like on your DNA strands. This goes down to the DNA level. When your DNA strands wrap together into this kind of effect that you see, that we all know and love through 3D graphics modeling, you see the DNA curlicue. And in order for it to wrap like that, it needs little hard ends on those strings of DNA, those strands of DNA. They need hard little caplets at the end, like the eyelets on your shoestrings. Those are called telomeres. And those telomeres, when they fray, when they wear out, just like you can't tie your shoelaces anymore, your DNA will no longer wrap. It will no longer form those braids, and you die. It's basically you wear out at the subcellular level. So when it comes to the telomeres, when they did research on what they thought were the most stressful jobs in the world, cops, firemen, paramedics, doctors, lawyers, the people whose telomeres frayed the fastest were care providers. A care provider just basically, when you care for someone else, you're going to die. It's basically you're sacrificing your life. So it's when you're this is where I was explaining to people the concept of chronism, the ancient God, Chronos, the god of time, Father Time, whom we derive the concept of Father Time from. Chronos was infamous for devouring his children. He devoured his own children so they would never take his place. And chronism is a biological term for various animals that eat their own young. This can sometimes be because they're simply trapped in horrible environments where they don't want their children to grow up, like pigs in an industrial farm. When they give birth to piglets, are known to eat their own young so that their children will not grow up to be devoured in an industrial site, in industrial slaughter sites that are not paying attention to merciful slaughter and not accommodating healthy environments for the animals. Then there's other animals like insects who will eat their children because they give birth to so many millions of them, well, thousands. And spiders are known to do this, certain fish, etc. And humans do that too. They do that in a different way. They do that through care provision. So I certainly don't malign my parents and think of them as villains. I chose to take care of them, but it was a sacrifice that cost me immensely. Because of my background, simply because I'm cursed or blessed or cursed, depending on how you speak of it. I was blessed with my mother's genes, the vampiroid genes, and I was cursed by Dr. John Henry Hagman conducting an illegal and unpermitted, certainly without my permission, when I was unconscious and unable to participate in the decision-making process at the age of 14, I received a full-body blood transfusion that was extraordinarily experimental and had killed everyone who had received it before. I survived it, and it's had enormous impact on my quality of life in terms of the positive, but the point is there may be other things that it does that we're not aware of that may be negative. It certainly rendered me less human than I was even before. This is something that, if it weren't for those two factors, I would never have rebounded from caring for my parents for the 11 years that I did. I would have died because I for those 11 years effectively. Well, in fact, because I was working night shift in the 2 careers before it that I was trying to really apply myself in and just be able to retire. I worked for 10 years with the Department of Defense. I worked another 10 years in private security contracts. And then I was caring for my parents for the 10 years after that. For 30 years, effectively, I slept about an hour a day. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating at all, in the slightest. By all accounts, I should be dead. These days, I sleep for days at a time. And so don't ever do that, of course. You can't make up for lost time. It doesn't work that way. Maybe with my body it does, but it certainly would never work for anyone else. So I definitely want everyone to appreciate that after all that hell on earth, where first off I was trying to aim for a career with the government and then became a public informant, so that was never going to happen. All the attacks sourcing from my betrayal of the deep state, trafficking in human children, all of the goobers out there are following the QAnon narrative, are following a fantasy, and they project Donald Trump, of all people, as their ninja hero fighting this deep state of human child trafficking. The only person who has ever done it and lived to tell the tale was Douglas Dietrich. And I've paid the price for it the rest of my life. But the impact was historical, monumental. Millions of children were saved. You can tell that by the so-called month of the military child, where the U.S. military was forced to do damage control by instigating a month of the military child to promote the propaganda that their daycare centers are the model for all daycare centers on Earth. Because until I hemorrhaged all the satanic ritual abuse that was going on within them, they were the meat market of the world. Human trafficking at its most intensive on an industrial scale. And, of course, thousands of children died of AIDS, infected by AIDS, at a time when it was a death sentence. That's what was going on in the days before the internet. Now, with the internet, one of Michael Aquino's jobs that was assigned to him for damage control was to start the QAnon narrative so that people would look elsewhere for the guilty parties, as opposed to the military. And indeed, the military is not necessarily the guilty party anymore, thanks to the damage I did to its ability to run a human child sex trafficking ring, which was international, global in scale, with all their bases all over the world, and all of them filled with daycare centers. I think one thing we can all agree on is that the warrior cultures of England, with its knighthood, where pages were sent to other lords to raise, because no lord would have the heart to beat his son half to death to turn him into a knight capable of bearing armor and riding on horseback into battle, basically as a human ambulatory tank. In terms of the Lord Knights, most of them had to, in fact all of them, had to send their children off to another lord to be raised to do that for them. They would raise other men's sons in turn, because that way they could have the heartlessness to beat this child into a human war machine, because that was their function in life if you're a knight. By the way, if you want an example of this, there is on YouTube an excellent video which is historically very accurate armor, very accurate portrayal of peasantry and mass attacking a knight. And this is a man without his horse. He's looking for his horse. And he feels these peasants have stolen it, and they all attack him, and he fights them all off. Because this is all he's been trained to do all his life. This is knighthood, what it was about. These warrior cultures like that, or the samurai, these are cultures where you have the production of warriors. When it comes to militaries, we're talking about mass draft and mobilization armies, armies based on suffrage. This is how you earn your right to vote. You don't fight, you don't vote. And when it comes to what we had in America, I think one thing we can all agree on is that no military on earth should ever be a family environment. But that's what your U.S. military brags about. So they have this month of the military child, where they talk about after every deployment and mass surge, they've got a whole baby boom to contend with, and they've got all the daycare centers to deal with it. That's not a military. That's a housing and urban development welfare state. We import ghettos the world over. That's what military bases are. We import ghettos to South Korea. We import ghettos to Bosnia. Every war zone has women and children living on military bases. This is beyond insane. There's no warrior culture in history that has ever done this. This is how we deport people who would otherwise be criminals in America. Raising children who become criminals. So, Pixie Princess Star Fox says, tell it like it is. Mwah. Love you, honey. She's contributed money in the past. God bless her. Shining Shadows, Mr. Chris Collins says, haha, goobers. Wonderful human being. Oh, yes, he had a wonderful photograph. Wonderful smile. I think he's got a nose ring. Or a piercing in his nose. Or it looked like that just by the angle of the camera. He can tell me whether I'm wrong on that or not. I did promise a wonderful lady that I would speak about William Cooper. I will bring him up. We're going to bring Peter MŌN on. And I will bring William Cooper up either in the company of Peter MŌN, or I will bring it up after Peter MŌN leaves. So I do want that wonderful lady to wait on that. I'll get her name soon. Right now I'm going to try and bring Peter MŌN onto the call. We're going to go share screen so I can teach our lovely lady. Can you see this, honey? Can you see this? Moving cursor? Okay. And going to click on the personnel. There we are. There we are. So I've just opened another column there. These are columns on both sides. You can maintain track of people. This way, when somebody sends you a message and you get a notification, you can go straight to the message and then go back on the call. If I go to Real Tech Geek, I get back on the call by hitting the... Fuck.
Oh, there he is. Hi.
I don't know how to get back on the call now. Oh, shit. How do I get back on the call? Stop sharing is how I get back on the call. All right. So then I get back on the call, and now I'm going to add Peter, which I think you know how to do anyway. So let's go to the participants, and I'm going to add our man Peter. Peter, here we are. Do this, type in Peter's name. I don't know why. Whenever I add Peter, it's because it's an hour in. It's this complicated process that is... just shouldn't be like this. Okay, I am calling him. Breathe. Okay. There we are, dear man. Okay, this is our man, Peter MŌN. And welcome aboard, good sir. And take your time, introduce yourself to all of our listeners. And Real Tech and Viviana Sanchez are on the line with us, but they'll maintain mute while you speak. And you're sound like you're coming through good, but you're welcome to say hello to them and all our listeners, dear sir.
Well, yeah, I haven't said anything yet, so I hope that I am coming through good.
Yeah, you are.
Peter.
Hi.
Happy Sunday.
It's nice to hear your voice again. I will reiterate that I'm glad you're back with us.
Oh, thank you. Glad to be back.
Tonight, what's been going on so far?
Oh, what happened was, just so people understand, I am exhausted because for reasons that I have yet to comprehend, and my gang brother Beaver has not really inquired into it because it's like a different world. The Chinatown Merchants Association in San Francisco basically decided that they were going to celebrate the Moon Festival early. And I guess they just really wanted to get business going after so many years of being impacted by COVID. So they held what was so bizarre about this was that the Asian Ghost Month ended on Friday. So Friday was when the Taoist and Buddhist priests were chanting all of their prayers to help usher and guide the dead back to the other side. And strangely enough, I believe it was on that day, or very much in the vicinity of that day, that Corinne de Winter died, which I hope Peter MŌN will enlighten us a little bit about Corinne de Winter. I never knew her very well, but I believe she was actually a communicator with the dead. But you can tell us about that soon enough. But that happened, and then I was informed, well, they're going to be celebrating the Asian Mid-Autumnal Mooncake Festival, one of the more important holidays in the Asian calendar, this weekend, when it's basically in September, like towards the September 10th or so is when it truly is happening. But they decided to hold the celebrations in San Francisco this weekend. So right after we were dealing with all of the somber and yet celebratory wake-like activities concerning ushering the dead out of this world, then Chinatown was active from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. both yesterday and today. Just an enormous amount of social obligations I had to deal with, and once again I show up barely in time to start the show, and just physically exhausted. So just glad I was able to get everything started at all, and but certainly we're on track to an active night. There is all too much, as always, to talk about. I will speak about the death of Alexander Dugin's daughter again, and I will put that into contextual sense of their ideology of chaos. And today, the U.S. Navy's 7th Fleet sailed 2 warships, the guided missile cruisers, the USS Antietam and the USS Chancellorsville, through international waters in the Taiwan Strait, in the first such operation since heightened tension spiked this month with Red China over the Taiwan visit of the U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. So I do want people to know that just everything has been going down. The Chinese, of course, are threatening war over it, and this is just the normal saber rattling that has gone nuclear all too often. You've got the Russians and the Chinese threatening the potential for nuclear war at this point in history. It's really unacceptable. I mean, it's just that we're past the point of any sane diplomacy in this period of history.
It's their modus operandi. They it's like, you're sort of brandishing your fist outside of a bar.
Yeah.
You better give us some tribute, or look at this fist.
Yeah.
Look at the brass knuckles on the wrist, on the fingers. This is what they do. This is what they know.
Yes.
And as they say, Trump didn't show weakness, he showed strength.
Yes.
And they respect that.
Yes.
And he was fairly peaceful with them. He got heavily criticized for cavorting with Kim Jong-un or whatever, but cavorting is really a strong word. But it's it's just so stupid. All of this politics, it's so stupid.
It is.
But anyway, I don't want to go off on politics because
Understood.
It's distraction.
Yes.
It screws with your mind.
It can. Yes.
Yeah. Look at what it does to people. Look at the people outraged over politics.
Yes.
And there's no fairness. And as they say, I see it's the same thing. While the Chinese and the Russians do this stuff, so does the press. They sit there, Trump's going to be indicted, Trump's going to be indicted. And it's just like this taunting. They're taunting Trump supporters. I don't think Trump for a minute believes he's going to be indicted.
No.
It's like, they're shaking their fist at Trump. And it's like, I'm not commenting on whether or not he should be indicted. I'm saying they're not going to do it. They've been talking about this for years.
Yes.
And it's like, shut up. Shut up or do it. The same with Hillary. And then, and so, now Fauci is retired because Senator Ron Paul is going to, investigate him if they win the midterms, if the Republicans win the midterms. So he'll sit up there and pontificate like Adam Schiff does.
So that was what that was about. I was wondering what that was about. Now you've just explained it. I didn't.
Well, they
I didn't
explained it on TV. You know, it's Rand Paul announced that he's gonna, you know, look into this COVID and all the contradictions. So all of a sudden, Fauci retires. But it's just okay.
Well, I'd like to know why. You know, again, we don't want to concentrate on the politics.
I don't really know. I just see little sound bites here and there, and
Understood.
I don't.
Understood. Like, this is just a rhetorical question. It's like
I
I said before.
I have no great animosity towards Fauci, but as Humphrey Bogart said in the movie Casablanca, he says, "But if I thought about it, I probably would." Or you know, with that Peter Lorre.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, Rick, you despise me, don't you? He says, "Well, I never really thought about it, but if I did, I suppose I would."
And you know, like I said before, I'd like to know why Fauci became the face of the fight against COVID when we're supposed to have a Surgeon General. Like, the Surgeon General was absent on the battlefield. What the fuck was that all about? Like I said, for several years now, the whole thing is very strange. So yeah,
I would say that Fauci had a lot of motivation and a lot of backers, and you know, and he was facilitating a lot of money, whereas the Surgeon General was new to the game.
Nice.
That's my you know, hip shooting opinion.
Right.
But you know, these people will find their own way to help.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to help them.
Thank you.
Now, to address what you said about Corinne DeWinter. Okay, first of all, I will tell people how I met Corinne DeWinter. It's actually an interesting story. I've talked about Buddha, John Paroli. He was the man who figured out, you know, decoded the Book of the Law, which I shared in my book, The Montauk Book of the Living. And he had been involved in the OTO, Ordo Templi Orientis. He was kicked out, to his credit. He was a practicing magician. He was brilliant, but he was, you know, as I say, what can I say? I don't know what the word is to say. What is the word to say? Overindulging himself in his own ideas, which is typical of magicians. I'm not really saying he was so ego, but I guess it was. But he swelled up to 400 plus pounds.
Ooh.
I never got to meet him in person. I talked to him frequently. He had a lot of issues with the OTO and his divorce, and you know, being crucified in the courts over that. He told me a lot of inside dope. And despite what anybody might say about it, he called himself Demon Magus.
Oh God, that helps.
He was really sharp about some things, but he was too, I guess, you know, he really admired Crowley to the point where, you know, I think he overdid it.
Right.
But anyway, he wanted to do me a great favor. So he referred me to Corinne DeWinter to get purple plates from. I used to, in the catalog, we used to sell purple plates. These are Tesla plates, they're called. They're anodized aluminum, beautiful purple. They can be any color, but the purple, you know. Now, he got me direct supply from Corinne. I used to get them from Tim Beckley, who's passed away last year or earlier this year, I think. But so he was doing me a favor, so I didn't have to go through Tim Beckley. Not that I minded going through him. I guess I got a better price and I went direct. So that's how I met Corinne DeWinter. And she was very interested in the Qigong and stuff, very interested in my work. She was one of the most gracious human beings I've ever known. In other words, she'd say, "Oh, send me your catalogs. I'll send them out. I'll do this. I'll do," just so generous. And where I got together with her on a few occasions was at the book fair when she would come to New York, because she was an author. She was the winner of the Bram Stoker Award.
Wow.
Because she was a horror writer.
Oh my God.
She wrote horror, and she was a good writer. I used to call her my favorite writer because she was sort of like a female Ray Bradbury, in a way, and her poetry was beautiful. I had met her again in Massachusetts, which is where she lived, when I took Mary Hardy up there. This was probably in 2007, certainly 2007. And I invited Corinne to come. And then when we met at this castle in Greenfield, or near Greenfield, I had her come there and read her poetry. And the neat thing about that trip to Massachusetts was I had Mary Hardy, wanted to buy me lunch at Cracker Barrel. Now, I'd never been to Cracker Barrel before. Cracker Barrel is I don't know, it's just this, I don't know, it's a restaurant, but it's like, what's the theme of, sort of homemade goodies or whatever that comes straight from the farm, but it's very commercialized. And it was a bit much, nothing felt too authentic. And I remember when we got, I've been driving for 4 hours with the stop. And when we got there to Peter Shampoo's and Susan Wilson's house, Susan Wilson had known Rudolf Hess. She was actually allowed to go in and see him while he was in prison. So that was a whole nother interesting thing. So by the time I got there, I had a headache, pretty bad headache. And Corinne shows up and she says, "Oh, hi." And I said, "God, I've got this horrible headache." She says, "Oh, I'm sorry. Should I go?" No. And she says, "But I got something for your headache." And she goes out to her car and she gets this huge purple plate. It's the size of a, manila folder almost. Yeah, it's the size of a 11 by, a small manila folder. And she just, has me put it on my head. And the headache begins to clear. Now, Buddha, John Paroli, he said these plates saved his life. And he loved her for it. And so, I think I use that as a testament for these plates. They really were effective. Now, so we had some, pleasant interaction. And this is a classic story. We're at the book fair, and I remember we spent time afterwards. We spent a long time just talking with her and I and a bunch of authors. It was neat to talk with a bunch of other authors. And then we ended up alone, and we were talking about, I was, very single at the time. And, I think the idea of a relationship came up, and she was kind of bringing it up. And I said, "Oh, yeah, I found her very attractive, but I said, Venus is retrograde right now. This is not a time to do such a thing." And it was one of the wisest decisions I've ever made when it comes to romance, because this was like 6 years before I met Paula. Because what happened with her, she ended up becoming a slave to her dad. Her dad was dying. and she was taking care of her dad.
Oh.
Can you imagine what an impossible situation that would have been to have in a relationship? You know, you wouldn't have had a relationship. Yeah, I'd had a
How
person.
long did that go on?
Oh, it went on for years. And now she dies.
That's just
So,
awful.
you know,
I'm sorry. That's just tragic.
Well, it's tragic on the one hand, but I've noticed this with females that didn't quite work out. It's like, wow, there's a reason for it. But so I loved her very much, and she knew that, and that was really important. But the funny thing was, Buddha thought that he was not only doing me a favor by getting me the purple plates, he thought he was setting me up with her.
Right. He was playing Cupid to a degree.
Well, to a degree, and you know, you don't really want to be set up by anybody in magical circles. No offense to him. And you know, she was very much connected to the other side. But the thing is, then as time went on, I, you know, would stay in touch with her periodically.
Well, how long was she free between the time her dad died and her dying?
He died a few years ago. Okay. She had 2 or 3 years of freedom.
Oh my God. I'm so sorry to have interrupted you. So
yeah, but something else happened with her. She started getting slammed. This would have been another reason not to want to have a relationship with her. She started getting slammed. Her purple plate business, people were stealing the plates. They were stealing the plates. They were stealing her company. They were ripped. She used to buy these from a source, and people were like co-opting her stuff, selling plates that weren't real purple plates, and just co-opting her stuff. She had serious legal problems because people were stealing her business. And it was horrific. It was absolutely horrific what was going on. She had like potential lawsuits or whatever, and it was like going to cost a lot of money. She would already spent a lot of money on lawyers. It was a nightmare. And she shared secrets with me, which I won't share. But one of the things is, Buddha was totally in love with this woman. He became just infatuated with her. Mm-hmm. And she really cared about him, you know, as a human being. But this guy was like, you know, over 400 pounds, and he was blind, legally blind. And he wanted, and it's like, he wanted her to marry him. And he became very wealthy towards the end of his life. Very wealthy.
Wow.
And
might have been worth it.
Why can't you just give her the 60 grand she needs or whatever, and just, you know, kiss her? But he wanted to marry her. And, you know, and it was this like bondage thing. Right. It was like, she couldn't do it. She couldn't do it. It was very, what I said, very OTO of him, even though he was not in the OTO. It was like, he wanted her to marry him. And it was really weird.
Well, that's, you know, that's this, as you said, this is this control issue. He was, you know, basically a man who wanted her to do for him. I'm sure he foresaw that with his physical condition being what it was, that he would soon be in the condition of her father. He wanted her to care for him. And therefore, her being married to him would have essentially rendered that, you know, an obligation. So that's what he wanted. That's his idea of a strategy subconsciously, among other things, just the sheer control factor. But yeah, that's awful. It's just
it was a horrible thing to do, because if he'd given her the $60,000, I'm sure she would have cared for him.
Yeah.
Because she would have. That's the way she was. And you know, it's just it was unfortunate that there was this like weird triangle between the three of us, and you know, we were all friends with each other, mm-hmm. but it was a very, you know, one of the weirdest friendships circles I've ever had. You know, she was not interested in all of his, you know, OTO stuff.
Right.
Yeah, she was not, you know, and he was very, I guess, euphoric on his own scholarship, and deservedly so. But nobody understands that scholarship. I do, but even then, what's most people, and those people who are into magic don't care about it anyway, because they're afflicted. Yes. So, but anyway, I want to read what her housemate said. Yeah. And this was a guy that she really cared for. She knew him since grade school.
So this person kind of like became a housemate? They were living together?
Yeah, she took care of him because he helped her with the business. I mean, you know, he was, you know, he wasn't, I guess what you'd say, he had Asperger's, and they were friends, and she looked after him like a brother. But he writes on her Facebook timeline, he writes, "I am a dear friend of Corinne's for almost 40 years. We have shared a home together much of that time." He wasn't a boyfriend. "Needless to say, I'm devastated by this sudden, tragic, and painful loss of such a kind, loving, and generous soul. There will be a memorial mass for Corinne on Wednesday, September 7th, 11 a.m. at St. Mary's Church in Long Meadow, Massachusetts. I do hope that those of you who are in the area can attend. I can see by the outpouring of beautiful messages and posts here on Facebook that she was truly loved by all of you. On behalf of her immediate family," her sister had passed recently too. "On behalf of her immediate family and myself, I would like to thank you for showing that love and kindness here. As most of you know, she loved nature and especially flowers." Now this is a vintage story that fits her. "We have a large hydrangea in front of our home. Since early spring, she eagerly awaited the bloom of this beautiful, lush plant. Every few days, she would mention her anticipation of hydrangea blossoms. April became May, May became June, and eventually midsummer arrived. By late August, still no bloom. On the morning she passed, this single blossom appeared. No others have bloomed since. I know that many of you had similar spiritual beliefs as her, and I think we can agree that this single blossom is a sign from her. She was a genius angel, and I loved her dearly."
Yeah. Yes. I mean, I'm sorry.
That's vintage Corinne, from talking from the other side through the blooming flower. He has a picture of the flower, and you know, she did communicate to the other side, and I will probably be rewarded with a dream about her tonight. She talked to the dead for you. I never really. She'd like at 2 a.m. she'd say, "Anybody out there? You know, I want to do a psychic reading for someone."
Yeah, she'd do that. Yeah, I saw that. And what was that about? Just kind of like keeping her talent sharp, or?
It's the generosity of her soul.
Right.
It's the generosity and loving nature of her, and I never took her up on anything like that. And her you know, she really was a horror writer. She wrote horror, so it's a different genre than I'm used to reading. But she was in touch with, you know, the dark side. But so be it, you know.
It's just I think this is, I barely knew this woman. What was the story behind her radio show? She actually had like a radio show going for a while. She invited me to speak on it, but never followed up.
It never happened, and I had been on it a few times, and she was always a lovely host. And I mean, I don't pay too much attention to all the different radio shows out there, even from my friends. So I don't know. I wouldn't even have mentioned her tonight, except that you brought her up. Right. Certainly, it's not somebody I've seen in a long time, and certainly we would write now and then or talk to each other periodically, but it hadn't been for a while.
Right. I mean, heartbreaking. It's just, I thank you for sharing all of that, and it gives more depth and dimension to someone whose life was so horribly impacted. I was just telling people before you came on about how care provision really kills people. So I think obviously caring for her father shortened her lifespan tremendously.
Sister died, and I don't know if she got involved in caring for the sister, but I had another friend who she cared for her, stewarded her, her mother and then her father out of life, and then she went. She stewarded her parents out of life, and then she went.
Oh my God! Because
her sisters weren't gonna do it, not to the degree she did. So this is, strange things happen in this world. It's a line from a song. The song Lori by Dickie Lee, Strange Things. It's a very eerie song. I'm sure she would have loved that song. But yeah, it's like people steward each other in and steward, like you did with your parents. That was like a big job.
Yeah. Well, it was a career. It was my career. They both required 24-hour-a-day care. They were both recognized as needing that. And so that meant I was legally recognized as caring for my parents 48 hours a day, every day, with no vacations. I never had a single vacation in my life. Just so people understand this, I've never experienced a vacation in my life. So in terms of, the kind of very idea of it, it's just been beyond my pay grade. But when it came to everything that I already explained to people about the horrors of care provision in terms of it shortening one's life, I've covered that, so we don't need to go back into that. But I am just floored by, of course, this poor lady who deserved better, I feel, but I certainly feel that you've described what happened to her very well, and honestly, I don't know what else to say. I was provided a wonderful poem by her, by Diane Hillis Buchberger in my messenger, so I can see what you meant by her poetry, and it's definitely very touching. So she was obviously a person with the talent for writing. I'm sorry that her radio show didn't go anywhere. What do you think was behind that? She, as you said, she was a gracious hostess. It's just that there's just so much
activity. I mean, I don't know how much effort. I mean, I can't even. It's like there's so many radio shows. Blah blah blah. What I don't know. I mean, it's like it's not like she was even trying to be Joe Rogan, let alone. So, I can't.
I guess she wasn't offensive enough. Yeah.
Well, yeah, no. I mean, she was a paranormal. She would have, she was a paranormal girl, and she was psychic, but she didn't call herself that. She'd do readings, but I didn't. I just didn't indulge her in that direction for whatever reason. But I'm not. I don't feel tragic about it. I feel that she's where she belongs.
Okay.
She's more comfortable on the other side.
All right.
Yeah.
I hope so.
And that's what we have to be comfortable. People, I think of my friend Madeline. I know she's more comfortable on the other side. She couldn't stand this world. Mm-hmm. My teacher, my Qigong teacher, he didn't like this world. He saw how crazy it was. And nobody lets go of this world too easily, right? Generally.
It's
because
hard to.
We're committed. And you talk about being committed to an institution. We are committed. We grow up, and because if you start breaking that commitment, you start suffering for it. If you start trying to divorce yourself from life, you pay the consequences. You've got to keep investing in life. And I'm dealing with that now because I'm a little tired from, maybe it's still jet lag. I kept myself wound down on that trip. I was resting a lot. Very proud of it, resting.
Yeah.
didn't exert myself too much. And then I come back, and today was the first time I played football since June.
Wow.
Since June, and that was only for 20 minutes
Oh,
because I shouldn't have been out there.
right.
But, you know, I didn't hurt myself, but my knee wasn't ready. So my knee seems to have healed. I went out there, and it was a different situation. A bunch of guys with yarmulkes were playing. Seriously, I never seen anybody play football with yarmulkes on. They were good. They were fine, and then they finished their game, so we didn't have enough guys, so they played. Some of them played with us, and we started to play. And this was my first, you know, okay, I'm just going to go slow and feel my way. And one of these guys was so fast, it was just like, wow, I got to gear myself up. But I felt one little tweak, but I was okay. It didn't turn into anything. I'm fine. I played just the right amount of time, and then one of our regular guys busted his finger, and it was very nasty. I didn't see it. Terrell, who you know, got him and took him to the emergency room. That was the end of the game.
Yeah.
We didn't play. And me and another guy said, you know, we played just as much as we needed to because he was overcoming an injury. So we got just the amount we needed.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
And it kind of wiped me out, whatever we played for, half an hour, 45 minutes. And then this poor guy broke his finger.
Oh my God.
Nasty break.
Yeah.
Haven't gotten a report on it yet, but this Paula, you know, was concerned. Are you going to, don't get hurt, don't get hurt? No, I didn't get hurt, but somebody else did.
Oh my God. So she has every right to be concerned, but I'm glad things.
That injury would not likely have happened to me.
Okay.
For two reasons. One is I do the towel squeeze every day, and that makes you very predisposed to not break your finger.
Right.
Sure, it could happen in the wrong situation. The other thing is, it was a crash, bang, bang play, and I generally am not involved in those. That's not my technique, my style. You know, like some play down the field where these guys are going up for it all at once, and it's a lot of contact in the air. That's not my style. I do it occasionally, but not at high speed. So like I'll sneak in, and you know, so it's not really. I wouldn't feel too vulnerable to that. You know, so you know, it's not like I felt like I got lucky. And it's just, you know, unfortunately these things happen. So I'm okay. He'll be okay.
Yeah, I'm sure he will be. He was taken to the hospital, which is, you know,
ER,
yeah,
urgent care. I'm sure they'll, you know, fix his finger and.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, and you know, I mean, I was seeing some very bizarre behavior on Facebook when I came home and. Obviously had to set everything up, and then I have to open the Facebook pages to check the messages and interact with Peter foremost among everyone. And then I caught on my newsfeed, oh my God, you know, I can say her name publicly, but because she posted it publicly, but I don't really remember it by now. I just the image just is emblazoned in my brain, and I don't know why people do this. Honestly, she published a photograph she took with her cell phone, I presume, of what I think was a break in her elbow, and you know, people are saying, oh wow, that looks like that might need a wound vacuum, or oh you know, put whatever on that, and you know, I think somebody may have told her to go. I'm hoping somebody told her to go to the hospital. I don't understand why anyone would bother to do something.
Advice over the internet, you know, there is room for it. However, just, you know, go to the doctor.
Thank you.
and if you feel that you've been mishandled, then you might put it on the internet and say, anybody got advice for this? But people share too much. You know, I see, you know, 90% of some of the personal stuff people share. I wouldn't do it. I don't want people to know certain things. Not that I really care. It's just none of their business. You know, it's not like they're going to find any big secret. But it's like, why do I want people to know this?
Yeah.
Why? I don't want people to know what I eat for dinner. You know, not that it's a big deal. It's like, you know, I don't care what they eat for dinner. Why should I tell them what I eat for dinner? I don't mind my wife asking me. She always asks me what I had to eat. I don't mind that. She is my wife after all. You know.
Don't the two of you generally eat together, or your schedules are just so different now?
Seldom.
Okay.
I mean, no. It's like I try not to eat breakfast, and then she's gone, so I'll eat dinner. And I try to eat dinner before 6. Okay. So she'll sometimes make stuff. And now I'm doing a keto diet where I've been cooking my own food, and that's you know, trying to shave off some pounds because, you know, in Romania I got too plump.
Oh, I don't blame you. Oh my God!
I didn't do it because I wanted to, because it's like your eating just goes off.
Right.
So I mean, you don't know what's going on. You get on an airplane at 5:30 at night, and you've eaten 2 meals at a time when, you know, you normally wouldn't eat them.
Right.
And then you straggle into Bucharest and drive around, and then, you know, you don't go to sleep. You stay up and visit your friend.
Yeah.
And we're walking around and getting pretty tired until they got to the tea garden. That freshened me up.
Yeah.
And then when I went back there, you know, then I finally got some sleep. But then you're up again eating, and you're just, your body clocks off. So, you know, you catch as catch can, and you eat when you can.
Yeah.
It's not normal. So.
Well, I want you to know that later on tonight, I have every intention during my monologue of addressing Romania to a degree in terms of some of what's happened recently with Moldova and, of course, Transnistria, the state, little micro-statelet within Moldova that's Russian-occupied, or certainly has Russian troops that have lent their appearance there. So, you know, I'll be bringing that up later. No need to go into that now, but I just wanted you to know I'll certainly timestamp that for you if I get to that tonight, which I should. But one of the things that I thought about when you were speaking of Romania was how different the hamburgers are. They're full of pork, and you know, it actually makes.
What I had was full of pork. Right. It wasn't. They have real hamburgers. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just that the one I had was, you know, I said, "Oh boy, a hamburger." Right. You know, and I bought one, and then I realized it wasn't even ground pork. It was just a piece of pork sandwiched like a hamburger. It was good, but it wasn't a hamburger. Right. But I mean, say they do have hamburgers. I mean, they do have McDonald's and Burger King that they make with real ground beef. I've never had Burger King or McDonald's in Romania. I don't even know if I've ever had a hamburger in Romania.
Well, I mean, what would be the point of going anywhere in the world and eating something from a franchise that you find in America? It wouldn't make any sense to me. But that being said, one of the things that I thought about was, of course, and this should strike our listeners, it's Hamburger is, of course, the name of a town in Germany after which the so-called dish, that piece of cuisine is named after, but it's not chopped ham, it's chopped beef, and that's why they don't call them beef burgers. They're named after this town in Germany. But since they call them hamburgers, it would make sense that every once in a while there would be pork inside of them, right? I mean, I was just thinking about that the other day.
Well, this was my teacher, my 9th grade geography teacher, ̲ and ̲ was from India, and he taught me how to speak like an Indian.
Well,
because I used to hear him every day speaking like an Indian. My name is ̲
No.
And he says when I was in, when I first came to America, he says I ordered a hamburger, and when I ordered the hamburger, there was no ham in it, and of course I didn't know what a hamburger was. I thought it would have ham, and when I bought it and there was no ham, I thought they were pulling my leg.
Well, if he's Asian Indian, wouldn't he be horrified to find out he's eating his god? Because they've worshipped the cow in India, right?
Apparently not.
Apparently not. A lapsed Hindu.
India has a lot of people, and they have a lot of different religions. So I never really asked him what his was, but he was about the only Indian I ever saw until I did have an Indian friend in Scientology, Vinay, but he didn't speak like an Indian.
No,
he spoke like an American. I mean, he maybe had a little bit of an accent, but I didn't really get into this Indian accent thing till Long Island. When there's so many Indians, and it's like, they would speak like an Indian, and they love it when I speak like an Indian. I'll do the Indian voice for them, and they generally like it. They get a kick out of it. You might think they wouldn't, but no, they're amused. But so be it. That's the story of the hamburger. Yes. But let's get on to more important things.
Of course.
If we may. And I want to carry on. Well, first I want to carry on. I want to get into Montauk Revisited, which I've actually finished. I need to proofread it again. I put the whole book together again, reread the whole thing, re-edited it, and I'm not going to change anything. There's a few things I'd like to say better or change, but I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to leave it as is, because that's the record of what happened, what I thought as I thought it, and get into some of the alien stuff, because I forgot how much the alien consciousness was a part of Montauk, the experience. And it'll be very interesting how it's juxtaposed with Roswell. It'll be very interesting, some of the things I have to share tonight.
Yes.
But I have continued to look into certain aspects of Solomonic magic from a scholarship point of view. And one of the interesting things is scholars have stated that so many of the books or the main books that people reference were actually books put together to dissuade you from using Solomonic magic. So it's sort of like this. Suppose we do the book which exposes the whole, Peter Levenda connection to the Necronomicon and all that.
Yes.
We expose it, and suppose we did it in such a way that we put the Necronomicon as he stated there. And perhaps as H.P. Lovecraft stated, maybe it was like when we did an encyclopedic work on it, exposing it. Mm-hmm. And then you have people coming up thousands of years later and using the book we wrote to expose it to invoke demons. This is what this Jewish scholar was saying. I don't know his name. I don't know his YouTube channel. He's quite humorous. He wears a yarmulke. He's quite humorous and quite circumspect about everything he says. He's very tirelessly exhaustive with the scholarship he's done on this subject. And so it's like people screwing around in the dark. And the one thing, and so there's like legends or stories of what Solomonic magic is, but one of the most intriguing things that I could relate to was it's talking about demons being symptoms. They don't use that word, but the results of astrological aspects. So astrological aspects are archetypes. So if you have one quadrant of the universe, this is why the quadrants of the universe have been designated by demons in Solomonic magic. So it's kind of like basically saying, look at the astrology to see how the demon was created. it's like it's a part of the universe. Now, this is kind of like in Shinto. If you have a rock, that rock has a spirit. If you have a quadrant of the universe, that quadrant of the universe has a spirit. Now, how much are you going to make of this spirit? What are you going to do with this spirit? It's most important that you're in communication with the spirit. You're in communication with spirits as it is. Then what are you going to do with it? Now, it was also stating how much John Dee and Edward Kelly, and I don't think it was Edward Kelly more than John Dee, but they were obsessed with treasure hunting. The angels are giving them this whole complex system in this angelic language, and they're asking about where they can get buried treasure.
It's so crass.
And the angels had to interrupt them and say, wait, and they would have a, sort of an argument about it.
I don't blame them.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying is, and I think that it said that Dee would correct the angels on their lack of grammar, and the angels would, upbraid him for being, too obsessed with his humanly concerns. So it's like there's this trade-off. It's kind of going on. Well, it's just, but it's like in those days, I mean, how could you be so obsessed with treasure? Now, if you had $1 billion, you could live where you want. You could have the car you wanted. You could have all the cable TV you wanted. You could have all the, go to all the Broadway shows. Even if you wanted to live in Atlanta and fly to New York, you could go do anything you wanted to for that $1 billion. You could go see the opera in Munich. You would have disposable income. You could use money to impress friends, women, whoever. It doesn't sound like a very enticing life, does it? Really?
Enticing enough as far as I'm concerned, but go.
But I'm saying it's like, well, what is the drive? What is the motive? You see, this is the thing. Like, you're going to go see the opera in Munich? What for? You're going to go see a Broadway show? What for? Is it that much fun? I've seen enough of them. The great show is supposed to be Hamilton, where George Washington and Alexander Hamilton are played by people of color.
Oh, God.
Now, I imagine it's a very good show because it's gotten such good reviews. If you can't get tickets for it, and so, but I imagine it's a very good show. So, if I had the opportunity, if somebody gave me tickets to see Hamilton, I would go and say, "Well, this is a great show. I'll go see it." But what is the driving force of doing anything? I don't know. I just don't know. It's like, well, and I'm saying this is in our current culture. I think, I don't know. It's not like things I'm looking to do. If I was going to go see my family, well, my family's got to have time for me. So it's not just, if I go see my daughter's got to have time for me. I can't just bust into her life. So money is we all need it. And certainly, but back in those days, it's even different. You're not going to be flying off to New York or Munich or even across the channel. You're going to have, in England or in Prague, you're going to have servants fixing your meals and ordering people around. I guess that's what money is in those days. Yeah. Or is it going to buy him certain things to extend his life? It's just a very different perspective. Like, why do they want buried treasure?
Because they're greedy and they're venal. But go on, short-sighted, greedy, and venal.
Yeah, it's very basic. Look, I can understand. But like that's the first thing I realize when I go to the gold country in Romania. It's like, no, I'm not taking anything. I'm not taking gold from here. I don't intend to find it. And if I do, I'm not going to take it with me.
Mm-hmm.
If I find some relic, I'm not taking it with me. I'm going to report it or whatever, because it's inherently wrong thing to do. So you see this, the two, it's been said that this is the, great magical gift of the millennium, is John Dee's work with Edward Kelly, and this whole offering of the Enochian language, which is actually the angelic language, which is how the world operates.
Peter, if I may interrupt you for a second.
Oh, this is РealTech. He's in Universal Studios right now, hence the noise. Sure, RealTech, what's up?
You don't even need to go watch Hamilton. You can watch it on Disney Plus. It's still on there. I don't know. I just downloaded it. I don't give them money for that. So, but you don't even waste your time with that.
I think Peter agrees. I think that was Peter's point.
I can't hear what he's saying.
Basically, he's because of the background noise, we can't hear you, RealTech. So I'll translate for you. RealTech is basically saying that you don't need to go see the play because you can see it at home. You can download it, and that way you don't need to waste your time with that. But you see that that was your point. Your point was that you would see it only because, as a live experience, you've heard that it got rave reviews, so you would be curious about it, but that you wouldn't want to waste your time with so many other things that are plays or operas, and your point's well taken. Of course, after a while, you just say I might as well stay home. So thank you, RealTech. We appreciate that. If you could go mute now, simply because the background noise renders you unintelligible to many people.
Actually offensive.
Okay.
Offensive.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
But nothing like background noise. But the thing is no. I mean, to see a show downloaded is nothing compared to seeing it live.
It's true. Yeah.
And to see the actors performing live, you can't compare that, and it's an unforgettable experience. It's great to see a show, but it's not something, that Paula got very excited. She'd probably love to go see a show because they're new to her, and it's still relatively new to her, and she's still relatively young. She's seen, probably close to a dozen shows since she's been here. It's
live shows.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. She loves The Lion King.
Wow. Did you ever take her to see The Phantom of the Opera? I know that was...
No, but she went with her father was here, and he took her, and they went and saw The Phantom of the Opera. They couldn't get into Cats. I took her to see Cats, and she saw Phantom of the Opera with her father.
How bizarre. But by the way, Paola's father is a very sinister figure, so it makes sense he would take her to see the Phantom of the Opera.
They had a choice. They both wanted to see Cats, but it wasn't. They couldn't get tickets, so the next best was Phantom of the Opera.
Oh my God! I would take Phantom of the Opera anytime over fucking Cats. Oh my fucking God! Cats is
a lot more fun.
I guess.
Phantom of the Opera is dark.
Yes. But Cats is rather infamous for being tacky and cheesy as hell, too.
I mean, it was incredibly popular, and she loved it. She absolutely loved it.
Okay. So she did see it ultimately.
No, she saw it before.
Oh, okay. I see.
I took her to see it at some point. It's probably, maybe our anniversary or something. I took her to see Cats, and before, I think it was just before it stopped or something, and then it came back, and they both wanted to see it. She wanted to see it again, and he wanted to see it, but it was Phantom. So anyway, so much for this. She had a nice time with him in the city, because he was behaving.
Right. Thank God.
But
by the way, I would expect him to. Of course, he has some degree of sophistication. We're not talking about a common petty criminal here. We're talking about a true supervillain. But such being said, without giving away too much of that game, I want to let you know, Peter, that you're doing fabulous, and I made certain to take the time out to listen to what you had said about Duncan Cameron and Preston Nichols the other day when I had missed it. I don't know if you had. I'm certain you didn't have any moments time to listen to what I had timestamped on the latest transmission. But later on, I'll point out to you some stuff you might want to review just for the fun of it. Definitely, I need to make some tea. Get myself to kind of together because, like I said, I came home, started up the show pretty much right away, and what I wanted you to know, some further context for the strange times that we're in before you get back on the topic that you're on, which is very important, is that in the week ahead, I want people to know that August 30th, that's this Tuesday, is International Day of the Disappeared. That's a day to remember the hundreds of thousands of people who are missing worldwide. Now, this is actually a United Nations sponsored holiday, but they'll caveat it. They'll say, oh, mostly due to armed conflict, violence, disasters, and migration. But it also was actually started because of those people who simply disappear that we know nothing about, often to human trafficking, but also it's paranormal experiences. So just wanted people to know that's out there. And before I forget, the lovely Charlene Diane Renaud, who the Lady Renaud said that in line with what you had said about aliens, and I deeply appreciate what you tagged me with. I made certain that appeared on my timeline. Peter MŌN was talking about this academic who was going deeply into the popular culture fascination with aliens, but of course bringing up William Cooper, who I will cover later, probably after Peter has left us tonight, for the lovely lady who had asked about William Cooper and my own story with him. But in terms of what she had asked about aliens, she said, and this was something other people have asked me about. It wasn't only her, but also just everyone has approached me to ask me about this. Viviano Sanchez and everyone was saying they'd really love if there was some footage or some audio about what you had said when you were talking to those UFO folks, and that guy just broke down. You basically shattered his paradigm. You sundered his paradigm.
Well, is there footage of this? Do we want to see this guy cracking and cracking? I don't think there was any footage of that.
Yeah. People would love to hear and see what you said, but because they feel that must have been profound.
All I was saying was I was talking about the Masonic secret of Shin, Yod-He, Shin, Bao-He. If you read my book, The Synchronicity in the Seventh Seal, which is all about that secret word, Shin. And I've talked about it. You can go to the back of Mystery of Egypt, and I write a 30-page dissertation on Shin to clarify certain things, to give some objectivity to the situation of Christ appearing in the sky as designated by Cesar Brad in the book Mystery of Egypt, where he says Christ is going to appear in the sky. And some readers I knew would take issue with it, and some did. Some stopped reading the series because they thought it was bullshit. Christ appears in the sky. Is it, first thing I told him, I said, the people are going to think it's Project Bluebeam. You can't say this. And he says, well, this is how it's going to be. So just leave it the way it is. You can state your opinion. That's fine. I said, okay. And I didn't say, but I'm just saying is if Jesus appears in the sky, he's not going to come back through the manger, he says. He's gonna come back in the sky. So is it like Childhood's End, where the spaceships appear all over the earth? Is Jesus going to be over Paris, New York, San Francisco, Seattle, all at the same time? Or does he rotate like a satellite? It's like there is a certain something missing in the explanation. Is it going to be a crystal light that imbibes the whole world? So what does he mean? So as a result to that, I tried to give an esoteric breakdown of the Christ conundrum. And
why do you think that destroyed him? Why do you think that?
Well, let me get to destroyed him. I think he probably went home and went to bed, and I don't think I destroyed him. I mean, the guy was shaking for all I know, maybe he was having a Parkinson's syndrome. I don't know.
I doubt that.
I don't think that was the case, but I could see that what I was saying was
impacting.
It was too deep for him, and it was shaking his. He might have been a Freemason for all I know.
I see.
And Freemasons will get pissed at me.
Yeah.
Because when I speak about certain things, they don't know what I'm talking about, and they haven't been initiated, and so. Or they've been initiated incorrectly.
Or they realize they haven't been initiated enough. Yes.
Yeah, and it's like when you go and ask for initiation, how come Peter Moon's saying this and I don't know this? And they say, oh, well, he's out there, whatever. It's like they give you information when you're ready to know it. Yeah. That's the way the universe is. So it's like I've cavorted with secret societies without becoming a part of them. And it's just, I guess what you would say, it's a professional habit, or it's my profession has led me into quarters that, bring out people who, have left the societies and talk about it, or people who are in certain societies, and societies that I'd never heard of before. And sometimes they involve some pretty grisly stuff. And, I've just never had any great passion for them. But anyway, but if the whole concept of Shin, it's just like, what is it? It's the thing that the whole universe is based upon, because Shin is the fifth element. It's changing spirit. It's changing spirit, changing matter, changing fire, earth, air, water, changing the elements. And, it's just stating the truth. It's not only the key of Freemasonry, it's the key of Christianity, and it's the key of Wicca. It's a fundamental common denominator. But anything that gets built around it is going to be a bunch of crap. Now, one of these things, ultimately, what I'm saying is, now, for example, speaking about building in a bunch of crap, how come our houses aren't built on any sort of model of feng shui? Houses are not built with feng shui. I mean, they have a certain logic to them often, but they could be so much more beautifully designed. Yes. It's just people. Some of actually these smaller houses that you see, these little, tiny houses, those are kind of cleverly designed. But there's a lot more cleverness that could be used. But basically, if you just read, people that want to know, I'm summating what is in that epilogue to Mystery of Egypt, or the book Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal. I'm giving a summarized explanation of it. So that's all. It's and maybe the elocution of talking it live and saying this with a certain amount of firmness and, having a certain amount of freedom to tell people things, because it was definitely in response to some question or something that somebody said. I don't remember, but it was just over this guy's. I was taking him out of his comfort zone. Right. And I can do the same thing talking about Qigong, and I'm very reluctant to do that because it's somebody's whole paradigm will be nullified, right? And they might just dismiss what I said. So I'm not going into a competition to say you're doing this back-asswards wrong, and I can demonstrate it for you. And no, it's not really. It doesn't suit me to do that. Just let them keep doing it wrong.
Oh, your teacher felt the same way with the people who weren't putting effort into it. So
Well, that's what he taught me. In other words, if he says, if you want to do it wrong, go ahead. I told you how to do it right. Go ahead and do it wrong. Do it your way. Do it your way. And be proud of it, because people will be proud of doing it their own way.
oh my God.
And I'm not going to argue with them.
Right.
So do it your way, and bless you. So, anyway, it's the same old stuff. It's not worth
Got it.
repeating.
Thank you.
And
So
maybe he learned something, but go ahead. What were you going to say?
oh, I was just going to say, so I'm going to go mute. I'll be back in about 10 minutes, and you're holding the stage
You
well.
hear me while you're gone.
I cannot. Unfortunately, I don't have that technology. I wish I did. I honestly don't. I don't have stereos, so that's the point. I don't have speakers from which to do that. I just have the PC, so the only way I hear it is through the mic.
That's okay. I'll talk a little bit about Solomonic magic.
Sounds good.
Then I will bridge back into Montauk Revisited and some of the alien stuff, which
Excellent.
you find very interesting, and the audience will find very interesting.
Excellent.
And so go ahead and have your tea.
Yes, I'll let you know as soon as I'm back. Bless you, and thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to go mute now. Thank you.
Yes, and while he goes for his tea break, it reminds me of a story that this guy had contacted me from the UK, and he used quite a disgusting name for his email, which I won't repeat. That was his email, and he knew somebody in Romania who was a well-placed politician who knew about stuff about the Sphinx and was highly placed, and I should talk to her, and he was trying to set up this liaison with me with this highly placed Romanian politician. And I said, okay, but it was to suit her time, which was, I think, at 12:30 or 12 o'clock my time. So I had to leave football on a Sunday morning. I left early to go, have a conversation with this lady. And I, went out of my way, and I went there, and it's this bullshit. It's like, she's not ready. Oh, she's not ready yet. She's having her tea. She's having her tea now. It's like I was giving these updates on her. Oh, she's having her tea now. It's like, I basically told him to go blow it out his ass, and to her too, because, she's having her tea. She's not ready to talk yet. It's just that, Douglas is having his tea now, but it reminded me of somebody having their tea. I go out of my way to be there with them, and they're having their tea. So anyway, so much for her. I was later told it was not in my highest and best interest to have anything to do with this woman. And she was involved in, as many politicians are, financial scandals. So I didn't miss anything. It's not like she was part of Radu's inner circle. The people, certain people of power can validate certain things about the story. But to get back to the Solomonic magic, you can go through YouTube and read scholarly dissertations. I think the shorter ones are better to listen to if you want to just get some of them are 9 minutes or 10 minutes, and you kind of see the landscape and the barbed wires in these things, because the people are often explaining what the barbed wire is with this subject. You can also go deep into it and become esoterically disfigured in the process. What is the purpose? Using Solomonic magic to boost your career and money. This goes back to the same thing with John Dee. Aleister Crowley makes a statement where he says, a magician doing his true will have the full force of the universe with him. So when you're doing what's your true will, what is your actual will, the force will be with you, so to speak. And what is your true will, and what is that? And it's probably not digging for treasure. It's probably not trying to get rich. It's okay. It's okay. We all have to support ourselves, but some of the compromises for getting rich, and then what do you really have? We all want a better life, but how good does it have to be? And there are some people who definitely need to work on it and put attention on it. Some people are not self-supporting, and they do need to focus on it. So they need to focus more on getting a job than they do on ceremonial magic. And those people who do need to work or increase their career would be best to do so, through the sign of Virgo, which is basically your day-to-day activity. It's efficiency, it's work, and what is your sixth house in astrology? Virgo is the natural sixth house of the zodiac. So you can look at all the magical conjurations you would need to do to get $1 million. It might be just easier to, go out and learning a skill where you could actually earn it, and which would be quicker, which would get better. So I find that studying Solomonic magic to the degree that I do, which I don't go into the great details of it, I try to get the overview of it. It adds context. I would also say that if you really want to understand John Dee, good luck. Go to Jonathan Gee, G-E-E, his website, Jonathan Gee. He's done some of the most amazing scholastic work on John Dee. And he stated recently that I damned him with faint praise. Well, I would give him a lot of praise. The problem with his work is that if you do an IQ test, you're going to cut off on geometry. That when you can't visualize past certain geometries. So this is where your IQ cuts off. Like maybe you can visualize 3 dimensions if it goes into 4. So he gives such a detailed description that I get lost, as will most people. But he's got a savant gift for it. The problem is, how do you communicate that with relevancy? This is the challenge. And of course, the John Dee work has to do with the apocalypse. And the apocalypse, it's all about the angelic language has to do with the apocalypse, because this is basically getting us back to the original timeline where time ends. So that becomes a sort of a barbed process, because maybe there's forces in power that don't want everything to end. It's very, what would I say, double-sided. Do you want things to end or do you not? And most people will get consumed in the process. But when push comes to shove, and so many of the things that I've been led down the pathway with the Montauk Project, which is all about time, from the works of David Anderson, who will often appear in my life on the, tangentially, synchronistically tied to some magical thing I've been studying. It comes back to these factors. So anyway, so much for that. But we're going to go back to a much more, I guess, tangential approach here with Montauk Revisited. As I've stated I have been redoing Montauk Revisited because the film had, self-destructed as cellulose does, and the copies of the plates were in celluloid, and they deteriorated. So there's nothing to print from. So because I don't have the computer files, because that was done on a computer 30 years ago, that I had 30 years ago, I've had to reconstruct it from the ebook file, which has worked. So I have the whole book reconstructed. And of course, I've had to read every line, edit every line. I will proofread it again. And revisiting this is very interesting. Last episode, we talked about Thorny MI and the Wilson connection. And of course, it's very interesting. All this stuff starts coming back full circle into what's going on in my life currently. And I'm going to dig up this, and so much of this, what I'm going to be talking about tonight is Preston's contribution to the book. And some of Preston's contribution, well, not the beginning of it. It's like me talking, putting words in Preston's mouth based on his experiences. I become like a spokesperson for him. So this begins with Stuart Swerdlow. Now, Stuart Swerdlow came into the picture after the Montauk Project was written. Well, he didn't actually come into the picture. He came into my picture. Go back to 1991. The book was published in 1992. In 1991, Preston was asked to appear at a lecture in Brooklyn. He was invited by Elaine Donald, a practicing psychic who was the hostess for the evening. Her real name is Ellie Crystal. After the lecture was over, she asked Preston if one of her students could have a ride home. His name was Stan Campbell, fictitious name. His real name is Stuart Swerdlow. Preston thought that the whole meeting could have been a setup. Stuart was quiet during the lecture, but wanted to discuss things afterwards. Preston told him to save it for the ride home. There he let loose, describing problems as an abductee, problems with the government, and consequent legal difficulties. He had been accused of embezzlement, but didn't remember doing it. Although he recalled opening bank accounts and getting money from somewhere, he wasn't sure exactly what he'd done. Generally, he talked of all his life problems. Before we got to his house, he said he'd like to work with me. And they set that up for a future date. So here we have Stuart under the influence of mind control, not knowing what he's doing, involved in criminal activity, embezzlement, which he was involved with, but he didn't know it. As Preston began to work with him, he found him very cooperative, suspiciously cooperative. He described his mind as being almost total mush. He would unquestioningly do anything that was asked of him. And Preston said there was no doubt in his mind that somebody had seriously violated this man. What I would say about that, and I'm not saying it in the book, is that when the first time I met Stuart, I drove to his house with my friend Maya. It was August 12th. And Maya was a time traveler. We picked him up. First thing that happened with Stuart, before he opened the door, I felt myself going out of my body. Then he opened the door. You know, we met him, met his wife, and we went out to Montauk. When we got to Montauk, we stopped in Amagansett on the way because that's where we were going to speak that night. I was going to introduce Stuart to the world. And Preston was going to speak. And then we got to Stuart, and Stuart and Maya and I, we picked up Sue Parsons, I remember. That was a whole weird episode. But when Preston saw Stuart, we went to, I think it was Luigi's in Montauk, an Italian restaurant. And when Preston looked at Stuart, he looked at him like Dr. Frankenstein would look at his monster, only not adversarial, like the monster and the doctor were adversarial. He looked at him like Stuart was his own creation. Like he looked at him with pride that he had created Stuart. That was just the vibe. Preston looked at him with great admiration. That's just my own personal perception. In other words, there had been quite a, so he says, if somebody had seriously violated this man, I have to wonder if Preston had done that in his Montauk life. I don't know. Anyway, Preston says that he heard all sorts of stories about Stuart going to different UFO groups. He told me about told Preston about seeing a psychiatrist and a particular bad experience at an encounter group, which had been conducted like an inquisition. Which, of course, abductees can be, when they're treated by somebody who's not very sympathetic or not very savvy, they'll ask them a lot of stupid questions to the point of it being, violating their sensibilities. He said that he took most of Stuart's value at what he had to offer at less than face value. He said that he was paranoid, his mind was weak, and he virtually had no will of his own. He was very hard to work with, so he suggested the Wilhelm Reich techniques, which are methods of accessing a person's subconscious, which are much deeper than ordinary hypnosis, and that they were used at Montauk and other secret mind control operations. Stuart agreed. The first thing Preston noticed was that he was responding to them as if he'd been trained with them. For him to respond that way, Preston said he would normally have to work with somebody for a couple of months to get him to that level. And then Stuart admitted that he had experience with these techniques, and that he was, Preston believed he was trained in these methods. I believe that is the case. This is all Preston's viewpoint. As they worked together, Stuart began to come up with UFO abduction experiences. In a nutshell, he had apparently been abducted by various alien groups. He also had recollections of abductions by human types, allegedly government personnel and UFOs. So here we have, aliens appearing and humans appearing. And where do we draw the difference? Are they real aliens? Are they humans masquerading as aliens? These are questions to address. Eventually, Stuart started to remember activity with the CIA, receiving a phone call at 3 a.m. with someone requesting that they apply for work. I believe this to be very true. That's sort of the way they can connect up with you. He was told to report to a specific place and fill out application forms. He was told to go to New York Institute of Technology and take a test. Told he did extremely well in the test. Then he was told to report to a hotel, probably the New Yorker, under an assumed name, and there would be a room waiting for him. He goes to the room. It was next to a utility closet, and there was a mirror on the wall, so he expected that there were cameras behind that. And then the phone rings. A lady comes up and gives him a battery of psychological tests. He goes home and is contacted again, told that he'd done very well in the tests, and had to report to a final testing section. Now you can imagine somebody who's getting recruited by the CIA, and he's going through all of this secret stuff, and it's a way of weeding you out. You're accepting orders. Somebody once told me that they were training to be an assassination hit squad for the Army, and they would be sent out on a plane, flown somewhere, and then just start shooting. They were told it was a drill. It was an exercise. They weren't shooting at real people. But the guy didn't know that. He was just supposed to be an assassination hit squad, and he was training. So you go out, you've flown into some jungle, okay, start shooting. They dropped out because they didn't like it. They didn't know what they were doing. They didn't know who they were killing or if they were killing anybody. So this is the way, in that case it wasn't the CIA, but this is the way military and intel ops will operate. They're saying, oh, they're playing a mystery game. And if you bite at the mystery, and I suppose it could feel flattering or intriguing to be told to report here and report there, but you don't know what's going on. So people who are prone to that are vulnerable. This was certainly the case here. He goes to a Holiday Inn at Crabwell Corners. It had no vacancy signs. There were never any people in it. He was given a fictitious name and told to go to a room on the second floor and wait. A number of people have came in and did more tests. He says he was sent to another room during the tests and doesn't remember half of it. He said the testing was odd. He remembered waking up stark naked with his rear end up in the air. A lot of times different parts of his body would hurt. 3 out of the 4 days he was there, his anal opening hurt. This was about all he remembered.
Oh my God. I got back in time to hear that. Oh my God.
This is Stewart. I'm talking about Preston's account of Stewart when he first met Stewart and was working with him, and he's recounting Stewart's experiences. Stewart's own version is in Montauk, The Alien Connection. I don't know that they're that different. He was eventually told that, because I haven't read Stewart's in a long time, but this is Preston's version. He was eventually told that this testing was complete and that he should go home and wait for further instructions. After 2 or 3 weeks, Stan grew impatient and called the number that had been given to him. He was told they don't need him right now, but they're keeping everything on file. Preston said that his wife, not his current wife, his ex-wife, had indicated that he was involved with an application for the CIA. But Preston wasn't sure if this was all a big hoax. Personally, I don't think it was a hoax. I think it was somebody playing games with Stewart.
Right.
And playing with him and using him as an asset. He says, in Preston's opinion, the only proof of any of this is what Stewart remembered under the Reich method. In certain trance states, unless you're heavily trained, it's impossible to lie almost. He says, these states I'm referring to would be much deeper than general hypnosis, and lying under them would be similar to lying under truth serum. While in such a trance, Stewart went back to the time he applied for the CIA at the New York Institute of Technology. Doesn't recall anything there except 2 guys came in at 10 a.m., told him to get undressed, and rolled him up like a rug on the floor. He was put in a stretch limo trunk, driven to a wooded area, taken out of the rug and only told to sit in the back seat of the car. From there, the two guys drove him to an old castle estate. There was a big entrance room with a man in the middle who registered them. They went over and pushed a button on the wall. It opened and Stan was popped into an elevator, Stan meaning Stuart. After descending down what was thought to be 2 or 3 levels, the elevator doors opened to a room about 20 square feet. And by the way, this stuff I'm describing here, this is stuff that might be done during a Masonic initiation. Not necessarily the exact same thing, but they'll blindfold you and take you here and take you there and, you know, and just play games like this.
Yeah, play the Cagliostro on you and confuse you, and it's, I mean, you use the term that they were really just using him as an asset. Well, if the guy's waking up with his asshole hurting, I think the proper term would be abusing him as an asset.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm sure he would agree that he was abused. In the center of the room was a table with a foam cushion. The top was hollowed out for a human form. There were 2 cushions so you could lie face up or face down. Stuart's put on his back. Then a device came down and inserted something into his navel. This is kind of like you've seen alien depictions of something going into the person's navel, like a needle. But this isn't like an alien. This is human. Then a device came down and inserting something in his navel. It hurt like hell with no anesthetic. At this point, he starts to recollect shock therapy.
Wow.
Different programs were recalled. One was to go to a major corporation, whereupon he'd be hired on the spot as a financial officer. The corporation would be expecting him. There he'd misdirect funds outside the corporation for Project Malta, which signifies Montauk, Alsace-Lorraine Time Archives. He was diverting funds for the carry-on of the Montauk Project in Europe, which is situated in the Alsace-Lorraine mountains. There's a whole story of Third Reich connections in Alsace-Lorraine, by the way. Before Stan left, it's very secret too, another panel opened up and there was so before he leaves, another panel opens up and there was a gray alien who ducked as if he didn't want to be seen. Maybe he did want to be seen. No one is quite sure. They get him back to the Holiday Inn. It was at this point that his recollection stopped. He couldn't go further as it was too upsetting. So the gray alien puts its head in. Now, there you have to wonder, what's that about? It upsets the hell out of him. Like, maybe this gray alien is so that, you know, they can say, oh, it's aliens. Right. It's not the government screwing around with his navel and his anus. So, you know, it makes great screen memories if you're being physically abused. And we talk physically abused, we're not talking just about, you know, physical abuse by a pervert. We're talking about physical abuse to unduly control and influence somebody.
Yes.
Rather than to blame aliens, we could blame demons or government or, you know. Now I'm going to go into, because what I was recounting here is how Stuart came into the fold,
right,
with Preston.
Yes.
And when Stuart, this is from the Devil's Chapter, chapter 11. When Stuart said that he was involved in Montauk, Preston's not at all surprised. He suspected it. On different occasions, he reported waking up and seeing a man's face in the window. The face stared and laughed at him. This was so upsetting to Stuart that when he met Duncan, he recognized that that was Duncan's face. Meeting Duncan was like a nightmare, walking right into reality. That live person, Duncan, was the nightmare. They concluded that Stuart must have been a target from Montauk, and that he somehow must have psychically put together the identity of the man, Duncan, who had generated the forms that were bugging him. And then he would find out that there was a very deep psychological connection between Stewart and Duncan, which I don't think either one of them would deny. I certainly wouldn't deny it. Eventually, they asked Duncan's information source, which Duncan would refer to information. Information says blah, 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 blah. Information says blah, blah, blah. Information says that I should mix it up with a couple of homos. That is true. That Duncan said that several times, and it was amusing to all of us.
Oh my God.
We thought it was amusing.
Yeah. But so sad.
Al Bielek mentioned it too.
Yeah.
I think he would have wanted to mix it up with Duncan. No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
Oh my God.
But the thing was, it was amusing to all of us. You know, information says to mix it up with a couple of homos. That's exactly what information said. But information wasn't always so sexual.
Okay. I would hope not.
I remember one time when we talked about doing the book together, he says, information says I can do this myself, but it would take me 11.32 years. Well, 3.32 years went by and he never did the book.
Right.
Because he didn't try. That's how long it would take him. Information was correct in that case. Information was nothing to be laughed at. I mean, you can laugh at the stuff we just said, but it was an information source. But anyway, so I'm just qualifying Duncan's information source. Well, information had told Duncan that I was a target, and that was relayed to Preston. And at the same time, my friend Michael Genova had warned me right when I started. He says, you know, you've got to not do this. And Preston intervened. So anyway, Duncan's reading said that Stewart was not a security risk. But they said he should first take control of himself because he was evidently under the influence of alien life forms. And Preston says he was actually under the control of quite a few different aliens. They worked fast and furiously to put Stewart in control. He was able to channel the aliens directly. He would do a genuine trans channel with the alien entity speaking directly through him. Duncan and a friend verified that there was something peeking. Does he mean peeking or speaking through Stan that was not himself?
Peeking would mean that it's remote viewing through him, seeing through his eyes, perhaps.
Yeah, I think it's speaking.
Okay.
We eventually got him to the point where he was in control. He could command who and what came in. And at that point, Duncan's information source said that Stan could come to Space-Time Labs. Now, Space-Time Labs is Preston's basically anteroom for the garage. It's about the size of a small kitchen, decently small kitchen, and with green astroturf for acoustics. Got a sound system in there and some chairs, comfortable chairs. And that's where, you know, I would record Preston. It was sort of served as a hangout. And then in back of that was a workshop, workbench room. And then you go into the, what would you call them? The museum. Okay. And there was all of this equipment. It was really a trip to walk through that all equipment. It would seem like it was never ending. Wow. All these shelves with ancient radios. It was really a trip to be in there. Wow. And there was a certain, what do they call it, radionics effect to everything. Mm-hmm. Okay, so when Stewart came to Space-Time Labs for the first time, he had emotional troubles as he approached the place. He broke down and cried and started to remember his involvement with the Montauk Boys. He said that he was originally picked up by gray aliens in 1973, taken out to Montauk and put through early Montauk Boy the early Montauk Boy program. What I would say when I first drove to Preston's house, to Space-Time Labs, when I got probably within 7 miles of the place, more or less, maybe a little less, I could feel this completely different vibe. And I used to refer to it as UFO country. I'm going into UFO country. You can feel it. And then as you got closer, and then he has this huge Delta T antenna, and he said, this is what's causing all that feeling. This big Delta T antenna. It's like a octahedral antenna. And how big is it? Well, it's on top of the garage, and it's, you know, at least as high as, you know, probably 12 feet high. It's big. It's maybe not 12 feet, maybe 8 feet, but it's a big antenna up there with 3 coils. 3 coils, an X coil, a Y coil, and a Z coil, which are explained in the Montauk Project.
Oh. By the way, I hope you don't hear that. Somebody is trying to call me right now, so I'm getting this call coming. Oh, you don't hear that? So don't worry about it then.
I don't. So Stewart goes there, whereas I'm feeling UFO country. He's breaking down. And remember his involvement with Montauk Boys. He had some psychic, he said it was realized by the Montauk program directors that he had some psychic resonance with Duncan, but he was diverted from the program and became a liaison. He was in charge of disciplining and breaking the kids. The retrieval of this memory explained for him why he had compulsions at times to be rough with his own kids. He was acting out his life from Montauk. He says normally he's mild-mannered, but he said his kids will drive him to the point where he becomes like a commandant. He was visibly shaken up by this realization and wanted to undergo a psychic trance to see if what he thought was valid. This was accomplished and approached from many different directions. He kept coming up with the same thing, which meant that it had actually happened or that it was a learned response. When he described what he described under trance fit with what other Montauk Boys had described. There was the mention of a 5-sided room in what appeared to be damp underground. He described a cage made out of heavy mesh chicken wire. And this is what you see in the Montauk tour tape, this mesh chicken wire. That Stewart had not seen this yet, but he was describing the mesh chicken wire. He spoke of bodies on tables that were practically in suspended animation, waiting to be programmed. There was also mention of bodies being sent back with burn holes in the center of the chest and gut. Duncan had spoken about this before, but not in the presence of Stan. So here their memories are correlating together independently. There was no question that they had known each other. Consequently, we delved deeper and deeper. And see, this is a synchronicity of association. They're both channeling the same experience.
Right.
Now, this is going deeper. He's going deeper into Stewart's psyche. I remember when this was going on, I took no interest in it.
Mm-hmm.
I was busy working on the book. I was not, I took this all with a grain of salt.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't discount it, but I remember George Dixon, who's Mr. X in the book, he was like watching this stuff like a hawk. You know, he was interested in every little bit of tidbit that would come out.
Why do you think that is?
Because he was so damn tied to it himself.
Okay.
He was very tied to it. George would he kind of got out of this after many years, but he'd always try and scare me. He'd talk about things, and
it's so childish.
It's what was in his mind. It was part of the Montauk stuff. I never bought into it.
Right.
You know, I could make up my own mind. I wouldn't get scared. And he had his group of abductees that I think I went to one meeting. But, these abductees like to get together and bond.
Yeah.
And, because it's a shared experience, it's traumatic, whatever.
Right.
Sometimes they just kind of hang out together, and sometimes they talk. But to what end?
Yes, it usually just reinforces the trauma, is what I would think.
I don't know. It's, they got to relate. They need somebody to relate to.
Mm-hmm.
He could relate to it. He served a purpose. But in what is perhaps the most dramatic and sensational recall that he ever witnessed, meaning Preston, Stewart had a recollection of being on the planet Mars and giving something to a robed figure. He was asked to go slightly back before this incident. Now, keep in mind, he's in deep trance, and he finds himself being programmed on a table at Montauk. He's in a chair with some sort of electroshock set up with a helmet. He puts on the helmet and going into, in the recall, he's putting on the helmet and going through an electroshock response. He's reliving it. The next thing he saw was a rectangular opening appearing above the table where they had done the programming. He was sucked right up into this rectangular opening and found himself dressed in early Jewish robes around the time of Christ. He's now in the time of Christ. His mission is to go find Jesus and do two things. First, he's supposed to remove a sample of blood, and then he's supposed to kill him. He finds Christ, and Christ greets him in a most surprising fashion. He said that he knows what Stan is there for, and he even volunteers to give him the sample of blood. But Christ indicates that he's not ready to die yet. He tells Stan that he will not be able to kill him. Operating on his orders from Montauk's, Stan or Stewart then reports emptying a revolver into Christ without phasing him. The whole experience might have lasted for 10 hours in terms of Montauk time, but Stewart felt that he had been in the time of Christ for about 2 months. We believe that Stewart may have somehow become Judas or walked into his body. Somehow it seemed that he assumed the identity of Judas, betrayed Christ, and arranged for his death, as reported in the Bible. Again, all on order from Montauk. None of this is terribly clear. It is also highly controversial from a religious point of view. He's simply reporting what was recalled and offering it as raw data. He will add his own conclusions and welcomes people to have their own conclusions. Stewart reports that he brought a vial of blood from Christ back to Montauk. He didn't want to give it up and continued to hold on to it. Then he felt a burning and the blood went through him like an exorcism. He was subsequently sent through a portal to Mars and told to hand over the blood to Christ, who he would find on Mars. Stewart then emerges out of the underground on Mars and saw a mountain range. Near a mesa, in the corner of a group of rocks, stood a tall, thin figure who looked like Christ in robes. He walks over and nervously extended the blood to the robed figure, except that he looks up and sees the face of Duncan Cameron masquerading as Christ. Duncan stood there frozen for a number of minutes, and Stewart takes off. The time context of this is not known, but we guess that it is late July of 1983. I'd probably say early August of 1983 now, based upon what I know, because of some incidents that Duncan had additionally reported on. Okay. Stewart then went back to the Martian underground, popped into the vortex, and returned to Montauk. There he was told that they wanted the blood because it could be mixed into Duncan's bloodstream in such a manner that Duncan would have the same DNA blood coating as that which is on the Shroud of Turin. This could then be used as an argument, quite falsely, that Duncan is the second coming of Christ. Whether the exact details of the incident are accurate, this aspect of the story rings true because Duncan's training had groomed him all along to be the Antichrist. Stan and Duncan had many similar recollections, completely independent of each other, which indicated the incredible story I have just told to be true on some level. So you have this corroboration. Perhaps the most ironic part is that it offers a plausible explanation for why the Montauk project was crashed. In the first book, he only reports what is known at that time. Somebody had activated a program in Duncan that released the beast and frightened everyone into stopping the project. According to what they've been able to put together, Duncan had been trained to be the Antichrist. He can remember the training and is very uncomfortable whenever the subject is brought up. It can trigger a severe reaction. It should also be noted that there are 12 major mystery schools. Each of these secret societies has their own agenda, which is concerned with the fostering of the Antichrist. This is an extremely complex subject loaded with conspiracies. I touch on it later in the book. What apparently happened during this ridiculous and perhaps unprecedented manipulation of time is that the powers at Montauk were trying to usurp the very power of God. Christ, as the representative of God, got the last laugh. His blood was used for diabolic purposes. His blood was wanted for diabolic purposes, but he reversed the entire process. The blood had a cleansing effect on Duncan and changed his entire personality. Before that incident, Duncan was conceited and arrogant. He was very elitist. Afterwards, he became quite a nice person. His first order of business was to meet with the cabal of people at Montauk who would arrange to sabotage the project. An arrangement was made to release Junior, and the Montauk project became inoperable. Although it is still active in some form today, the Montauk operatives are not believed to have anywhere near the capability they had in 1983. The previous story, Preston says, sounds as weird and unusual to him as it does to you, probably. So here is the chapter called The Devil's Chapter. Mm-hmm. And when I first heard this story, as I say, I called Preston the next day, and I said, Preston, that's an A+ for story. The story is an A+. He says, it's not my story. At that point, it dawned on me that it wasn't his story at all. I thought, for all I knew, Preston was making this stuff up.
Right.
Because he told the story at Psychotronics. And it wasn't his story, it was Stuart's story. Now, it's evident that there was deep psychological phenomena going on in Stuart's mind. To say that he was possessed is too shallow. He was possessed and then some. He was possessed by several alien groups. We can call them demons, we want to call them what? Egregores. Duncan is like, you can say all of this stuff is the gymnasium of the mind. What do you have to say to this?
I would just say that it's always revolted me about Stuart Sverdlow, and of course I feel he's very connected to Aquino. Certainly many signs point towards that, and that this was kind of like a way of presenting himself to the public in a sympathetic light. I'm certain that he believes everything that happened to him, and yet it's such a, how would I say it, kind of a cliche and hackneyed sort of thing to do when you're placed in a position where you can either see time vicariously in the past or the future, or travel. Everybody wants to fixate themselves, if they're brought up in the Western world, on going back to the Christ time and cavorting with the big man, just to and so all of this, I think, is what's intriguing about it is that it's almost, as you say, when you say it's an A+ for a story, this is like professional level writing. It's like basically a kind of purgative of the self as an evil person who goes to do something bad, but I don't think it really had its intended effect of redeeming himself. Basically, he...
Well, I don't know that Stuart was trying to redeem himself. It's like Stuart was set up to be the bad guy.
I understand what you're saying, and Stuart has presented this. He's presented to the public, of course. The way he presented himself, I don't know if this is...
Let's stick away from Stewart's presentation of himself.
Okay.
Because as we go deeper into the story, Stewart goes to jail after this. So that's the deeper aspect of the story.
Yeah, which I didn't even know about. So
No. He goes to jail because he's coming up with this stuff, and the more he connects with Preston, he's being, like not prosecuted. As he begins, there's more to the story. As he gets involved with Geraldo, Geraldo mixes the story when he gets into Montauk.
Okay.
As if Geraldo was an Aquino operative.
That makes perfect sense, yes.
Yeah, but the thing is, we have to get over Stewart's persona or personality or goodness or badness. This is stuff, Preston is very cynical about Stewart.
Okay.
He thinks it could be a setup. Right. But as time goes on, he says, we're working at a deep level of Stewart, where Stewart is coughing up stuff. Mm-hmm. And this explains what happened at Montauk. Now, you have to remember, Montauk is, we can, at face value, say it's a figment of Preston's imagination. But it's not just Preston's imagination. See, this is the problem. Preston tells a story, which is a synthesis of many people he's talked to, including Duncan, right, and including Duncan's information source. So, see, the problem with Preston is he didn't share all his sources. He would never do that. And so he's synthesizing and putting together a story to the best of his ability. And then the story, and Stewart comes along, and it gives this explanation for how the Montauk Project, which was completely sinister, not completely sinister, because they did have positive projects, he said. He didn't like to say it was completely sinister, but for all pragmatic purposes, it was completely sinister. And then something happened to shut it down. It got too big for its britches. And this offered an explanation. It, kind of like, because sooner or later, if you're patrolling through time, it's just like in the martial arts. If you sooner or later, you're going to find somebody who's better than you are.
Right.
So, don't try and conquer the world. It's the same thing if you're going into time. Now, David Anderson has said that when he reads that book, The Montauk Project, it's all very real to him. Like maybe he's gone through the experience.
Wow.
I didn't provide details, but in other words, he takes it quite seriously.
Yeah.
Just subjectively, viscerally. So when we have Stewart recounting this under deep hypnosis, and it correlating with Duncan, like, who are these people? Yeah, have they both been under mind control? Yes, they've both been under mind control. It's rather, the question becomes not just what's wrong with this picture, what is this picture exactly? And it is definitely an egregore, which means an aggregate. There's a lot of group consciousness of people who can relate to this. It's an egregore. Now, I've been blamed for fostering the egregore because I wrote and published the books. But it's not my egregore.
Right.
This is an egregore that apparently much of humanity has lived off of and lived through. Hence, they wouldn't be so damn interested in it.
Right. And
so, yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, no, nothing to say. I mean, again, we also come across that trope of the gray alien, which, of course, my intuition would be that this was to simply provide a cover for the government and the military psyops, and to confuse the victims. But
it's yes, and there's much more that if we move on. But first, I'm gonna visit the restroom.
Of course.
So there's a lot more ground to cover here.
Absolutely.
And it gets really interesting when we get into the ET technology exchange that Preston talks about.
Yeah.
Because there's all sorts of loopholes in it that Preston is very, skeptical about. He doesn't even really, although he mentions it, he doesn't enforce the alien theme, which is very interesting.
Which I think is very mature of him. I think that's very that he did right by doing that, because he knows
very sharp.
Yeah.
He's very sharp.
Yeah. And
definitely he believed in aliens.
Yeah. Okay.
On these certain issues, he's very sharp. He's a very good mind.
And of course, while you're taking care of yourself, refreshing yourself, think on this. I think that gray alien, of course, I interpret that as a CHO, and that it was part of working with the government, as the CHO do. So that being said, refresh yourself. I'll handle the stage. When you return, let us know. And I'll be happy to be providing shout-outs, interacting with the chat room while you're gone. Our man Peter MŌN is now refreshing himself. He can hear me. He has that ability, so he can hear me talk while he's out of the room, so to speak. And what I'll be doing is interacting with the wonderful people in the chat room. So I do want to thank Chris Collins, who was providing some suggestions, some recipe suggestions to Viviana Sanchez. Brought to my attention he has no nasal piercing, so it was an angle of the light. And so T-Tank Berry, our man who wishes to remain anonymous, wonderful contributor, and probably be running to him for help if he can afford that this month. Oh my God, within the next 48 to 72 hours is all we've got left this month. And he says, welcome to the ultimate conspiracy theory, the one that blows away the rest. Super Slinky is our man Ian West, who says Trump will not be indicted. Pixie Princess Star Fox was bringing up the magic school bus. And by the way, the individual attempting to call myself earlier, I guess I'll maintain their anonymity for now. Peter MŌN is back already. Oh my God, that's so quick. Holy... How do you do that? Oh my God. I'm impressed. Well,
it wasn't a big deal. It wasn't a big deal.
Understood.
So let me see here. Yes, this was interesting. So basically what happens with Stewart, he as he continued to work with Stewart after discussing the strange incidents around Duncan and Mars, his legal problems began to escalate. Uh-huh. He had been accused of embezzling funds from the food company, a major corporation on Long Island. Wow. As the controller for the company, he was the key financial officer and had the ability to transfer large sums. His whole legal case was surrounded by strange circumstances. Preston said that this food company and the connections to Montauk run deep. They're also deeply tied to the mob. Some believe that this food company is a front agency that the secret government uses to handle all sorts of problems. It is believed that the food trucks used to go all over Long Island and pick up youngsters for the Montauk programming. I wouldn't be surprised about any of this, based upon what what you'd say I've encountered.
Yes. By the way, I don't know if you have any advice, but Anne Fontaine was, of course, helping with us for a short bit of time, and she, of course, was involved with Mr. Rocco Fowler, and he has always insisted he was a Montauk boy, and he certainly behaves as if he's been victimized as one. And so she was... His mother, of course, left a wonderful message and thread of the episode in which Anne Christine Fontaine spoke of her relationship with Rocco Fowler, and she was proud to be with him and doing her best to help him. I saw a message on the newsfeed as soon as I came back from the Moon Festival, that she was now being kicked out onto the streets by Rocco Fowler with no place to go, I just felt that, I hate to say it, the first thing that came through my mind was, well, I kind of expected this. And
I saw the postings that she made, and I have some good advice for her.
Okay.
And of course, it didn't surprise me either. I didn't think it would be, that bad. And this is a quote from L. Ron Hubbard that he shared with a friend of mine who used to serve him his food. He says, the only thing you can count on from an unpredictable person is continued unpredictability.
Yes.
Think about that. Somebody who's not predictable, and certainly Rocco's not predictable. So she's having all kinds of, and I think with what happens sometimes, and this would happen with Preston and Duncan, people get into an adventure and they think that they're part of some adventure and that they're being a hero by coming to the rescue. But you find it's a sum-zero game. You're not changing the person, you're getting pulled into the drama. And then you can become a victim of the drama, or certainly a spectator. And this is unfortunate, but this is unfortunately what happens. So if you want to have a happy relationship, it's best to avoid people who have intense psychological issues, particularly surrounding mind control, demons, whatnot. It's best to get your own therapy and figure yourself out, because otherwise you're going to have this sort of thing happen. And I'm sorry it happened to her.
Yeah.
But as they say, it's predictable.
Yes. Thank you. I certainly felt the same. With such being said, I do want to qualify that when I spoke of Stuart Sverdlow earlier, this is what I meant to say just in brief, was that I felt that he was kind of, this is the cynic in me. I felt that it was kind of like almost like a marketing approach, that it was kind of like, I had been, and this is only based on what I had heard. I had heard that he had originally presented himself as a former member of the Church of Satan or something like that, though people might have projected that on him. He does have that kind of look. He looks kind of similar.
But I've never heard him say that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because he does have that kind of look, like similar to Anton LaVey. And so people projected that on him. So I thought it was almost like, I thought he was kind of taking the approach of, I was one of those former members of the Church of Satan, and this was kind of like a redemption story in the sense of, but then
never said that. In fact, first off, Stuart is very Jewish.
Okay, yes.
And,
Russian Jewish, thank you. Yes.
He would correct his wife on, what to do, what not to do as far as food preparation.
Right.
Because, so, very Jewish in terms of being, now, of course, he sees beyond the regular veils of Judaism, but nevertheless, he would honor and respect certain aspects of Judaism with food preparation. He's Russian by extraction. His parents, I think it's his grandfather or his great-grandfather was responsible for killing the Romanovs, shooting the Romanovs.
Oh, God.
It's not to say that he went and pulled the gun on them, but he had them killed. Sverdlov. And he's talked about that, written about that. He's, I think he also has a Hitler tie-in in his story, if I'm not mistaken, as Johannes Gruber.
Okay.
That I don't remember that story. I think that's the first chapter of his book. We'll have to look at that another time.
Understood.
Gruber, as in Schicklgruber.
Okay.
Because I looked up the name Gruber. I knew a guy named Gruber with the last name Gruber, and here's Stuart saying I'm Johannes Gruber, and I was aboard the Eldridge, and yeah, it sounds like could it be wishful thinking? But nevertheless, he was related to Schicklgruber. And then I asked this guy Gruber I knew about his name. He says, yes, it's German, but he says there's hardly any Grubers. And, you know, he says it was a very rare name. He couldn't tie it to anything, but he didn't really know where it came from. He just said there's very few of us Grubers. So that's half of a Schicklgruber.
Right. But just so people know, Schicklgruber was never Hitler's name. Just so people understand.
It was part of his ancestry.
I'll go deeper into that another time. I understand what you're saying, and there's certainly just a whole story behind that.
I think I talked about it before, but I don't remember. But that's so he had his own identification of Hitler, which of course can be fanciful. It's but whatever. But no, not related to, very much related to Russia.
Yeah. Yes.
And UFO stuff, UFO experience, abductions, kids, parents, whatever, they have weird stuff going on. No question that he's been violated. But to get back to the narrative.
Understood.
Let's see here. He had, we're talking about this food company.
Which sounds very sinister. You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of the Doc Smith, E.E. Doc Smith, with his connections to the food processing of his day, his cereal chemistry and shit. He kind of reminds me of that. Yeah.
Well, one of these was to withdraw laundered money from the company, send it to Germany to keep Project Malta going. He's told to set up a new trust fund for the kids, meaning the Montauk boy kids.
Right.
The food company set up the trust for the kids, and this was crucially a crucial mistake on his part, as it made him vulnerable and culpable if anything should go wrong.
Right.
He was being set up.
Yeah, obviously a fall guy.
Surprisingly, he balked at his orders and was hard to deal with. And then Al Bielek remembers a meeting. This is from Al's Alternative Reality. Meeting where Stan was being raked over the coals for not setting up the trust. The money just sat there in his own personal account. He was specifically told that it was his task to set up the fund, and that was why he was at the food company in the first place. Even though he was allowed a 1% management fee for all the monies transferred, he continued to be obstinate. Finally, his masters had enough, and he was nailed for misappropriation of funds in 1988. On the advice of his attorney, Stewart pleaded guilty to bank fraud. The plea was offered in lieu of being prosecuted for embezzlement of about $400,000. In a strange twist, the government had postponed sentencing because he had agreed to cooperate with a case against the food company family for income tax fraud. And quote-unquote honest faction of the government was prosecuting the food company for their own reasons. Stewart's defense hoped to show that he didn't commit the embezzlement other than as a stooge for the family of the food company. There was allegedly millions of dollars embezzled out of the corporation. The money Stewart took was from a $400,000 stash, which was essentially his cut. This means that the entire sum misappropriated would have been about $40 million. During this period, Stewart described receiving threatening phone calls and Molotov cocktails being thrown in his driveway. Preston remembers his mother reading in the paper about a house in Stewart's town, which had one or two Molotovs thrown at it. It actually happened.
Oh my God! How did he ever meet his wife under those circumstances?
No. Janet is his wife. Now that's a whole nother story. It's a very bizarre story, but no, he's not even in jail yet. He meets his wife right when he gets out of jail.
Holy shit.
He calls her on the phone and they connect. And she was getting out of a horrible marriage herself.
Oh my God. Most guys getting out of prison should have that happen. Go on.
Oh, it was fortuitous as hell for him. It was fortuitous. She was such a help to him.
I bet. Oh my God.
In the meantime, the government got mad and strung out the case. He would be notified months ahead that his sentencing would be on such and such a day. And then before it would take place, it would be postponed again. It would begin in a couple of months. And it kept going on until he began to remember his involvement in Montauk. And he gets a call and says that he's going to be sentenced on Friday without any notice. Usually he'd get a month notice. So now he was scared. He goes to a meeting with his lawyer and claimed that black helicopters had been circling the building.
I'm sure his lawyer took that well.
It's most probably very true, because his wife admitted that black helicopters came over the house. This was a time when the black helicopters would buzz you.
Yeah.
And they were so I don't doubt at all that the helicopters were circling the building.
Understood. Well, by the way, Peter has had the stealth craft fly right over your home, right?
That's just kind of like waving and winking and saying hi, but this is a little nastier.
Right, understood. It's more personal and direct. Yes, the helicopters hover like flies. Go on.
Yeah. At this point, Preston began to threaten over the phone that if Stewart was locked up, he would prove the Montauk Project as much as he could, and also go public on his involvement in the Mauritius Bay UFO crash. He says that he helped to shoot it down when he worked for AIL by jamming its drive with appropriate frequencies. It's a whole other story. Stewart returns to his lawyer's office after the threats and was told that the sentencing would be in 2 weeks. The lawyer was suddenly very nice. Then Stewart's hauled into court, and the lawyer did a very good job of explaining what had transpired. The prosecuting attorney had not been able to fulfill the government's part of the deal because of the tax evasion he was helping with. Additionally, the government said there was nothing further to be pursued. Stewart's lawyer wanted a mitigated sentence because 2 years had lapsed since legal proceedings had commenced. That's a long time.
Yeah.
The judge was sympathetic and said that he personally agreed that the case had been totally mismanaged. Unfortunately, it's out of his hands. He's got to go by the guidelines. He asked the prosecuting attorney if he would agree to a lesser sentence by putting him on probation. The attorney said no. The district attorney, no, under no circumstances. He should be locked up with maximum sentence. So the judge was left with no choice. If he goes in favor of probation, the court above him would overturn him. The judge then followed the guidelines and took the different points of the case into account. He sentenced him to 33 months in prison. Parole could be granted after 11 months. He was given 30 days to straighten out his affairs. So Preston had tried to keep him out of prison by making threats over the phone. Judging by the reaction of his attorney, it did seem to carry weight, but wasn't strong enough. Basically, Stewart does go to jail. His next strategy, Preston's next strategy was to keep someone from brainwashing Stewart while he was in prison.
I'm sorry, oh my God.
Oh, well, listen, this gets interesting. It was at this point that John Ford got involved. John is the head of Long Island UFO Network, who was going to go in jail several years later, and was instrumental in the investigation of the Santa Mauritius UFO crash. John set up Stewart for an interview on Geraldo Rivera's Now It Can Be Told program, and also arranged publicity nationwide. This way, the government wouldn't dare monkey with Stewart. At about the same time, John Ford quite innocently introduced Stewart to a woman we will refer to as Mary Snodgrass. Real name is Mary Ann Chenefield. She was a friend of Pete Carroll's, the football coach.
Oh my
God. She was an abductee who turned psychic and had a good reputation working with abductees. John Ford also knew she had excellent connections, but he didn't know for sure what these connections were. So this woman knew exactly how to push Stewart's buttons. It was almost as if she had a whole profile on him right in front of her. She literally took Stewart and totally changed him. This turned him around 180 degrees. First, she got him to refuse the publicity. Then she got him to believe that the incidents he remembered were real, but were only in his mind. According to this account, Stewart was never physically anywhere. She maintains a theory that there are no physical abductions, only mental ones. She prepared him for prison, and he called her every day during this period. She literally became his manager and was talking to Stewart more than his own wife. Finally, he went to federal penitentiary in Ashland, Kentucky. This woman, we call Mary Snodgrass in the book, Marion Shenefield, when Stewart was out of jail and wrote the Healer's Handbook, she sent a threatening letter saying that he had stole that information from her.
Oh my God.
And I wrote back right away and said, I'm very interested in maintaining the integrity of my authors. Please provide any information that substantiates what you say. If I don't hear from you in such and such a time, 2 weeks, I will consider, your comments to be spurious.
Thank you. Yes. Very good. And very professional.
I have to do this. So anyway, I get a letter back about 2 months later from a lawyer that obviously she, had right to me. He's doing her a favor. And he says, of course, the fact that we haven't responded has no legal merit, blah, 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 blah. It's like, he's telling me that we have no legal merit and basically tells me that I'm wrong. And that's the last I ever heard.
Of course. That was basically, I'm surprised they even went that far to show how seriously she took it. I mean, of course, she was not legally obligated to respond to you at all and could have just left. But the fact that she went so far as to do that is mind-boggling.
Yeah, and but I'm saying so, so she turned on Stewart.
I'm sure many people have. I mean, I'm sure that's been a common theme in his life.
well, okay. So
I know how it feels, by the way, as you well know.
So anyway, and then in the narrative of Preston telling what happened with me, he's telling what happened with me, but it's really me doing the writing here. I was skeptical that Stewart had any connection to Montauk at all, or that it was that big of a deal. I thought that the Christ story had great dramatic and mythological value, whether it was true or not. And it was much deeper than I expected. In the autumn of '92, the Montauk Project's only out, barely, not even 6 months. Al Bielek calls me and tells me that he's coming to Long Island. He wanted to know if there might be any speaking engagements, even with extremely short notice. I would make a few phone calls. I call this woman, Elaine Donald, whose real name is Ellie Crystal, the one who introduced Stewart to Preston. I didn't know her, but I had her business card and knew she organized lectures. She informed me that she had too much UFO subject matter and that Al wouldn't fit in with her current program. But she asked questions. She asked me about the Montauk book and wanted to know if I knew Stewart. I said that I didn't, but she said that Stewart was a very dear friend. She wanted me to come to her place which was in Brooklyn, because she had some things to say she couldn't share over the phone. So I visited her. We went out and had something at a restaurant. She was very, very impressed with the Montauk Project book in terms of its commercialism, in terms of how nice it looked and this and that. She was very impressed with that.
Cool.
Which I noticed.
Which your wife took a lot of credit for, right?
Deservedly so. Not to minimize my own efforts, but but the thing was, it was like, she was, she could feel the commerce of it. Peter, meaning me, visited her and we got to know each other a bit. She wanted to know what I knew about Stewart. And I just told her about the Christ story. I didn't know any of the details of the embezzlement. I knew nothing about Stewart except the Christ story. She said all of the things he came up with were under the influence of Prozac, and that he wanted nothing to do with Montauk. First, she insisted that his name not be used in the book. And I readily agreed to this but she went a step further and said that none of the information he came up should be used either. Because she's telling me what to put in the book, which is kind of aggressive.
Yeah.
It was all under hallucination or delusion. She's trying to convince me. She said that I should call him in prison and that he could then tell me personally that the Montauk information was all fabrication or delusion, at least as far as it concerned him. I said that I didn't know him, and I have no way of knowing if the person on the other end of the phone was actually him, because I don't know him. And I wasn't interested in talking to him because it wouldn't prove anything anyway. Then she insisted that I call this woman, Marianne Shenefield, the therapist who worked with him. And then I began to feel something was very strange going on. They're trying to steer my viewpoint.
Yeah.
And I'm not even thinking Stewart has anything to do with anything. I'm skeptical. I'm not buying Stewart's involvement. They're making me think Stewart's involved because of the way they're acting. They were going to a lot of trouble to convince me that he's an unfortunate soul who had been on Prozac and was heavily manipulated at the hands of Preston. The final straw came when this woman pointed out to me, when I pointed out to her that Stewart could have been brainwashed in prison.
Right.
And then she says she was assured by the prison guards that he was not brainwashed.
Oh, yeah, you could take that word.
That was the final straw for me. How can you say anything so stupid?
Oh, my God.
This was her proof. And I was amused. I commented to her that it was good evidence, as prison guards have impeccable reputations. She agrees and carries on with the conversation, but she missed my sarcasm. And she lost all credibility in my eyes, which she would later, substantiate with her stupid letter years later. After I get off the phone with this woman, I explained to Ellie that they were digging a deeper hole the more they talked. I even warned them that I might go all out to prove all of this did happen as a result of their trying to convince me. She then blurts out that Stewart speaks 8 languages, and that when his briefcase was confiscated by the CIA en route to Israel, it had been a case of mistaken identity. She just says this. Well, he speaks 8 languages, and that when the briefcase was confiscated by the CIA en route to Israel, it had been a case of mistaken identity. I knew nothing about Stewart being involved with the CIA or Israel, and was amazed to hear that he spoke so many languages. Wow, what are they telling me? This guy is an asset, and then some. It occurred to me that she might have been programmed or been told to deal with some trip Stan took to Israel for the CIA, because it just came out of her mouth. Right. It was just told me that very strange business was going on. And I called Preston, and I insisted on visiting him and Al the next day and wanted to know the full scoop on what happened with Stewart. I knew nothing about Stewart other than the Christ story. And now, I tape recorded what they told me, and this is what came out, this whole story. So I still hadn't met Stewart at this point. Now, what I did do to honor all of them, I wrote to Stewart in prison and asked whether or not he stood by his previous information and wanted his real name in this book. I received a strange reply less than a month later. In a carefully worded letter, Stewart disavowed any of the information that he had given me. Further, he held me up to ridicule and held up Preston to ridicule and did not want to be associated with the book in any way. Curiously, he indicated that he had learned the real truth behind the so-called Montauk Project and said that he would someday reveal it. If this is so, we'd like to know exactly what he learned and who taught it to him. Stewart's letter was read by a few psychics. Although none of them denied that brainwashing did occur, none of them focused on that point. They all focused on the point that Stan was a deeply disturbed individual and had guilt associated with the project. I would speak to this Marianne Shennefield once again and would find out that Stewart was a model inmate. He was teaching the other prisoners and served in a leadership role. Ironically, it was the same sort of supervisory job that he described for himself at Montauk. He was eventually put on probation. Now, eventually Stewart would emerge from prison, and he would say that the whole letter was a setup. Preston and him had agreed that if it was a genuine response, it would be in his own handwriting. If it was a toe the line party response, it would be typed, and it was typed. So Stewart knew, but he said we should still keep his name out of the book. It doesn't matter if I put his name in the book now.
Right.
But it did then.
Yes.
So this was, Stuart Swerdlow. I mean, he sat on the shelf for years in jail, and then he got out of jail. I mean, he was in there for quite a while.
Comparatively speaking.
Because I met him right about the time I got divorced, 98, 97. Right. So he was in there for a long time.
Right.
And then when he got out, he told a different story.
Right.
And certainly, but, the Geraldo story, Geraldo supposedly backed out when he was going to talk about Montauk. Mm-hmm. So it suggests that, there was a line between Aquino and Geraldo.
Yes. And you want to hear something even more bizarre that fits into this vaguely? You remember what I told you about, you were there, you saw it yourself. The library that I worked in became purchased and used by the Institute on Aging, which are the people who process myself for my Meals on Wheels. And when I was reevaluated for such, as I said, there was this old gay guy who took over the reevaluation since all the young people the interns aren't working for them anymore ever since COVID. And he told me, this guy's near retirement, he's past really caring, and so the reevaluation went easily. But he was telling me that this is what he said. And, these things just come out in these long conversations you have with people while they process things like this. And I was telling him about the Presidio, and he suddenly, came up and said, I was born in New York, and he said, I grew up as one of the New York lords, what they used to call them, I guess some kind of in-group or something. Sounded like some hip crowd, I guess. And
it's like watch the Bowery Boys movies to get an understanding of what he's talking about.
Got it. And he said that
it's tough street kids.
I guess. And he said, and one of my fellow lords was Geraldo Rivera. And he was saying, he had what we used to call the talk, T-A-W-K, the talk, that he had the talk. And then he started bringing up, I'm disgusted with what Geraldo's become. And he started going into that. And of course, there was nothing I would disagree with when anybody speaks about how disgusted they are with Geraldo Rivera. But isn't that bizarre? How's that for a bizarre connection? That, connects back to Aquino through what we're discussing now, which brings us back to the library owned by the Institute on Aging that this guy works for. Is that not all, the world is beyond small.
This is the thing. It's like, the world becomes small.
Yeah.
And,
it's incestuous. It's beyond small. It's downright incestuous.
It is. And so, see, Stewart doesn't become a claim to fame person until he gets out of jail. And then he starts trying to promote himself, and he doesn't really get off the ground until I do the book.
Off the ground. You launched him.
Yeah. And I thought it was very important that his story be told. there's two reasons why I did his book. Number one is I thought he is proof that the Montauk Project did in some form occur. And I thought that this was relevant and it should be done. Second of all, it's the only damn manuscript I was ever given in the history of my career that was comprehensible and worthy of publication just in terms of the writing. It needed editing, but it was, you know, it was a story that was understandable, comprehensible, and sellable. Two important ingredients. Now, it doesn't mean it's true. It doesn't mean it's not true. But it was like, wow, okay, I can do the story. Because what was I trying to prove at that point? The Montauk Project. Well, you know, we know. And of course, he's been involved in controversy ever since.
Right.
But it's okay.
And it's just, I just feel so sad about the severance. It was just kind of like, that's a case where he kind of turned on you, the way I feel about it.
Well, you know, it's like, as I say, everybody has a shelf life, and he helped me. I mean, it was more him, him and Preston had a big falling out.
Okay.
I never really had any argument with him. He just stopped communicating with me. I communicate with his wife about business stuff. You know, we've always been congenial. We were quite close at one point. And we still talk, and we'll talk a little bit of shop now and then, or more write it, not so much talk. But yeah, it's like, it was very clear he wasn't going to be an asset to me.
Right.
In terms of helping me with anything. But you know.
Well, he was helpful after your divorce. That's what was important.
He was very helpful for me. Yeah. During the divorce or whatever. He was very helpful to me. But, you know, my ex-wife even went to him and tried to get his support to fight against me. You know, she told him he should fight against me, which he thought was absurd. Because I was helping him, you know. But anyway, that's all, you know. I'm doing fine, you know, and I'm more concerned about my work with you.
Thank you.
Yeah, but so anyway, you know, this is the story of Stuart and what happened. There was very deep stuff that occurred, and I explained the dream I had with Duncan last week. I won't go back into that. But now, this book gets into alien treaties. And Preston says he made an interesting discovery in 1992. And this has to do with, he says, there are legends of treaties between the government and different alien groups. He calls them legends. These treaties are referred to as legends because there are no copies to show you. I'm not even sure if they exist. I tell you what I have heard through the grapevine from countless conversations. The pertinent point, and the only reason he mentions it, is that these legends will serve to help understand the nature of what has occurred with the development of the electronic transistor. The first treaty between aliens and the U.S. government was supposedly signed in 1913. I don't have any information on it other than it involved World War I. The second treaty was signed somewhere around 1945 to 1947. This was supposed to be an alien technology exchange of some kind. Rumor indicated this exchange was with aliens that referred to themselves as the K Group. The K Group had been alarmed by the dropping of the atom bomb. Sound like anybody you know? And wanted the world to disarm from nuclear weapons.
Oh, God.
They apparently feared what mankind might do. There was an agreement that nuclear devices would be abandoned in return for other technology. Who has this technology? of course, this treaty was not adhered to by the humans, and the K group totally abandoned us. So here you have an open window between the lines of Preston talking about aliens, classifying it as a legend. Who's the K group? Could it be SEBs? This is a derogatory term that Jewish people I know would refer to Japanese as SEBs, slant-eyed bastards.
Oh my God.
That's what they call SEBs.
Oh, that's awful.
But anyway, could this be the Japanese that are? I'll read this again.
Got it.
The second treaty is signed somewhere between 1945 to 1947. Supposed to be an alien technology exchange. Rumor said this was the K group. K group could be anything.
Right.
They were alarmed at the dropping of the atom bomb and wanted the world to disarm from nuclear weapons, fearing what mankind might do. An agreement that nuclear devices would be abandoned in return for other technology. Of course, it wasn't adhered to, and I guess the technology dried up. The third treaty happened when the Hegelian Greys came and contacted the government. These Greys said they could help us, but they wanted us to help them as well. They desired certain technology. According to what I'm told, this treaty was agreed upon sometime between 1951 and 1954. Sound familiar?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. We are currently under this treaty, although the Greys have violated it from time to time. I believe that alien contact was made in 1946 because of the document which you will see on page 132 entitled The Surface Barrier Transistor. Notice that it uses the term crystal valves in 1946. They were subsequently called semiconductor triodes. Finally, in 1948, the devices became known as transistors. This is where my discovery about the transistor begins. So now this gets really interesting. Now, so all of that is just in all the wording, and this is Preston's wording. I might polish up the English of it a little bit, but that's Preston's the one being careful about what he's saying, not me. Yeah. The history of the transistor begins with a corporation known as the ET Company. It was a fully legal and valid corporation and came into being in the 1950s. You can see their logo on page 131. There is a gentleman I know who did some lab work at the ET Company, about 60 or 61, refers to him as Clark, who I know, mentioned in the Montauk Project. He generally believes about 90% of what Clark tells him because his stories are sometimes quite fantastic. Clark once told him an interesting story about the ET Company. He said that he worked under a gentleman, Herman Anapole, who was also an instructor at RCA Institute, now called the Technical Careers Institute. Anapole had sworn on a stack of Bibles that in about 1952 or 53, Philco had acquired a government contract from the Navy to set up a special area in the back of the Philco lab. There was extremely high security in this area. Tall, thin men dressed in black trench coats were observed to enter the secure area. They also wore odd hats that draped over their faces, leaving holes for two eyes, but little else. Anapole swore to Clark that when they took off their coats and hats, they were actually 5-foot grays. These aliens taught the personnel to produce a crystal amplifier that became known as the surface barrier transistor. In an attempt to verify Clark's story, I called the Technical Careers Institute and discovered there was actually a Herman Anapole. He taught transistors and at one time was fully employed at the ET Company. He eventually retired, started teaching, and worked part-time in the ET Company. So far, Clark's story held together, but it didn't prove alien involvement. It had to be taken with a grain of salt, but I did file it away. It would prove very significant when a new development took place. So here, Preston is not owning the aliens.
Right.
saying that he's told it's aliens, but he doesn't own it. And Preston is somebody who believed in aliens.
Interesting.
But he doesn't own the story. In 1984, he took apart stuff from the Montauk transmitter, 300 solid-state transistors hooked up into the transmitter. This is surprising because transistors do not lend themselves well to esoteric technology. Those are vacuum tubes.
Right.
He wouldn't have expected any solid-state devices to be placed in the analog path of the transmitter. So he yanks out all the transistor boards and takes them home, pulls them off their mounts and looks at them with a magnifying glass and records the number on the transistor and looked it up in the transistor manual. It said type B. Going to the legend, he sees that SB means surface barrier. What the hell is a surface barrier? He'd never heard of it. And he's in electronics his whole life. He digs up a paper that's 50 pages long. Then he tries to find one. He couldn't find one. Then in 1992, I'm now on the scene. He receives a call from Dr. O. Dr. O is a brilliant naturopath and an expert with cures for AIDS through the use of ozone. Dr. O is the one who introduced me to ozone. He showed up at a Long Island Psychotronics meeting out of the blue and informed us all about the conspiracy concerning AIDS in the medical profession. Dr. O invites him to meet a friend of his by the name of Joe Petone, whose real name is Joe Petito, a senior executive at Orion Diversified Technologies. Dr. O thought it would be good for Joe and Preston to meet each other. Okay, so Orion Diversified, Orion sent shivers up to anybody at that time because of the alien overlay that had been humanity. Orion was where the Draco were from. So it was creepy. There was Orion Pictures. So, it's like, so it was like, and I ended up in the middle of all this. Mrs. Preston was escorted around the plant and saw a mountain of transistors, diodes, and other electronic instruments. Lo and behold, he sees literally millions of surface barrier transistor. He looked for these for years. Now he sees them. He's brought over by Dr. O, who spoke fluid Russian, and I believe him to be a KGB asset/agent. Right. I told Joe that I was interested in them as they involved esoteric technology and they would prove useful. He said that he could possibly make some arrangement. He takes them home and puts them on a tester. They check out being what they said. And then when Duncan comes over to see the transistors, he looks at the front page of the catalog that he had from Joe, and it says the ET Company. And Duncan thinks this is a joke. ET is meant to stand for extraterrestrial. He says, no, that's the real name of the company. Suddenly, he remembered what his friend Clark had said about working for the ET Company. He calls him immediately. Yeah, that's the name of the company I work for. All along, Clark had been giving him more information than the papers on the surface barrier transistor revealed. He obviously knew more. This also validated his story that he had actually worked on them in the 1960s. He analyzed and tested them. Clark also related stories from that era. He said that the company joke of the day was that ET stood for extraterrestrial. He reminded him of the Herman Annapolis story saying that aliens had worked on the transistors. Clark swore that the Annapolis had indeed said this was true. Duncan does a reading on the transistors and says that they are the key to opening the time barrier. There was also free energy, sometimes referred to as tachyon energy, in the transistor. In addition to Duncan, he calls Al Bielek to do a reading. Doesn't tell anything to Al, and says they went right back to the alien technology exchange. He said the original alien device was in a plastic package about a half an inch in diameter and had 8 leads coming out of it. It consisted of 6 of these surface barrier transistors ganged together in one packet. He says that literally that the aliens had come to us because they were having reliability troubles with things in their craft. Now, this is totally absurd. The aliens are having troubles with their craft, so they're coming to human beings. The SBTs drove the levitation of the power crystal. Now it all began to make sense. A spacecraft requires free energy and control of gravitational waves. If you're dealing with these factors, you've literally got to have an opening into space and time. This is where the SBT fits in.
Okay.
It is also interesting to note that while he was pronouncing Joe's name incorrectly, that Clark corrected him on the pronunciation. He must have been calling him Joe Petito. It was Joe Petito. This convinced me, and my daughter used to hear me talking about Joe Petito when she was young. She called him Joe Potato. She thought it was so funny. Joe Potato. This convinced me completely that Clark had worked at the ET company and that he, in fact, knew Joe. Clark asked that I not mention him to Joe. I went back to see Joe and said that I had a friend who worked at the ET company. I told him the story about the initials of ET standing for extraterrestrial, asked if it's true, and he got almost bug-eyed. He was silent and bug-eyed for about a minute. I knew then that I'd struck a nerve. He finally admitted that it had been a major rumor. He said that he didn't know if it was true. 2 hours later, he goes up to him again and says, is the alien involvement in ET company true? Yes, it is, Preston. So he goes further into Joe Petito's involvement with the ET company. Now, it was a real company. The stationery's put in the book. I saw the stationery. It was obviously a lark, but and then he calls the company Orion Diversified. It emerges out of bankruptcy, and Joe is the major stockholder. He says Joe claims that his daughter made up the name Orion for the company. Let me see here. The Navy is heavily involved.
Of course.
I'm running out of time here, and then it gets into Shockley and Osborne. One of Bill Burns' favorite subjects is Shockley and Osborne. They are pivotal characters in the history of technology, and as Bill Burns would say, aliens. The key scientists at Bell Labs were Shockley, Pearson, and Hayes, and Osborne headed a group marketing the transistor. Surface barrier comes out in 1948. This is all it beautifully dovetails with everything I've learned from you.
Thank you.
But it's, carefully worded.
Yes.
The Navy, Western Electric was a major contractor to the Navy for the Philadelphia experiment. Osborne had actually helped to start up and then spin off a manufacturing division of Western Electric. The name Electronic Transistor Company was incorporated at the outset because they didn't want to be accused of having a monopoly as Western Electric. Electronic Transistor Company. They had to make up the name transistor. The E, they wanted to call it ET. The name of the company would be changed. Osborne handled the business. They wanted to market this technology, supposedly believing that alien contact was going to be common news after a few years. When that happened, the name of the company would be changed to the Extraterrestrial Company, and they would have a monopoly on that name. Osborne wanted to play on that, but they weren't going to call it extraterrestrial to start off with. So they couldn't claim they were ET based, so they barnstormed for names that used the initials ET. The E was easy. That could stand for electronic.
Right.
T required a little more imagination. A crystal valve is sort of like a translator and sort of like a resistor. So the word translator doesn't quite fit. Instead, they made up the word transistor, translator, and resistor because it starts with a T.
Well, that's fascinating, but they could have simply said technology, as in electronic technology, without getting so creative. Oh my God. Yes.
Well, so we had the electronic transistor company,
yes.
the T company.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
And I think we should at some point create some kind of volume that pairs these books so that backup is there for what I say as well.
Well, it's like Preston's story only feeds what you've taught us, and it's because he told it responsibly.
Yes.
To the best of his ability.
Yes.
He wasn't making stuff up. I mean, did he believe in aliens? Certainly he did. He talked to them.
I mean, he credited them with his genius, right? Didn't he say, or even his dad kind of said he was different before?
Yeah, definitely. He was taught. As the transistor industry developed, the government continued to make atomic bombs and built up the nuclear arsenal. Eventually, the K group showed up, and they were understandably very upset. They wanted to know what was going on. The K group was told by the government that nuclear weapons were needed to keep the upper hand in the world situation. They wanted to have their cake and eat it too. Atomic power and alien technology exchange meant not only military domination of the world, but superior electronic technology. The K group was not pleased and left. Fortunately for us, they were not hostile. The government's decisions in these matters is certainly open to criticism. However, their choices had been complicated by the Roswell crash of 1947. There, the military had discovered human body parts in an alien craft.
Oh, well, what a surprise. Yes.
This was not the K group, but Truman was reported to be very upset. What were these advanced beings doing with human body parts? The Roswell craft was studied, at least what was left of it. There were actually two crafts, and one was somewhat intact. They learned that frequencies the aliens communicated at. They learned what frequencies the aliens communicated at, and also some of the alien language.
Yeah.
Origato.
Yeah,
origato,
that's what I was about to say. Thank you. They could order from a Japanese restaurant now. Yes, they.
Radio transmitters were turned on, and the military kept sending out the communications. We want to talk to you, alien. We want to talk to you, Carl Sagan. Billions and billions of you. We want to talk to you. The next thing that happened was that the sightings became more numerous and craft were seen flying about Washington. The aliens indicated a willingness to talk, and there was a meeting. Truman wanted to know why they were picking up body parts. I believe the aliens gave an excuse. They might have said something to the effect that they were trying to clone a human. Biofax simulacrum.
Except organic. Come on.
An agreement was reached that included the technology exchange. The aliens had trouble with some of the equipment on their ships, and they wanted to find someone in the galaxy who could produce equipment for them. In the galaxy, the equipment primarily consisted of surface barrier transistors. The aliens could receive a cheap and effective labor source, and the humans would get alien technology. That is the point in the story where the Rigelian Greys appear in the plant. The story I got from Joe was that the production of the SBTs would stop, start up again, stop, and follow this sort of pattern.
You notice that there's actually conflation here of the 1,000-Year Reich in exile and its UFOs buzzing Washington with the Japanese. So the Axis in action, and Japan and the Axis were both still aligned in war against the United States till 1952. So you know, it's functionally they are the same power in a sense. So yes, by all means, continue. I mean, you know, honestly, I understand what you mean by running out of time. It's more like I'm sure you did a lot today, so I can tell. You know, I'm sure you're tired, but you know, go on for as long as you wish.
More. I'll just wrap this thread up. So basically, Joe has all these SBTs in storage, and he doesn't know what the hell to do with them.
Right.
Now they're highly classified. This is like there's a whole big fight out between the Navy and whatever, and the government. So why are they just sitting in his place? And Joe was very sensitive to classified stuff. I remember one time I was going to publish a photo, had nothing to do with his stuff. He says, be very careful of this. Don't publish this photo.
Wow.
I could have cared less. I didn't do it. But, you know, it was like, you know, this is where you can get in trouble. You know, the keys are...
By the way, I personally would say
I like what he says here.
Yeah, go on.
He says, I also discovered that the SBT had healing properties that were even stronger than the tachyon energy beads that are popular in Japan.
Wouldn't you know it?
He wants to get some transistors from Joe, and he wants to barter with him with his engineering work for transistors. Within a short time, a bushel of transistors were missing from his warehouse. And it says, what happens next continues an even stranger story. It is best not told by myself. That's where I enter the fold, because I get in the middle of this missing bushel of transistors. But the way I get introduced to Joe is I get a call from Preston saying, hey, someone's interested in doing a movie. So the book was hardly in the stores at that point. And I said, where's the interest coming from? He says, it's from Joe Petito and a certain Dr. O. This sounded almost comical to me, as these are far from being professional movie makers. Preston also told me that a major director had read the book and the projected cost was $50 million. And Joe is worth $50 million on paper. He owns many different companies. I'm still saying, why does somebody with $50 million want to invest in a risky adventure like a motion picture?
Thank you.
So I was very suspicious.
It's what you should have been.
And I was already suspicious of Joe because of Preston's story about the transistor. So I'm concerned that the movie will never be released. I'm not buying it, but I do go down to meet him. Joe Petito had come to a psychotronics meeting, but and Dr. O came up, but Dr. O wouldn't tell me his name. He wouldn't tell me where he lived, only that he came from Florida. And he was very security conscious about the ozone machines. So that's why, and of course I got to know Dr. O very well. Let me see. Now, apparently, he gets to know, Joe Petito got to know Dr. O by advising him how to publish a manuscript he had written. Joe found him to be the most knowledgeable person he'd ever met as far as effective treatments against bodily afflictions. His information resulted in medical miracles for me and my family as well.
Okay.
So Dr. O shows up out of the blue and introduces Preston to Joe Petito. And he just happens to have all these surface barrier transistors, something Preston had been wanting for years.
Incredible.
So I begin to confront Dr. O. I said, this is too much of a coincidence. And he just laughs and says, oh, Joe's a regular guy. He doesn't have any strange connections. He's minimizing it. And he says that Joe was a boarder in his mother's house when they were much younger. He supposedly knew him when they were kids, knew each other when they were kids. Joe Petito is like a lawyer for the mafia. He's a mob lawyer. He's very congenial. He's not part of the hit squad. He owns all these companies. And he's just hysterical guy. He's very funny. Very sexual to the point where he crosses the line. And I'm not talking about towards me. I once brought one of my friends over there to meet him. And he's looking at me like, wow, where'd you get this? Where'd you get this girl? Like, where'd you get her? Where'd you get her? Do you have more? He immediately, kind of implies that she's like my babe or something. She's just my friend.
Well, he's commodified her. He looks at her as a commodity.
Oh yeah, totally. He's like he's all excited, and he'd tell sexual stories about being him and these guys in some restaurant in New Jersey, which was obviously a mob restaurant, getting served under the table by this woman, just it's.
I hope he didn't relate this in front of her.
No. This was just with me and Preston and somebody else.
Okay.
It's like, so we have this meeting to set up to talk about the movie rights. I said he's in his 70s. He looks good for his age at that point. He could be quite a gentleman and a great storyteller. But then he was interested in acquiring the rights to the movie and showing it on his balance sheet as an asset for reasons that are too complex to go into. A quick payout could probably have been arranged, but neither Preston nor myself were too eager to make it. He made it clear that he was not a movie maker, but that he had connections to Orion Pictures. And I point out that Orion Pictures was under Chapter 11 bankruptcy, which I'd read in the paper. Wow. He acknowledged this was true and told an interesting story. And then he talks about Orion Diversified, which he owns, emerging out of Chapter 11 after court proceedings on April 29th. Similar date there to the Emperor's birthday. Right. The next court docket that day was Orion Pictures entering Chapter 11. So as he's emerging with Orion Diversified, Orion Pictures is entering Chapter 11 on the same court docket. He claimed there were no connections between the two companies. Evidently there were. The synchronicity was odd. He also happens to know executives at Orion Pictures. He then went into the possibilities and options in detail and definitely acted like he was knowledgeable. He said that if he couldn't get involved in it directly, he would at least help us make the best deal possible. Now, but what was very odd about all of this, he then invited me and Preston down to a sex farm in Virginia.
Oh my God.
He says, you come down here, you bring your wife, you can bring your girlfriend. They'll take care of anything you want. And we'll discuss the movie. Now, does that sound like a business?
He's trying to compromise discussion? You, obviously.
Yeah, it's like I said, neither Preston and I were interested.
Good.
So but there are certainly people that would go for that.
That's sad. Yeah, because they're naive. And they would just be filmed and compromised.
Well, perhaps worse, perhaps drugged.
Yes.
And end up with your ass up in the air like Stewart did. Now, where this story goes is, Preston's supposed to be paid and get the SBTs, but then all of a sudden there's a misunderstanding, and a bunch of these SBTs disappear. And they suspected Preston of having taken transistors.
Oh my God.
And Preston understood that he was supposed to get these in lieu of payment. Preston was mystified. So he asked me to go to Dr. O, who I'd become very friendly with, and asked me to talk to him to get a feel for Joe's position on these stolen SBTs.
Is this the Dr. Joe they ultimately framed and got into prison because, of course, that's someone else I'm thinking of.
Oh, he ended up in prison. I invited Dr. O over to my house, and it got real weird. He says, we're sitting out in the backyard, and he says, I've been reading the Montauk Pioneer, and I noticed a review of the Montauk Project in it. The Montauk Pioneer is a small weekly with an extremely limited circulation. And I said, how did you get a copy of that paper? Because it's only out on the East End, which is, over 2 hours away. He says, he told me that he got it out at Montauk. I said, what the hell are you doing out there? He says, I go out there all the time.
Of course.
2.5 hours. Why? He said he liked to pick the grapes out there because they are excellent.
Yeah, that's so.
And I point to an abundance of grapes in my own yard. And I said, you can come over here and pick these anytime you want. A little sour, but, here's your grapes. They were no different than the grapes at Montauk. They grew off the fence.
Yeah.
They were not something I cultivated. They just grew naturally. Dr. O then surprised me again by telling me that he goes out there to visit his wife. Now, I said, this is odd because his wife lived with him and her job was nearby. Why would she go out to Montauk? He says she likes to go out there, rent a motel, and just visit because it was so nice. It doesn't make any sense. I would find out later that there was a woman who fit her description who worked as a bartender at the base at the time it was functioning. She had the same first name and was the same age, but I've not been able to establish whether they're one and the same person. She finally had to distance herself from him because, I met her. She was nice. She wasn't like him at all. He had kids that were regular American kids. I might have met one, but I never really knew them. I said, it's extremely odd that you show up out of nowhere and happen to connect up Preston with Orion Diversified and all these top secret transistors. He emphatically denied that there was anything unusual or secret about Joe Petito. I also point out that Joe had connections to the carding industry, garbage industry, which is, mafia. Dr. O acknowledged that Joe had connections in this regard, but that he clearly stayed away from any illegal activities. He's the lawyer. He doesn't have to. He also said that Joe was a heavy mover and shaker as far as politics were concerned and could get things done. But he wouldn't bite at the idea that this was all very strange. I was very frank and told him that I'd even asked a psychic friend of mine to read on Dr. O's involvement. The psychic indicated that Dr. O was a dupe and was being used on some level. He thought that was amusing and said that maybe he was a dupe and maybe it was all being done in an alternate reality. And so this became a running joke between me and him, calling him a dupe. Right. And he said, maybe I am a dupe. He was of the opinion that Preston had stolen the transistors. The psychic backed this up. She said, when I asked about Preston, she says, he stole those transistors. She liked Preston, but she said, he stole those transistors.
Wow.
And Dr. O said, although it was not their intention to do so, he said that Preston could be put in jail. And I said, I thought this was hilarious because if the transistors were contraband, a court case could get very messy.
Right.
It was very emotional and very weird, not so much for me, but for Preston and them too. It was like contradictory sides. The only difference is that Preston was willing to consider all possibilities. He was distraught and wanted answers. Orion, on the other hand, through the mouthpiece of Dr. O, was very coy. Their position with Preston was that Preston was just making things up. So it seemed that they were hiding something. Now, at one point in the conversation with Dr. O, I told him of an encounter Preston had during this time period. One night, Preston returned to his house to find a man waiting in a car. The man claimed to be from the government. He told Preston that they wanted him back. They had lost most of their time capability, and while they could view different times on monitors, they could not keep things stable enough for traveling purposes. Preston told him that he had been screwed over once before and didn't want to have anything to do with it. The man was not forceful, but left an open invitation. I then told Dr. O that Preston had received an offer from the government to purchase the SBTs at a price of $25 per transistor. I did not think that Dr. O would believe me, but he fired back that Orion had been offered about $13 per transistor. Now, this is weird. So instead of saying Preston's full of shit, he says, no, we can get $13 a transistor. The government buying back material that they could supposedly confiscate. Preston does not remember the offer from the government, although I have it in my notes. So Preston told me they were going to purchase it, but he didn't remember. He couldn't back it up, but I definitely heard him say it. Wow. This was all very weird.
Certainly, and definitely thank you for sharing all of this with us. I mean, this is fascinating, and of course it puts so much in perspective, and as you said, really does dovetail with so much of what I've exposed, and therefore is I'm so glad that people are buying these books in sets. It's that really helps that they do that.
That's why I offered it to you and to your audience, because it's like, here we're writing this book. We're all going on the best we can with the information we have, but it doesn't contradict your story. It actually validates it.
Yes.
In its way.
Yes.
In its own way, because he wasn't making assertions. He's filling in and fitting it in. The pattern is so deceptively elaborate. Yeah. And then we have this guy, Felix, I forget his last name, who did this video on C-SPAN. I think it's in 2017, where he takes apart the UFO mythos, the conspiracy mythos of America over, half a century and beyond. And he has people discussing it rationally as tropes and memes, stories and ideas, and he talks about the abductions and it's like, wow, he says, we had time travel in 1954, according to the government. Government had time travel in 1954. He does not mention the Montauk Project, which is certainly, how could you be a professor on conspiracy and not know about the Montauk Project? Right. You have to.
Right.
My book has been studied in universities. It's been courses in universities, or part of the curriculum, not solely. Just like I read Dune in high school.
Yes.
Read The Time Machine in high school.
Right.
I would have read the Montauk Project if I was in high school. Yeah. But I mean, under the science fiction class. So, there's the point of learning where everybody is open-minded and learning. What we don't have in his lecture is we don't have Peter Moon or Preston Nichols. We don't have Ong's Hat or Joe Matheny. And we certainly don't have Douglas Dietrich. And we certainly don't have Michael Aquino.
Right.
So I think all of those names needing to go together now.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it's like this is what is missing. And you could see that if these kids read the book, they would look at it and have an open mind and discuss it. They're not going to be denying it. They're not going to be accepting it. But the more they read it and understand it, the more they're going to accept it, or at least use some of the information that they can understand as fodder.
Right.
For analyzing the data of what's going on in the world. So that was very interesting, and I actually saw it on TV. Sometimes they'll give interesting lectures, and he mentions Roswell, but he's missing
so much, I'm sure.
Missing. He does say certain things, like he'll say, it kind of fell away till 1979. Roswell kind of went away. He mentions Barney and Betty Hill. Mm-hmm. And then he says, well, Roswell kind of faded away until 1979, which is, of course, true, when Aquino was resurrecting it.
That's right.
Yeah, so it's you see what is lacking. It fills a void, and this is what's missing. This is what's missing, and of course, and all of these themes go into deeper magic.
Yes,
as they say, when I'm doing Montauk Revisited, it's not just about, this is part of what I was living through. The idea of aliens at Montauk, certainly the overlays, the consciousness that went with them, whatever those thoughts were. I certainly wasn't encountering Greys or Draco. But, Preston always said one thing. He said, the one thing he said about the aliens, he says, never say this publicly, but the aliens are directly tied to the Catholic Church.
Interesting.
He didn't want to say that because he thought that too many people would come after us. Mm-hmm. He was very conscious of, the Catholic Church. He grew up Catholic. But, the Catholics were abusers. He's probably really alluding to programming. Mm-hmm. And, maybe the Cho-Cho were priest specimens. I don't know.
Interesting.
It's...
Well, do remember that France held the entire French Indochina, which Cambodia was a part of, and Laos, and that the Cho would have been accessible to the Catholic French, who remember that many people thought that John F. Kennedy was, as a Roman Catholic, got America involved in Vietnam to protect the Catholic family, the dynasty that ruled Vietnam, and their imposition almost of Catholicism as a state religion, which was why the Buddhist monks were setting themselves on fire. So an interesting...
I didn't know that, but he also okayed the assassination on the president of Vietnam.
Yes, Diem, the original Diem, that's right.
Was he the Catholic?
No, the Catholic was the dynasty that took over after that, I believe.
Okay. Oh, boy, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. And so it's certainly there we are. I mean, so that's probably where Preston was coming from, and so that makes much more sense. Then again,
it could get very complicated and very, very actually expository as well. What did he actually mean? Because Preston used to clean off the Greys with Lysol because they stunk so bad. So, he had pretty weird
memories. I could imagine the Cho, which I could imagine with the Cho, by the way.
Yeah. You got a point there.
Yeah.
You got a point there. But what I want to say is this Montauk Revisited, so much of it is, and I forgot so much of this because I'm re-editing this and going through the experiences with Stuart and the way all this stuff surfaced. It's like I'm developing a story here. And Montauk Revisited is kind of what information I had. I wasn't sitting on tons of information I didn't put in the book. That evolved. I mean, and I'd like to rewrite this book, but I'm going to leave it as it is so it can maintain the integrity in its own time and place. But what I would add to it is the additional information I found out about the Cameron family that's in the Black Sun, additional stuff that's in Synchronicity in the Seventh Seal, and additional stuff about Hubbard in my book, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity, which includes information you shared with me about, Hubbard's involvement with British intelligence.
Yes.
But the thing is, as I begin to investigate Montauk, I'm not only going through these weird experiences and corroborations that there was a project, but that the Wilsons and Cameron's, and it all runs back to Marjorie Cameron, which is a goddess, which is the goddess consciousness, the pagan consciousness, and she's like, and from one perspective, she's like the daughter of Tetragrammaton, of Crowley's work. She's the focal point of Crowley's work. She thinks, and she's the manifestation of Babylon. And the Wilson synchronicities go even deeper in the other books. So it's, and then they also lead to the revelation that there were pyramids at Montauk.
Right.
Yeah, and so it's like, in pharaohs, all goes, you know, it's all this sort of coming back to different points that keep resurfacing, and you know, telling me that I'm on a trail.
Yes.
It's not the right trail, it's consistent trail. And I can tell you when I felt well, certain moments, just like I had that moment with your mom in the car plane. And I was just talking to about that the other day, about that incident. But, you know, there were moments when, as they say, I'm driving away from psychotronics. I think it was after that first night, saying, now I know why I came to Long Island. It's like, wow, this is why I came to Long Island, of all places. And it's become my permanent home. Then there was another moment when I was going to visit Cameron. Mm-hmm. I was driving from Anaheim at the Anaheim Convention Center, and her number, I'd already called her, was 6606. I'm driving probably on the Golden State Highway, and I'm going, I'm on the right trail. I know I'm on the right trail.
Yes.
You know, it was like her number was 6606. I'm thinking of that, and then I get to, you know, her doorstep, and you know, then she reveals to me she's a Wilson, and that Hubbard Wilson. So it's like, wow, this is like ontological shock, and it's revelation. I was already told Preston, I was talking to him about the sequel to the book. The first one wasn't even done. He goes, what sequel? I said, there's always a sequel, Preston. There's always a sequel.
Yes, you should know that.
And, yeah, but the sequel turned out to be far more riveting. When I go back and look at this book, it's very, you know, succinct. I'm not, you know, it's not, let me put it this way. I could make the book so much more eloquent now based upon all my experience since then. It's like I kind of write things very concisely and state them. It's very clear, but it's kind of like, okay, bop, 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 bop. It's almost like research notes, clearly written and user-friendly to the reader-friendly. But it's like I could be so much more, you know, explanatory because of all my experience since then. And, you know, those were the two moments when, and then of course when Cameron revealed to me that she was a Wilson, that was shocking. And then it happened again in Olive Pharaoh, when she had died, and right when I sent her the book Pyramids of Montauk, and it arrived, and she went at the same time went to the hospital with a bleeding gallbladder, which she would never recover from, and away. And then the right at my notes, it said that the olive oil was healing for the gallbladder. I was studying the olive. And then I had this weird, mysterious playbill about Jesus on the Mount of Olives. All of this, and it was like, wow, that's a major revelation. And of course, the Mount of Olives has to do with the apocalypse.
Yes.
And my parents were killed on the land of the olives, Adobe Los Olivos or Los Olivos Adobe, and they were killed and buried on that property.
Oh my God.
So, it's like.
But by the way, why were I never understood that? Why were they buried where they were killed?
Well, I'll qualify that. They were on land that was once the ranch, Rancho Los Olivos. The Olivos family, they owned huge portions of Ventura County.
I see.
It was the biggest rancho in California. Now, it's since been divided up, and there's only a small part that's now Rancho or Los Olivos Adobe Los Olivos, whatever it's called.
Right.
There's only a small part there now.
Right.
But in other words, although it's not part of the rancho, the land that they're buried on and the land they were killed on was part of that whole huge ranch. It's like, not quite as big as Marin County, or maybe bigger than the Presidio,
Right.
I would say.
Okay.
So, there's a lot of land there.
Right.
And it was owned by the Olivos family. And the particular place where I think they were buried is called Montalvo, which is named after the man. And this is how I discovered this. I looked up Montalvo. He's got about 18 names, Spanish names, but he was the author of the book. What was it called? It was the book. What was that book called? It was the book about Queen Calafia.
Okay.
Queen,
Right.
yeah.
Yes.
And who California was named after.
Yes.
And she was the Black Queen of the Amazons.
Yes.
And Calafia is what we get the word caliph
Yes.
in the Islamic tradition. So she was the head Amazon, and they had found the Spanish explorers, I believe under Portola, who was a land explorer, found a bunch of female mummies.
Interesting.
In Baja California, and they said, "Oh, female mummies! This is like the novel we just read by Jorge Montalvo or whatever his name was." And so we must call this land California after what he called in the book. And that's how California got its name, because they thought it was an island.
Right.
They thought Baja California was an island.
Right.
And then as they moved up, they discovered there was Alta California, which is the California we now know today. The Jesuits were very heavily involved in Baja California. I've traced a little bit of their movement there. They were finally expelled by, I believe, the Dominicans, who I believe Junipero Serra was one of them. They got rid of the Jesuits. The Jesuits were chronicling the early stuff of the Indians. And I've tried to look into Baja history, and it's not too easy.
No, it's not.
No. So there are certain moments in time where you become aware of all this stuff, and then, as they say, if I hadn't begun writing the Montauk Project and had resonance with all this stuff, all this story would just kind of it wouldn't be there. Preston would have continued to tell his story, and it would have probably went nowhere, because it would have just been blamed as garbled incoherency, and which part of it was, and it wouldn't have received the attention it did, let alone to say the further revelations. There'd be a Dr. David Anderson, but nobody'd know about him.
Right.
There'd be some people that knew about him, but he would have gone away, and it would have been far more mysterious than he already is, and far more easily to overlook and dismiss. So this is the magic of the written word, and certainly I wouldn't have come to your door and whatnot. So it's the magic of the written word. I'm very thankful for it. I wouldn't have Paula in my life, because she used to, and I got to say one thing about Paula, is she went to extreme trouble to in my book, the Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, one of the main characters, the narrator of the Magic Theater, is the Tar Baby. Oh. And the Tar Baby speaks Southern crap English. He speaks, he speaks like the Tar Baby. He speaks like the Tar Baby speak with elocutionary crudities. And so I have all this, instead of having him talk normal, I have him talking with all this, gutter South talk that an uneducated Southern person would talk in a vernacular like that. Yes. So I have a lot of apostrophes. And when she heard that book, I don't know how her brother read it to the class, but she went and studied all of those words.
Oh my God.
She wanted to know what I was saying.
Okay, that's delightful.
And I thought that was so curious.
That's wonderful. By the way, certainly before you go tonight, and as far as I'm concerned, you're welcome to stay as long as you want, but I know how tired you must be. But I do want you to know a few things that I'll be talking about that I know how busy you are and that oftentimes you don't get to listen to my monologues. Even though the timestamped, oftentimes I don't timestamp, the subsections within the monologue. Usually it's just comprehensive monologue or something like that I say. Like I said, go past over the last episode for the timestamps and amuse yourself with what I titled some of what went down. But one of the things I'm going to bring up about Dugina, the daughter of Dugin, is, of course, I'm going to bring up the Aquino connection to a degree, but mostly a few things to bring up. One is that Dugina's middle name, or her pen name that she took up, Platonova, which many people simply knew of her as Platonova. They thought it was her last name. That's because her and her father were estranged. One of the other factors behind his killing her happily and sacrificing her in the name of the greater cause and the
anti-god. With his hands up in the air?
Yeah.
A car?
Go on. Tell us about what your impression was with that, because I know you're very intuitive about these things.
Almost. Right, it looks so staged.
Thank you.
Here I am with my daughter. My hands are up in the air, and she's been killed. You freak out when it happens. I mean, I suppose you could go to the scene of the incident and put your hands up in the air, but. Yeah, I suppose
this is what he did. He was within walking distance, and then he came to the car while it was still burning and put his hands up like that. It was just, they're so bad at this. That's and you notice he didn't run into the flames to drag her out. He stands there with his hands up. He's just, I'll go a bit into that. He's just such a piece of shit. And but her pen name Platonova, she got that means in Russian Neoplatonist or New Plato, and she got that from Lyndon LaRouche, who she really considered to be her father figure. And so Lyndon LaRouche, for those of you who don't know, and Peter Moon could go a bit into this later, a next episode or so, but Lyndon LaRouche, as Peter will attest to, was a personal consultant to Ronald Reagan quite openly, and actually was the man behind the SDI, the Star Wars Defense Initiative. And Lyndon... Yeah.
I didn't know that about him and Reagan.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and there's photographs of this for people who don't believe, and they're not just opportunity photographs. Believe me, he was extraordinarily influential on Ronald Reagan, and very influential with the whole SDI program. He was actually the man who put out the newsletter that all of the Department of Defense contract companies would read. Their connecting newsletter between all the contractors. Of course, there were many various contractors that put into enormous projects like this, each one of them providing different parts, but the man who the guy who provided the newsletter that connected them all to the SDI project was Lyndon LaRouche and his organization.
This is very important here. I have something to say because it's the power of information. And Buckminster Fuller, and I hate to compare Buckminster Fuller to Alexander Dugin or Lyndon LaRouche.
Right.
For those of you who don't know, Buckminster Fuller was, an expert in dimensional geometry.
Yes.
and I don't know if that's the best way to explain him, but he was phenomenal inventor and phenomenally insightful. But one of the things he said that really struck me, he says, nobody really understands my work. You know, I didn't even know if he understood it.
That's quite true.
But whether or not he understood it is irrelevant. Einstein said the same thing. Einstein was very influential. And he says, you know, there's only 10 people in the world who probably understand my work. Yet I'm treated with all this respect as if, you know, they don't even know what they're respecting. You know, and he thought it was very curious. Well, Buckminster Fuller was, you know, people, you know, he was talking to presidents and world leaders, and anybody would listen to him.
That's right.
He'd have big contracts because the guy was a genius. But he said, they don't understand what the hell I'm talking about. And even you read his book, it's hard to understand.
Right.
Just like Jonathan Gee's work. It's brilliant work. It's hard to understand. And he feels a little frustrated. I can understand, but it's like we all have this problem is, you know, how do you tell humanity the truth? And then once you tell them the truth, what is the relevance of the truth? What is the deliverance angle? And this all ties to the apocalypse in its own way. So, like, what is the key ingredient, the skeleton key, the Dietrich? The
Yes.
The skeleton key to the apocalypse. So, you know, it's so the power of the meme. Lyndon LaRouche. It's like it doesn't matter what the person understands. It matters how receptive his message is and who's receiving it and why they're receiving it.
Yeah.
Now, the content is important too, but what is the trigger point is, you know, the acceptability. It's like, how is it registering in people's mind? When you write a word, when you write a book, there is a outward 100th monkey telepathic effect that influences things. Yeah. It is. And certainly I could feel that in my dreams, that my book was making, you know, Janet Reno react, making President Reagan react, making Justin Hayward of the Moody Blues react. I would say that Reagan's reaction was very friendly. Janet Reno's no.
Of course not.
She wanted to prosecute me for stirring shit up.
Yes.
In my dream, and they said, no, you can't. You know, he's not doing anything illegal. It's freedom of speech. But, you know, I think she found that threatening. That
of course,
you know, it's of course it's threatening. You know, meanwhile she's killing children.
Yes. That's right. I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh.
No, she did. Yeah.
Yes,
like, she says, why did you go in there and set fire, or let these people set fire to the building or storm the building? She says, because if we didn't, they'd still be there.
Right.
What she meant to say was that they were endangered, and if we didn't go in, they'd still be in danger. But what she did is burn them. Yes. She burned them, and, you know, she was making them, you know, okay, well, they're in danger, but now they're on fire. So, you know, this was the insanity of her response. And I'm sure that response was indicative of her true behavior and criminal behavior, criminal intent. But, yeah, but with, you know, Buckminster Fuller, Lyndon LaRouche, any of these people, Deepak Chopra, it's like they have a platform, and their platform is very powerful. Yes. Just because it's a platform and people start paying attention to it. Why did Reagan pay attention to it? I don't know. Because he did. So, Karl Marx's book. I don't know if that made any instant attention when it was written, or if it made its. Do you know?
It's the impression that I got was it was so heavily sponsored. It wouldn't have gotten the attention that it got except for the heavy sponsorship. Honestly, the reality was it didn't get anywhere until, let's put it this way, if we were to think of Karl Marx as an antichrist, then the Saint Peter or Saint Paul, the man who was Christ's big publicist, Peter or Paul, I always forget. I think it was Paul. And so the Pauline corpus, so to speak, was written by Engels. Engels really made Marx accessible to the people, and therefore he created the Marx myth. If it hadn't been for Engels and the Engelsian corpus, so to speak, then no one would have heard of Karl Marx, even with the sponsorship that he had. He was just too inaccessible, and basically what he had to say was, when people really look at it, and this is one thing I point out about Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler was famous once for saying, or, well, very few people know he said this, but he actually said, we must learn from communism, not the boring ideology, but from their methodology. But he actually had read Karl Marx. Karl Marx, after all, was German. And he basically, there's a city in eastern Germany named Karl Marx Stadt. That city was named Karl Marx Stadt by Adolf Hitler, not by the communists. And this is because he recognized much of what Karl Marx was saying, because Karl Marx wasn't saying anything Engels said he said. In other words, just like Christ is not the Christ you learn of from Paul, Karl Marx was actually a ardent German nationalist. And he was very much what people today would consider a racist. And he was very Slavophobic, Russophobic in particular. So he was very Germanic in his outlook. And so Adolf Hitler understood him well. So the all of that, of course, is something that was completely covered up, and you can only find from his original writings, which, you know, the communists never published. So it's just like there's a cherry picking, and people pick and choose what they want to hear from Jesus Christ. It was the same with Karl Marx. So there you have that. That was basically that dynamic. But with someone like Lyndon LaRouche, just to add to the punchline here, is that you're talking about a man of that level of influence, and then he basically went to jail for tax evasion, kept running for president from the prison house, and then he, after he got out of prison, defected to the Russians. So you've got this guy who helped design the Strategic Defense Initiative, defects to the Russian Empire, and winds up with inspiring Dugin's daughter. All of this was part of the dynamic that was just beginning when I visited Russia a long time ago, dispatched by Michael Aquino to meet with Dugin's underground. And I never met Dugin personally, but certainly some of his affiliates at the time. I'll relate a little bit of that tonight. There's not that much to relate because I really wasn't in Russia for that long a period of time. It wasn't longer than a little more than a few weeks, about the length of time that I spent in Australia. And as loath as I am to say it, much more pleasant because of the horrors of the Australian misadventure, which has nothing to do with the Australian people, but everything to do with I keep forgetting his name. I keep thinking of his name as Duncan Rhodes. That's my own mental block, but it's not. It's like, who's the guy who published Nexus? Help me out here.
Duncan Rhodes is the publisher of Nexus. Duncan Rhodes.
Oh, that's his name. Is it Duncan Rhodes? I guess it is. Oh, fuck. I keep confusing that with Duncan Cameron or something, or, you know. Yeah.
Two different.
Yeah, okay, two different people.
But how does Alexander Dugin know English so well and speak it so fluently?
I never got the story behind that, but I presume that was how he and Aquino communicated, because Aquino was not really any Russian speaker. So I think that Dugin, being an English, he was a professor after all. Dugin was a professor. He didn't have connections while he was a professor, but he certainly developed them later. The incredible thing that I'm seeing now, this is what blows my mind, and I'm seeing this from liberal progressive circles, is that there's a bunch of people out there claiming, oh, you know, the Dugin's not at all someone with any influence in Russia. And this is just madness. I mean, Dugin's influence in Russia, just to put this into perspective, just like Michael Aquino wrote the Chaplain's Handbook for the U.S. military, Alexander Dugin's book was required reading in the Russian military for their officers' academies. So the idea that this guy has no influence in Russia, that some people I see are saying on in media today, is beyond me. Why are they saying this? These people are obviously have an agenda, or they're being manipulated by someone with an agenda. They're definitely the enemy, or manipulated by the enemy. But that's a forewarning that needs to be put out there. And the interesting thing about Alexander Dugin, and what I will concentrate on extensively tonight, is his primary connection with Michael Aquino, aside from everything we already know of the co-religionism, is their philosophy was based on René Guénon. And René Guénon, which I'll go into in depth, so I don't need to go into this too much in front of Peter Moon, so he doesn't need to.
He's an interesting character. I don't know much about him, René Guénon.
Okay, but
yeah. But to go into him, but not now.
Yeah.
But I have to bring up one thing while I'm here.
Please.
It's an hour later, but it's okay because I've sustained myself from the coffee I drank 3 hours ago.
Wonderful.
Okay, what's interesting here, it says he was educated at the Moscow Aviation Institute, which David Anderson purchased the assets from. He had no degree from the Moscow Aviation Institute. Possibly he ran across Alexander Dugin when he was there. I don't know that.
Interesting.
But it would certainly be something I'd like to ask him if I ever get to he was born in 1962, Dugin. Now, I wonder if the connection through him, it said he was a dissident and emerged after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, co-founding Bolshevik Party and later leaving it. But I wonder if the connection with him and Aquino is through Gorbachev, who was at the Presidio. I just wonder that.
There has to be something there. There has to be something there. I don't know too much about it, but I do know that Gorbachev, just for people to understand this, he was definitely someone who is, first of all, one of the greatest defectors in history. I mean, this is the leader of an empire who suddenly defects to the enemy. and then he's given this office at the Presidio military base in the old Coast Guard station, which was always known to be incredibly haunted. So whether somebody was pranking him or trolling him by doing that, he made that like the Gorbachev headquarters and operated out of there. And but the thing to say while Peter is with us about René Guénon is that René Guénon was someone that is the patron saint of pedophilia. So he's the man who said that basically, and people can look this up as a matter of fact.
I don't know much about him. So
yeah. Later on, I'll put the link into the chat room where people can look up an article that talks about the horror resulting from his philosophy. It only mentions them in one single sentence, but the horrors of what happened because of his philosophy speak for themselves. Basically, by the 1980s, at the time that I was exposing the Presidio military base, Man-Blow was very active, the Man-Boy Love Association in all of America's libraries. And when it came to the René Guénon Society, they were the big financiers behind all these other movements towards pedophilia. And the René Guénon Society, their motto, open motto, that they put on bumper stickers was rape before 8 or it's too late. In other words, rape them before they're 8 years old or they're rotten meat after that. And they were very public about this. So in this paper that was published by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, the FBI said the René Guénon Society, the first society they named before the North American Man-Boy Love Association and the Pedophile Information Exchange and the Child Sensuality Circle and the Pedo Alert Network, which people thought was supposed to alert people to pedos, but was really alerting the pedos to potential victims. and the Lewis Carroll Collectors Guild, who was the other big patron saint of pedophilia, Lewis Carroll, they were all openly advocating changing all the laws so that pedophilia, like homosexuality, would be considered not an illness anymore, but simply a sexual variation and a variant on sexual expression, and decriminalizing all child assault. So, but the René Guyon Society was very much part of that, and that is the big philosopher connecting Michael Aquino and Alexander Dugin. So I'll explain a bit about him. By the way,
René Guyon.
Yeah.
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 Okay, well, listen to this. This is off of Wikipedia, but it says that Alexander Dugin comes from a military intelligence.
Yes, military and intelligence background. His family was a military family, already bad news in Russia or America. And then they had these intelligence connections. Yeah, which just...
He was expelled from the Moscow Aviation Institute. Afterwards, he began working as a street cleaner and used a forged reader's card to access the Lenin Library and continue studying. However, other sources claim he instead started working in a KGB archive, much more likely, where he had access to banned literature on Masonry, fascism, and paganism. Yes. In 1980, Dugin joined the ษ์Circle, an avant-garde dissident group which dabbled in Satanism and other forms of the occult. In the group, he was known for his embrace of Nazism, which he attributes to a rebellion against his Soviet raising, as opposed to genuine sympathy for Hitler. He adopted an alter ego with the name of Hans Siever, a reference to Wolfram Sievers, a Nazi researcher of the paranormal. Studying by himself, he learned to speak Italian, German, French, English, and Spanish. He also discovered the writings of Julius Evola in the Lenin Library. I don't believe he could learn all those languages studying himself.
Thank you. I mean, really? Beyond
the fact that they admit that he dabbled in Satanism is now there's no page for this wonderful word, ษ์Circle. I'm going to see if I can find anything while I'm still here.
Yeah. And just so people understand, if René Guyon himself was this legal expert who was sent by colonial France to just represent France in Thailand. Now, Thailand was the only Asian nation, aside from Japan, that was never colonized. Taiwan's story is much different, and I can go into that another time. I've done so in the past, but the Taiwan fought off its colonists, etc., and absorbed basically what few were kept prisoner. But in terms of the Thais and the Japanese, they were never colonized. But the Thais were very permeable, and unlike Japan, they were permeated. And so this French representative named René Guyon helped to establish the Thai legal system, and he's the man who made child prostitution legal in Thailand. This is why Thailand is the child sex capital of the world, and 500,000 sex tourists go to Thailand every year to have sex with children, is thanks to René Guyon. So there you have that. And this was the man who wanted the whole world to be like Thailand, where it should be legal to have sex with children. And this is basically what I'll go into tonight is the horror of the shared philosophy that these men had. And what they say about Nazism with Alexander Dugin, just like with Michael Aquino, these people are confusing what they were doing. People like Aquino and Dugin, they were anti-Nazi, but they were studying Nazism as a rival occult practice that they felt to be a dire threat. And their studies into Nazism made people say, oh, they must be Nazi, because who would want to learn about that without, publishing books analyzing how horrible Nazism is? And this is the kind of ignorance of the people who were around them. And then when they tried to explain themselves, most people couldn't understand what they're fucking saying.
Major link here, Douglas. Major link. Yeah. This ษ์Circle had access to the USSR's largest Lenin library. Who gave them that access? Who gave them the means to live and work in the USSR? It seems that this group serves some dark clandestine purpose. Has there been deep inside the Soviet regime a hidden occult circle? No proof of this has been found. According to Russian monographs that do not exist in English, Alexei Shuzev's design for Lenin's mausoleum was influenced by the ideas of Madame Blavatsky. Can we verify this? No, but the design of the tomb cannot be accounted for. It is a mock pyramid built of red granite and black labradorite in which Lenin's remains have been mummified. Now, it says it's doubly curious that the members of the Yusinski Circle started calling themselves the Black Order of the SS when led by the philologist Evgeny Golovin under the inspiration of Yuri Mamlev, a Russian mystic and novelist. Just as Putin's outward adoption of Russian Orthodoxy is a disguise, so is the adoption of Russian Orthodoxy by the Yusinski Circle. Now, I have to wonder if we're talking about the Lenin Library. Right. Was there some connection between the library? I mean, you weren't the only librarian at the Presidio. Did you ever do any retrieval of data or any liaison with the Lenin Library in Moscow?
We did. Yes.
There might be a connection there.
Well, there most certainly is. Yeah, everything that... Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I'm saying is there's an open... I mean, because Aquino's connection could have been partially through the library.
Oh, definitely. And don't forget the North American Man-Boy Love Association. And what was their prowling grounds? Libraries, because lonely, bullied boys run into the library to escape into science fiction books and other books. And so there's the same thing in Russia, no different. These guys are prowling libraries, not just for secrets, but all libraries in general to prowl on victimized young boys that they can further victimize as understanding, quote-unquote, adults. So there you have that. All of this is part of that whole... Libraries are dangerous places. As a matter of fact, there was a couple of years ago, it feels like by now, but maybe it wasn't that long ago, but some woman was like at a library with her son, and she had just basically been talking with a librarian about getting him a library card, and then both of them, basically went looking for him. They hadn't left him that long, and then they found a man raping him in the library. This is what happens. So, understand a library is a very dangerous place for a young person. Of course, with my experience, I grew up so sexually jaded and such a jaded rake that when I would walk into libraries, especially when I was in drag, and men would ask to photograph me, I just let them do it because I just thought it was fun. But of course, none of them could touch me, or if they dared, I would have killed them. But it was just simply something that I actually... it was almost gratifying to get attention in that sense. So I would vogue and pose when people asked me to do so, which people would often do at the library. But such being the case, and by the way, the San Francisco Public Library, the old one, not the one that exists now, the old one, which is now the Asian Art Museum, used to have a brass plaque asking people, please don't prostitute yourselves. That was a brass plaque that had been there forever, asking people not to prostitute themselves, which goes to show just how common it was at that library for that to happen. So such being said, dear Peter, we love you dearly. You've been a wonderful gift to us tonight, as always, and certainly looking forward to working with you Wednesday, which will be here before you know it. Oh my God, it'll be practically tomorrow.
Yeah, I would encourage anybody who's interested in following those leads to look up Yuzinski and put YUZHINSKY circle, Yuzinski, YUZHINSKY, and compare it to Alexander Dugin in it says the Mysteries of Eurasia, the esoteric sources of Alexander Dugin and the Yuzinski circle. This is a whole paper on him. God, this is
if you could provide the link to myself, I'd deeply appreciate that.
Yeah, it says download PDF. Yeah, here, let me see. I'll do that right now.
Thank you. And also, yes, if you could remind our listeners, we're trying to raise $200 for myself for the rent towards don't need to
those who contributed in the past, and those of you who haven't, please contribute to Douglas's cause. Some people have responded, and it's appreciated. We do need to fortify him to continue the information stream, and everything he's saying, or that we're saying here about Dugan, that we're discovering here, is highly relevant to the current situation.
Thank you.
It's outrageously relevant.
Thank you.
And so much of what's coming out now vindicates so much of what Douglas has brought to the forefront. So please do contribute to his cause. And I will say goodnight, and I will look at this before I go to sleep.
Bless you. Thank you so much.
I sent you the link too.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I sent you the link. Mysteries of Eurasia, the esoteric sources of Alexander Dugin.
Got it.
The name of the... Okay, good night.
Good night, sir. And share our love with Paula. That was Peter MŌN. And with that, he was actually here an hour after the norm. I will ask anyone if they wish to come on. I'll conduct a few more calls here, see if we can bring others on. And of course, our dear Viviana Sanchez, who I will refer to by her full name, even though she invites us to call her Viv, which everyone else is welcome to do, but I love her full name, Viviana. And we will see if she wants to speak a little bit while I poke around, see who else I can disturb. We have people who are already on the call, but doesn't hurt to see if we can try them out again. And so Brandon Young, I'll assume it's probably too late. But George Knight I'll put on just in case. Real Tech just in case. And aside from that, who else comes to mind? Sammy Romero, of course. And let's see who else might come to mind. In the meantime, I believe I hear somebody on the line with me. Is that our dear Viviana?
Yes, hello.
Yes, honey. So, and you sound so alert. Goddess bless you. How are you feeling tonight?
Oh, I'm just chill. Like, this was such a really chill stream. It felt like we should break out cigars and snifters of brandy.
Yes, it does. And thank you. Peter started reading from his book, of course, kind of catching us up on that. And the reason, for people who don't understand it, Peter has been having to basically republish his book, and he actually ran out of all hard copies. And so to meet the orders, he's had to basically look for the original plates, so to speak, and the photographic plates had all decayed. So he had to dig into his computers to find photographs he had scanned of the old photographs and to kind of get the book back together again. So because of that, it's been like an adventure of rediscovery for him. And so he's been kind of sharing that with us. Oh my God, everybody's unavailable. Oh, don't tell me that. Let's we can poke around a bit more, see if anyone else might care to answer. And in the meantime, that'll give us someone for Viviana to bounce off of, because, of course, I don't want her to stress herself out by trying to burn bandwidth by herself if I take a few minutes break to refresh myself. But let's see now, in terms of other participants. In the meantime, honey, tell us a little bit about, aside from the chill stream we've experienced today, how life has been for you. Who was it that was speaking earlier? That was, they were traveling somewhere, and then it was our man, Real Tech. He said he was somewhere traveling where the cars got all flooded and shit or something like that. I mean, did you catch what he was saying?
He's talking about the 1,000-year flood.
Right.
Gosh, where was that? Was that concerning Dallas or Colorado or somewhere? I'm not quite sure. I just heard about it in passing. I'm not quite sure. But I have been, because you talked about Kazakhstan, and I've been following the upcoming September visit from the Pope to Kazakhstan coming up on the 13th of September. Okay. And he was going to meet with the Patriarch Kirill, which was going to be like their second biggest meeting ever. Yeah. And so I was wondering if all this matters with Dugin and such, because Ukraine was angry that the Pope had somewhat given condolences to Dugin. Ukraine, blasted back at him, and he was trying to, get a visit going there before the September 13th visit. So, with that being said, he's now made the Ukrainians mad. And with Dugin and all this, the latest bombing and such, I don't know the factions behind it, but now Patriarch Kirill is pulled out of the meeting. So now they're talking about, so their next meeting will be like a one-on-one for sure. And I'll be watching that. But also, I just was paying attention.
By the way,
Sammy Romero's here.
That's right. And so before Sammy speaks, because we do want him to speak, and thank God he's here, but where is he? I don't see him on the screen. Sammy, are you with us? Oh, as a matter of fact, we need him to speak. Sammy, can you? There we are. There we are.
Yes. Okay. You guys hear me?
Yes. Oh, wonderful. So join us, and in the meantime, Viviana, I do want you to finish your thought there. You were talking about this, and then there was something else you were going to bring up.
Oh, well, it just broke not too long ago today that the Pope has opened up. So apparently he opens the holy door of the Basilica at Calamaggio, a tradition begun by Pope Celestine V in 1294, making the start of the annual, quote, Festival of Forgiveness. He is the first pope to open the holy door in 728 years, which I found very interesting, because you normally only see him in a freaking window, right? Now he's opening a door. So I always pay attention to these sort of gestures, like, what's this going to bring?
Right. No, I think that's relevant to a degree I don't yet understand. And as for what else you said, just let me make sure I understand and that I did not miscommunicate. I believe what you said was, we all know that the Pope met with Kirill, the head of the Russian Church, basically, in Cuba, and that he was going to meet him again in Kazakhstan, and that it sounded like you said that the Pope had said something positive or gave some kudos to Alexander Dugin. Oh, maybe sympathies because of his daughter dying or something, and then that's made Kirill angry, or it made Ukraine angry. But then Kirill called off the meeting. Was it because of that? I mean, what? I'm not quite sure what the.
Well, the Pope has to please both sides, basically. So Ukraine was like, "Well, how dare you give condolences to Dugin in such a dangerous hour?" And then of course he wanted to go to Ukraine, like before going to Kazakhstan, which was going to be like a very fast-moving visit. And so I was paying attention to that.
And now that thing was canceled. Right.
I don't know. I don't know if the Ukraine thing ever really was set, but he was saying, I want to go to Ukraine like before Kazakhstan. Okay. And now I think that's going to be offsetting to Ukraine, and it also possibly offset Kirill from going to Kazakhstan.
Okay, so, but is that canceled, the Kazakhstan thing, definitively, or is that just...
No, it's not canceled. It's just that Kirill won't be there.
Oh, Kirill won't be there. So what you're thinking is this might have... Yeah, why won't he be there? Think he just
this is all about... Yeah. This is all about them trying to unite and heal the 1054 schism. That's incredibly important for them.
Right. So why won't Kirill attend that? Because he's just being an asshole, or?
Well, I don't know. They didn't state as to why, but I'm thinking maybe he's a little bit after the Dugan thing. Maybe he's going to be more
skittish. Oh, maybe he's
reclusive.
security conscious. You mean maybe he's afraid?
Yeah, maybe he is afraid.
Okay, interesting. Okay, thank you. No, very important. I'll bring up what I do know about the situation with them all. It's more context than anything else, but these are developments that Viviana keeps me apace of. I mean, honestly, sometimes she's better at this than me. Thank God, she really has her ear out and her eyes out for all of this. And Sammy Romero is with us now. Now, Sammy, before I go refresh myself, catch me up on everything that's going on with you that you're willing to share.
Just been doing chores, cleaning and just trying to keep up, my end of the bargain as far as picking after myself. My girl's she's very clean. So, it's just living with somebody, you have to kind of, especially women like, they like comfortable surroundings and like their space to be comfortable. So, I have to do my part to keep that, uptight, and it's just what I have to do. Especially when a woman loves you, she's gonna nag at you. So that's part of. Not that I'm complaining. It's just it's just part of the deal.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. And honestly, I so envy you, and certainly aim to have some special somebody in my life, some female at some point soon to.
I think. Don't worry, you'll know about it.
Yes.
You're gonna live with with a woman, and you'll get to experience it. I really do have faith.
Thank you.
I think you're very much of a catch. It's just you're not the average vampire / secret agent. I don't know.
And so anyhow, I do want everyone to. The Real Tech Geek is asking Viviana how she's doing. By the way, for those of you out there who can't see the text exchanges, I want everyone to know that I have some wonderful ladies out there who are giving me wonderful suggestions. And give me a second here to catch my breath. Nuclearization is what I'm trying to write down as a little text to somebody here. And so with that, I do want to read aloud what these wonderful women have said. I am going to be giving a shout out to the wonderful lady in Austria, Claudia Romberg. Claudia Romberg of Austria. I'll give her an official shout out when I return and go full monologue. When she gave $20, but out of Austria. I mean, that's pretty incredible. The birthplace of my biological father. And of course, I did promise this other wonderful lady, and when I get back and start going into monologue, I'll cover it a little bit. I'll tell her a little bit. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Can I add one more unusual thing that happened?
Sure, by all means.
There was this transient woman right next to my place.
Wow.
This is very odd, okay? And I say this because, mental health is a big issue in this country.
Yeah.
But this was very odd in the sense that she must have been on something because this lady was eating off the floor.
Oh, so sad.
Which is very disturbing, okay? I love women, but this person seemed very disturbed. She might look like a woman in her late 30s, maybe early 40s. It was. She was wearing a dress. Looked like, I think she maybe was drunk, maybe intoxicated. I don't know, But it was very disturbing. The reason why I know is because my dogs got out and I came to call them back, and I saw her there, and she was just eating off the floor. And substance abuse is a terrible thing in this country, and it's just one of those things where you wonder, how how humanity does it to get this far. And don't get me wrong, I'm sure there's transients everywhere, but when you see someone in that state, doing that, it's it kind of hurts your heart, but at the same time, sometimes you can't approach these people because they're very aggressive. They can be very erratic.
Yeah.
And you just can't do anything about it. It's just, I don't know if have you ever been? In other words, have you ever experienced that, Doug, where you see a person maybe that's on something and you really can't help them because they can be very aggressive? It's I just don't know someone's mental state.
Oh, absolutely. So it's something that you need to call in professionals. The next time you see something like that, don't be afraid to call paramedics. You can do that. You can call paramedics and say that I find the situation disturbing, and I feel this person needs help. That's they can't do anything to you for doing that. It's one of these things that I just say that because I remember V was basically she was intimidated at one point by basically a criminal, and there was this elderly lady who was a landlady of this home, and this elderly lady was one of her clients, and she was heading into senile dementia, Alzheimer's, and so she would leave money everywhere in the house, and her tenant who was supposed to be paying rent to her was a criminal, just somebody who had a criminal history and a record, and this individual was just stealing all the money and basically wanted her to die so he could completely loot the place and leave. But he was like telling V, when she asked him why he didn't call the ambulance when she clearly started dying, he said, oh, if you call them, the person who makes the call, they make you pay for it. So don't ever call an ambulance. This is all like bullshit that he was telling her to intimidate her from ever doing something like that. So for all of you out there, that is not true. Nothing's going to happen to you. You can make a mistake and call people for someone who you thought was in pain or suffering or in danger, and they can't do anything to you so long as you did it sincerely. Honestly, you would take, if say for instance you called the police as a prank, you could theoretically be arrested for that, but they have to have evidence that you did that. So if you just sincerely say, I thought this person needed help, by all means call professionals. Right. And this is important, and the next time you see her, just go ahead and do that. But
that's and you know what, that's the thing. And on another subject,
sure.
I was at the grocery store, picking up some groceries. This is just me, okay? Something just happened to me today. I actually encountered what I believe to be how do I say it? Female, women gangsters.
Right. Okay, cool.
Like cholas, like type of cholas. But it was very weird because, I saw this girl, she maybe be $120, okay? But I think she was flirting with me because I was there. But when she smiled at me, I saw a razor on her tongue.
Yeah.
So I don't know if this was supposed to be like intimidation or flirtation, like, oh, I can handle myself. But I'm like, oh crap, let me get out of here. So, it was a very odd day today, Besides seeing this lady, this girl was not unattractive, but at the same time, because she did look like she probably belonged to some street gang.
Yeah. But
she smiled at me and she showed her razor.
Holy shit.
Like a razor, like, you know what I mean? Like, you think of this and you're like, well, there's people out here like this, but this girl maybe was 20, 21. So I'm like, wow, I probably, and not that I wasn't afraid, but I'm like, yeah, this girl can probably kill me. Like, in a sense, like, if she flirted with me, maybe that's still not a good thing. Not that I was flirting back, but I'm like, in other words, I never felt more of a civilian, than I did there, because like that's really dangerous. Like there's in other words, intimidation could be very you'd be surprised what type of intimidation could be. Not that I'm looking for trouble, but it's like it was weird because it looked like she flirted with me, but at the same time she flashed her razor.
Well, it's both flirtation and intimidation. That's what it's both.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's just
yeah. It's a mixed message, and it's intended to be.
Okay.
So,
okay.
But in terms of whether that's part of a gang culture or a different type of subculture, it's interesting that because she's Latina, it's interesting that even the first thought is, and there might have been some other hints, but, usually with the gang community, there's kind of there's, for instance, layered lipstick. The ladies often wear, two different shades of lipstick to identify which gang they're a part of, etc. There's, I'm not quite sure if any of those other signs were there, or the tattoos, of course. The tattoos are all over the body, especially across the breast.
Well, she was tatted, but here's the thing. I'm such a civilian.
The word is inked, but go on.
Oh, I'm sorry. She was inked up. I'm such a civilian, okay? I am. I'm not gonna lie. I'm such a square.
That's fine.
I've literally walked into gang-infested areas, East LA, even where I live at. I'm not saying I live in Beverly Hills. No, I live in Beverly Hills, which is actually a very expensive ghetto right now, from what I heard in the news. Yeah. It's oblivious to me, okay? It is. You're just a civilian. It's oblivious to you. It's like, I know where I'm at, but because, when you're not on people's radar like that, as far as the criminal underworld, you're not going to, it doesn't faze you. Am I making sense? Like, it just doesn't faze you. It's almost like, even you, Doug, as far as, your connections and, when I'm talking about their call, it's just certain things you can spot right away. I'm not saying I'm not street ignorant as far as picking out danger, because there's been instances. But in this particular case, I'm like, I'm scared of you. Like, this girl really, I was intimidated, in other words, because it was like, wow, this girl, if she really wanted to, can lunge at me and slit my throat. But that's just in my mind.
I think that probably the thing you'd have to worry about more would be her getting you into a blowjob where she basically razors your dick and you wind up,
there you go.
Bleeding profusely with an erection, which is like no fun.
Right.
Yeah, that's like.
I wouldn't be surprised there's people that want to pay for that, but it's just
they can have it.
Right.
Yeah, certainly I did that for my grandfather in a sense. I mean,
well, it's a little different with yours, There's your situation. I think that you're more of a survival instinct. Just at least how I take it. I think it's just I don't think you had a choice. You got to do what you had to do.
Thank you.
No, it's just, to me, it's like because I'm not in that world, and when I'm exposed to it or you get glimmers of it. It makes me thankful that I'm not on that vibration.
Yes.
It's just the way I'm not on that vibration.
But by the way, just so people get it, that vibration is very visceral. That's a vibration that is very much in the present moment. It is very physical. Right. And I understand this a lot, actually, believe it or not, in a more genteel sense. The Blood Boys, and because gay people can live. This is, we always have to be careful about our generalizations, but gay men generally, they tend to be like, they're so into the friction that this is almost why a lot of them become gay, is simply because other men are willing to just throw down and roll in the mud, so to speak, just for the friction, some of them to the point where they become gay just because then it's much more readily available, as opposed to going through all of the mating game. that one does when one's heterosexual and is trying to mate up, pair up with a girl. So when it comes to the kind of life that young lady is living, the real danger is, of course, aside from the blowjob that I just described, with a razored tongue, has got to be like maybe one of the last blowjobs you'll ever have.
And you know why I even mentioned this, Doug? Because and I'm gonna keep it real. Maybe if I was younger, I would probably be curious.
Right.
Because when you're younger, you're just very impressionable, and
absolutely,
especially my upbringing. I would be very curious to be like, well, why are you like this? Why do you like to be, in this lifestyle as far as the criminal underworld, being associated with all this, which it's not completely foreign to me, but it is, because it's not my vibration. It's not the life I live. I've seen it through distant family and friends, but it's just not me. It's one of the reasons why I consider myself very fortunate and very blessed, in the sense that I don't need to worry about the cops kicking the door, at least. I mean, maybe for going on a podcast to help raise borderline almost homeless vampire veteran. Sorry cops. Hey, I'm just trying to have a friend. By the way, he has a Hellraiser box. That's a joke. Sorry. But what I'm trying to say is, no, that's one of the things that I'm grateful for, that God has shielded me from, that type of environment, because it's not good. Especially, I think even getting wrapped up in something like that would probably be very dangerous, because women to me are more dangerous than men, in my opinion.
Yes.
Because the combination of being, the ability to be vicious like that, and you're attractive, it's very deadly. And I think women to me can, I want to say easily be killed, but I think, they're more vicious in the sense that when they are properly trained, or they grow up, as far as, how can I say it? And maybe you can conceptualize it better, Doug. I think a woman can transform into just a more of a deadlier killing machine, really.
Yes.
Because of that dual layer of beauty and viciousness,
Yes, absolutely. If they're raised to do so and trained to do so, there are some that are naturally like that. They're very rare. We've gone into that before, but nevertheless, even though we've pointed out that there's so few female serial killers, effectively, or demographically or statistically, none. Historically, however, there are examples that would be technically such. ̲ Bathory, who essentially was a vampire, half vampire, really, a dampfire. But she was bloodthirsty enough where she killed many other women to take their blood, and she, of course, was ultimately walled up alive as punishment by other royalty in Europe. So she was a relation to Dracula, the historical Dracula. All of this is quite true. They were an extended family, which, of course, the royalty all intermarried with each other. And but in terms of the world that you're speaking of, aside from the visceral and physical nature that we spoke of, the big danger, of course, with getting involved with a young lady like that would be the subculture she's involved with. What would be the subculture that she would be involved with? And so, all that being said, it definitely is, chilling when you run across such things. And I'm just, glad that your day was safe otherwise. And
right. You know what I felt like? I felt like I had a person that was clutching. Kind of like, and it's, how can I say it? It's because, look, that's one thing about the gang, and I'm not saying it's like this in Los Angeles, because it is what it is. You'd be surprised how much gang culture's changed and how much it hasn't.
Right.
But at the same time, it is what it is. in a sense that, unfortunately, if someone's not aware of what that world is, and this is obviously very cliche, I think this is probably, maybe this is common sense, but you can get it'll cost you your life. That's what I'm saying. I think even you, Doug, with your background, I think you would advise anybody, don't go that path.
Yes.
Whether it's, because you're gonna have people that are trying to, whether even your background with the gang or the cult, if it's just certain stuff is not for you. It's just I don't know. This is, to me, that's the obvious thing. But anyways, besides that, my day's been pretty much, getting stuff done and back to my world. Very productive and keeping my environment comfortable and making sure the person with me is happy and making sure my end of the bargain is done as far as earning my position in my relationship.
Yeah, and that's wonderful, and again, I'm so glad that you're here. What I'm going to do now is refresh myself. It'll take about 10, 15 minutes at the longest. I'm going to ask Viviana Sanchez and yourself to hold the stage, and I'm sure both of you will do wonderfully, as you always do. So let's make certain Viviana is with us. So Viviana, you there, honey? Let's check in on her. Let's hope she's there. There we are.
I'm here.
Wonderful. So, honey, if you could hold the stage with our dear Samuel Romero, and the two of you can burn bandwidth while I, basically get myself together and get ready to speak the rest of the night. Please do so. When I do return, I do want Laurel Watson to know I will speak a little bit about, Mr. William Cooper. Laurel Watson had asked a question about him, my connection with him, at which point Peter Moon answered her, Douglas has spoken about that ad nauseum on his past transmissions. This is how Peter answers questions that people often ask on Facebook. So I told her I'll speak to it a little bit tonight, and so she was very pleasant about that. And as well, I'm so glad to see Troy Bellamy in the chat room. He says, hi Douglas, blessings to you continually. Hugs, dear sir. Missed you. You haven't been in the chat room or active in the chat room in a while. Shelley Rain says, like the show Eve. Okay, interesting. Is that a show you're familiar with, Viv?
No.
Okay.
I'm not.
Okay. There we are. And Nathan Brooks is in the chat room, says hello. And I do want to say hello to David Barsky, who's been very active. God bless him. And aside from that, deciphering my experience is Eric Cregan. He was here earlier. Bless him. And so aside from all of that, these wonderful people, I do want to bring to people's attention here some wonderful advice that was brought up by two wonderful ladies, and I'm going to read their advice, and I am going to basically, shall I say, give a response to it. I want to do this before I take a break, and I do think it's funny in its own fashion, and because this is kind of like a running theme these days, is Douglas Dietrich's bowel movements. But anyhow, basically Charlene Diane Renaud says, Douglas, I have a suggestion for the toilet. Get a 5-gallon pail, fill it with water, then dump it down the toilet. That usually flushes it without even using the handle. Might have to do it twice, but you would probably only have to use half of it for a true regular flush anyway. But this is how we flush the toilet during a power outage, so it will work for these types of instances for you. Char. So Goddess bless you, dear lady, and always anybody willing to give a suggestion, any sort of suggestion, please do so. I think they're all wonderful. I appreciate them profoundly. And so, yes, you're absolutely right. In any normal situation that would work. One time I actually fell asleep on bandwidth back in the Revolution Radio days, and I would sleep talk in those days. This was back while I was still undergoing hypnosis or hypnotic therapy with Dr. Tao Tran, who later on, when we completed all of those sessions, I wouldn't do this anymore, or certainly not to the level I did back then. But back then, with the post-traumatic stress disorder, one of my symptoms was I would fall asleep and sleep talk instead of sleep walk. And that was one of the things I actually said in my sleep, was something about flushing the toilets, because we had actually had to do that during my vacation, or not vacation, that horrible trip down to Australia. Again, nothing against the Australian people, everything against Duncan Rhodes, yes, but nothing against the Australian people. And the nightmare of the trip included some areas where the power was essentially out, and that had to be done. Let's just put it this way, just so people understand this. Because I'm only eating like maybe, this is the exception during days like this weekend where it was a big holiday. So I ate quite a bit, and we'll probably pay the price at some point. But, because I'm only going to the bathroom maybe about 3 times a week, and that's even when I'm taking fish oil, every day on the days that I'm, awake. Obviously, there's some days where I'm just sleeping through the day and I'm not doing things like that. But, it's like the urban legends where you've heard, and unfortunately there are true stories, where some woman in desperation, for whatever reason, reasons known only to them, will deliver a child in a bathroom and dump the baby in the toilet. This does happen. And all women, of course, should be made aware. We need social education so that women know that even if you have that kind of panic at that part of delivery, where you've brought the baby to that point for whatever reason, fear of your father more than likely, or fear of your family or something has brought you to that point, and maybe somehow you've even managed to hide the pregnancy to that point. People do. And then you deliver the baby. There are places you can take the baby to where they will take it. No questions asked. I'm not talking about criminal human trafficking areas. I'm talking about emergency rooms. They will arrange for this. They will take babies. Just understand, social services are there. Certainly in California, in these red states now where they're eliminating abortion. This used to be national. It's no longer the case. This, of course, complicates everything. But nevertheless, where they leave the baby in the toilet, imagine trying to use a bucket of water to get that baby down, and it's not going to work. It's the same way with basically what I experience is the male equivalent of childbirth when it comes to these. It comes to these incidents. If it's bad enough where it's almost going to render me unconscious by depressing the vagus nerve, that's a lot of product. So all it does is create a wretched soup within a container that makes the situation worse. So I appreciate the suggestion. That's not going to cut it. Interesting suggestion from Patricia Hallman, who added a reply to that comment, who said, I had a thought as well about the toilet. Try pouring vinegar into the toilet to break down the waste. After my boyfriend was in the hospital for 30 days and his internal system was a mess from who knows what they pumped into him, he has to flush the toilet several times when he eliminates waste. Oh my God. She says, we have good water pressure here. However, the water charges are high. He is the only one in the house that this happens to, so I pour distilled vinegar into the toilet, leave it sit for a while, and this breaks down waste that his body doesn't seem to be able to, if that makes sense. It works, though. Just another suggestion. Bless you, dearest DDD. Goddess bless you, honey. That was Patricia Hallman. I will use her suggestion, and we will see if that works. Back in, what was it? One time, there was one incident. I think I tried this what my sister used to do, which was to empty the sink, to work with a plugged up sink. She used to use salt water and baking soda and vinegar. And yes, there we are, Sammy Romero. Thank you, Doug, for the detail of you taking the Browns to the Super Bowl. Yes. Oh my God. Yes. Let's hope this doesn't become a running theme, but it just goes to show, we all age, and that being a vampire is not all that glamorous. See, I mean, it's there you go. You just can't handle solid foods, and this is the price you pay. At any rate, I remember that the salt, vinegar, fucking baking soda combination didn't really work. I think it didn't work that time. So we'll see. I'll try the vinegar again later and see if that works. And but definitely I get what she's saying and appreciate it. And as Sammy said, that's the hint. I really got to get off this subject. So that being covered, I welcome Viviana and Sammy back onto the stage. I'm sure everyone else does as well at this point. And so the two of you, please put my mind at ease. Let me hear both your voices so I know you're both there before I take off.
Hello.
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 Okay.
Don't mind the background noise.
Yeah, this is what we hear is Sammy Romero has a ventriloquist doll, and he's training it.
There you go.
Yes, Viv, are we there, honey? I hope I didn't revolt her.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, there we go. Thank God. Okay, now I can breathe. Okay, the both of you have the stage. I love you both dearly. I'm going to go mute to everybody's relief. And with that, both of you can hold this. You've got this. Both of you got this.
Okay. And now the air has entered back in the room. Welcome.
Hey, how you doing, Viv?
Good. How was your day?
Oh, productive. It was a little quirky with what I had to deal with today, but it's okay.
I think that's really nice that you did all these chores and you didn't even complain.
No, well, that's the thing about living with somebody. It's just part of it, I think that's one thing that I've learned with living with a woman is women like comfort. Women love good aesthetics and just comfortable surroundings. So I try to make it because I lived on my own for so long, and I live in a bachelor pad. I had paper plates, plastic cups, like disposable, and I live like a bachelor. But when you move in with somebody, it's totally different because it's just women like comfortable surroundings. So I try to. I like to keep it. My level of cleanness is not, like my significant other, but it's close. It's close. I can never clean like she does. She's very meticulous, but I try to do my part in a sense of, helping her mentally. I think when she comes home and the place is as neat as she knows I can make it, it actually puts her at ease and she can relax. And in part, I benefit from it because she, we help each other. Is what I'm saying. It's a good partnership. It's a good partnership.
That's a real true blessing. Yeah. So, how long have you been together? May I ask?
Together I've known her for almost 10 years, but I've been together with her for close to 5 years now.
Oh, lovely.
But we were friends for a while, and it's just a great relationship in a sense of. I do respect her a lot in the sense that she's gonna tell me when she doesn't mind correcting me, but she doesn't belittle me. Or that's big for Hispanic men or Latino men. Our bravado is very much. It's part of our DNA, fortunately. So it's. But I can also take criticism because I know she loves me, and that's part of understanding that. When someone loves you, they don't mind correcting you, or they don't mind telling you, or expressing you how they feel.
Yeah. Is that your little baby?
Yeah, it is. I'm carrying him.
I really miss those days. I miss them so much. And then
Yeah,
when they're
but
all grown up, you miss them so much.
but I think that's like anything. I think that's going to even with me, because I've thought of it, but at the same time, it's part of life. I don't think I wouldn't want to wish somebody to stay where they're at, even if I wanted to, at least, as a child. But I get what you mean. So how's it been? How's Arizona treating you? How's it been this last week? Has things calmed down with the weather or anything?
Well, we're getting like steady rain, not steady like every single day, but the last we are having thunderstorms still, but they're not as radical or downpours, and it makes a difference now that the soil's soaked through. And we didn't have any snow last winter, which was the first ever I've noticed. So that's why, when the soil's not moistened and you have your first rain, that makes the runoff really bad. But yeah, I was thinking I need to go run out there, and next time it rains, I'll go run over and video the runoff and see, and post it, because it happened so quick, the flash flooding off the mountain. And that's about it here. I think we were talking last transmission that people are talking about, is it climate change? Sometimes I think it's geoengineering by default or with a purpose.
That could be possible. I mean, we have horrendous drought here in Southern California. It's almost annoying. It almost seems like water is starting to become like it's starting to become almost as precious as gold, here in Southern California, because of so much drought. We live in a desert, so at times it can get annoying, and when it does rain, all hell breaks loose, because we're just not used to seeing rain. So it's annoying when it's Christmas and it's 80 degrees outside and it looks like the middle of June.
Oh, wow, that would be so strange to me. Yeah.
Yeah. So it feels like the summer. It literally feels like summer. So there's been time where it's like I would want some weather change, but when we do get weather change here, it's all hell breaks loose. We're not accustomed to even having precipitation, let alone rain. But other than that, it's been cool. I think what I tried to do is especially during the week, my work week, I try to just stay focused on the goals that I set out for myself. For example, even at my job, I've had to apparently this week just had to deal with more personalities than usual, but it's really because it's really, to me, I just think it's the enemy. And what I mean by that is just God tested me in the sense of my patience and understanding that as a child of God and as a Christian, you have to people notice you when you're going through things. And I'm not saying I'm in shambles, but with stuff's going on in my life that it's private matter. It's just mostly family stuff and just personal goals that I want to meet. It gets to you at times. You're just focused on it, and you don't really have time to really acknowledge people. And not to be rude, it's just you just have tunnel vision.
Yeah.
And I've learned to sometimes just stop and just enjoy, as far as people actually liking you. And you may not have everything in common, but people know the people that are jerks or just people that are not very much liked. They know it, and I'm not one of them. People do like me, and I think God this week kind of showed me that I need to sometimes stop and I have so much tunnel vision in the sense of acknowledge people that you kind of have to be sensitive in the sense of people that are in need of that. And I'm not saying, not be responsible for things you do, but, I'm a very friendly person at my job, but, I'm human. And certain people kind of brought it to my attention that, this week I was a little bit more kind of just focused and just very to myself. And a lot of it has to do with just kind of learning to decompress from just life, just adulting period. I think you can understand that. Just sometimes just adulting, you can develop post-traumatic stress, where you don't allow yourself to just decompress and just kind of enjoy the ability to just walk outside and just enjoy your liberty, as far as not being in a prison cell, at least not a literal prison cell, which I think it's good to understand you can't, at least me, and maybe I'm just talking to myself, you can't entrap yourself in your own head and not communicate. It's for, and really with me, it's just sometimes that's been my problem, where I have to kind of communicate more with my partner or with my family or people that I trust and I love, because I tend to. It's very easy for me to just not communicate. Maybe. But yeah. So, what's your take?
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. Yeah, well, I feel the same way. Like, I was just looking at my mom and my dog together tonight. And, my mom just looks so cute and, like, childlike. And in that moment, I just was, like, in that place that you're thinking about, like, being grateful that you have this experience and that these people matter and they belong to you, like, and you're responsible for these people in your life. And it just made me, like, pay attention to the fact that I really need to care for that. And it's hard to communicate with my mom at the same respect. So I stand off and keep it as little communication as possible because, she can't hear very well or much at all. And but I always am thinking about how I get triggered and how her attitude offends me, or how I get upset at her because she's having a bad day. And I need to stop thinking in the lines that it's all about me when they're more in need of us, and I need to be more mindful of caring for them and not looking at it as a burden.
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of what I kind of caught myself, and I even had to apologize to my girl about it. Pretty much something to do with it. Like, for example, certain things I take care of, like her car, the maintenance, change the oil, rotating tires. Anytime she needs service, I go take it. I do that because it's just what it is. It's just, women are prone to just deal with sabotage or just unprofessionalism when it comes to technicians with vehicles. It's just what it is. And I didn't do that. I was busy, and I had to kind of catch myself, and I told my girl, I didn't take care of my business when it comes to that, and I take pride in it. That's one of the things that I do like is, being a protector and at least try to control what I can. I'm not saying my partner cannot handle herself, but some things I do like to take initiative, and it's part of it's kind of like you yes, you can feel a certain way, but you kind of have to move on and just take care of it. You can't wallow in feeling that way because it's just not productive. I think at certain moments, I think it's good for men to show their feelings. Don't get me wrong, but you kind of have to just move forward and let your actions speak is what I'm saying. I think your words can be very empty as a man, and if you don't produce, And I'm not saying, that's, that's, I'm not trying to make it sound like that I don't or that, but, or it's like if I don't produce, I'm nothing. It's just as men, as far as Hispanic community, you take pride in that. It's just instilled in you. So at the same time, I'm not, it's just, I try not to, in a sense, so, in a lot of ways, she takes charge, but it's a balance, you know what I mean? It's a balance. And I think if the respect line is there and you both are respectful of each other as adults, it can be a great thing, So, yeah, what's your take on it? Give me a response as far as if I'm you making sense.
Oh, and I think that's lovely that you're mindful of all that, especially when you actively. I mean, and I don't like putting down the male race because I'd have to say the male race species.
Right.
Do you feel like being a male, you have to actively be more mindful to tend to that sort of mentality because you might not in like as well because you're a man, but do you think that most men don't or are not as mindful? I always appreciate like when at least somebody like when somebody's in the wrong or they have been semi, just semi I don't know, just rude or mean. And sometimes people do that to you because they are safe with you. And so, they take their frustration and and so, but I always appreciate if someone can at least like acknowledge, hey, I'm really sorry I was like that. Like you were saying, like you recognize that at least, you're mindful of that. But do you feel that most men are? Or is
that's very difficult. At least I can only speak for myself and what I see around me. The problem with being a man is just, at least what I observed, is the fact that, to be honest with you, relationships are work. They're work. It takes discipline. You got to be disciplined as a man to be in a relationship because men are weak. Let's just keep it real. We're weak. We're very visual. We're very weak. We see a pretty thing walk by and we can't help it. We are sometimes prisoners of our own loins, in the sense that a lot of men check out or they want to not keep that discipline. And even at times we're very, in a sense, we're sometimes very Neanderthal in the sense of that one thing. But at the same time, that one thing does connect you to a person. And sometimes you have to kind of break out of that because it takes discipline. And even when I'm in a relationship, I've noticed I've gotten more attention, which not that I wanted. It's just women pick up on that. Women pick up on when you're in a relationship. Even when you don't think your relationship is going well, so that still draws women's attention because you are in a relationship. And when you have boundaries and you just kind of realize that it is work, but it's not really that one thing that I talk, and I know you know what I'm referring to. It's not what makes me, and it's not what takes me, but I am a man, and I think understanding that it's discipline and having pride in that. But it's like I said, it's relationships are difficult for that reason too. It's a investment, but it also requires you to keep it real with yourself. I think a lot of my friends that especially grew up in church, married very young, and they married for the wrong reasons. And it is what it is, but it's at the same time, that's one of the things too that I kind of learned and I'm learning is really redemption it's really in your mind, in the sense of God understanding that you're human, and whoever chooses you to label, or someone tries to label you a certain way, especially at least my background. I know you grew up in church too, but as much as I have to bring it back to that, it's because of my background. And, you know, when people are keep it real with themselves and, you know, they're vulnerable with you and they tell you the truth as far as your friends and they just don't show you the A's on the report card, but you see the F's too, or God reveals to you their flaws. And sometimes people reveal themselves to you without even knowing when they're trying to be righteous, you know? You kind of have to understand that, you know, that's them and you're not them. But back to the relationship part, it takes discipline, Vivian. You got to be disciplined as a man. And you have to understand that, especially with women. Woman criticizes you or she's opinionated with you. It's because it comes from a loving place. Woman do a lot for you as a man. If a woman loves you, she's willing to, you know, go through hell for you. But there's a limit. You don't want to break a woman and then she's broken and it's never the same anymore. So as a man, you kind of have to cherish that and understand that a woman is your best right hand man. She can be your best asset, but at the same time, you know, she's a person. So, you know, I like to do a lot of self-reflection because you always have to bring it back on yourself. I've learned that if you lie to a woman, then you give her the excuse to disrespect you. And what I mean by disrespect is, don't lie. Try not to lie. You know, unfortunately, can be very hard for men because we have egos. But yeah, give me your thoughts, please.
Yeah, well, no, it's nice to hear you open up about this, such a, you know, deep topic for a gentleman such as yourself. Not that I'm saying that's bad. It's very amazing. Thank you for putting your perspective. So now I don't know. So I relate to like my men in my life are my sons, and I hope that they grow up without a lot of things that they saw me and their dad put them through as far as, you know, I guess gender roles. Like the only time I recall my other half like ever being mindful to help me around the house was when I was in the hospital having the babies. And you know, I can count on my hands, you know, but that was like our understanding roles. Like, you work and I'll do this because I have all the time, and of course you're always working. So it was never a problem. But I think that enhances relationships when your mate is, you know, mindful of pitching in or just making it a point to understand your needs or desires or wants, and wants to also be a part of that and cultivate that in your relationship. So I hope, and I see my sons doing that with their relationships, and it gives me a lot of satisfaction, because then it shows me that they've grown up to be mindful. And that's the most important part, is that at least they're thinking about how they can partake in the relationship, and it doesn't necessarily have to be one-sided on both ends. And then, because you can even fight about it, like, you know, if something's not satisfactory, and say your mate comes home and they're like, well, this is your job, you know, and all of a sudden you're just like, really, this is all my life is? And there's no connection outside of that, can get pretty boring. So I think what you're doing will always enhance your relationship, and I think that's wonderful, and I hope your children learn that as well. And I hope my sons, you know, never fall in that position, because I know that's kind of probably the vibe we put out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, that's one of that. Oh, go ahead.
No. By all means, no. You're holding great.
Well, that's one of the things that see. That's the thing. You got to find a place of vulnerability. As far as at least my sense, I don't like anybody. No one likes to feel vulnerable. Like, but you have somebody. There's no. You know, I can be vulnerable, and to me, that's great, because there's always that line of respect. But at the same time, you know, I think those days of, you know, being a woman over the head, you know, are not. It's not going to work no more.
Yeah, I think you're right. Because now the roles are it's more like equal.
Yes.
And nothing's going to get done unless you work together kind of mentality, where we're moving out of the old gender role specifics.
Yes, we have to. Well, for one thing, females, young girls are performing much better in school. And generally, young men, young boys are having a harder time sticking with school. So in general, it's the young ladies that are completing school and getting jobs, and the young men are dropping out. So we have more and more of the reversal of roles completely, the house husband phenomenon. I'm not going to name the one individual I know, but trust me, those who are regular listeners know him too. And he's a wonderful individual who's pioneering house husbanding. And his wife works, and she was able to get a good job, so she's basically the breadwinner. And I have to tell him to get over the bullshit stereotypes of what men are supposed to be. My father, or rather the man who raised and guided me, Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy, retired, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, he used to call himself a house husband. And of course, this was just in the days when such a thing was unheard of. 60s and 70s, of course, we had feminism, and it was just, but the idea of some man calling himself a house husband was, that was the stuff of comedy or nightmares. And so my father, had balls in saying that, and he was basically, of course, making a virtue of necessity. He was essentially unemployable because he was an alcoholic, but he got over that eventually. And so it was very courageous of him to take the position that he did. And and more men have to take that position. Really, it's realistic. Women are just generally more employable these days, more and more so than men are. And this is how men used to identify themselves, if not as the warrior, then as the breadwinner, and that was what they used to lord over the household with, like, I bring home the bacon, quote unquote, in more ways than one, no doubt. But by the way, I noticed that one thing Vivian said subconsciously was, she said, talking about her young men growing up, and of course, see, this our children are always our children to us. I've seen photographs of her sons, and they look pretty grown up to me, and it looks like they're the heads of their own households, and certainly leading their own families, guiding their own families along quite well. So and as for sharing responsibilities, we definitely need to start learning how to do that as well. By the way, I want to thank Shelley Rain so much when she's referring to what I said about women hiding their pregnancies. And she says, my natural mother did this. She hid her pregnancy from her whole family. I'm adopted. I mean, it's incredible, but it happens. It's amazing how women can do that. I don't know what they tell their families. Like, oh, I just can't stop eating. How does someone do this? But it's amazing. Some people do. Then she points out vinegar is really good for you, but put it in your fish and chips. Yes, and very, very Commonwealth thing to say. She is, I believe, Australian herself. And there you go. I mean, I adore vinegar, and yes, I really should get it in smaller containers rather than buckets, so that I can do that sometime with some dishes, now that you mention it. And that being said, some people ask me about the water situation here. That's the one thing, thank God, I don't have to pay for, is water. So yes, I can flush as often as I need to, and so my landlady has to pay for that. So there's some karmic debt being fulfilled there for the cheapo toilet she bought. So there we have that. And all such being said, we return now to a much more palatable subject. How did the two of you get on to speaking about relationships? How did we get on?
Because Well, because I congratulated Sammy on not complaining about doing his chores today.
And you were being sarcastic, of course.
No, I was being completely real. I thought that was very sweet of him.
Oh, okay. Yes.
He didn't complain at all. He just
He's wonderful. Yes. Oh my God. Yes, I know. And I'm sure his brother Isaac is probably the same way. So just out of curiosity, anything about Isaac's marriage you're willing to share? Something fun? Sam? His twin brother.
Oh, I don't know Isaac. Is he single?
No.
Oh no,
No.
His brother Isaac got married before Sammy did. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No.
Are we trying
He's
to render like which brother is better as a husband?
I don't know about that.
No, it's mostly no. Isaac's doing well. He's still doing his fishing. And, he's enjoying it. He's enjoying,
You make it sound like
what
that's
he
his
does.
living. You make it sound like that's his living these days.
No. He's still working, but he had to decompress from his other job.
Right.
But his wife is doing great. She's a soccer coach. She actually has a nonprofit where she trains inner city girls for free. So she's really giving back to her profession.
By the way, I imagine maybe a few of them have razors on their tongues.
I wouldn't put it past them, but hey, she's actually been very successful. She actually was featured in the newspaper here in Los Angeles. So she's making waves. So she's very, that's one of the things about, I think, people that want to pursue entrepreneurship, that it takes money to make money, and even relationships. She's making a lot of relationships, and really putting her profession and what she does. I mean, she's a soccer coach and she's a nurse. She went to nursing school and she's a soccer coach. So she's very. And this is where a great example where this comes in, Doug, where women are very they can do more than just pop out kids and make the meatloaf. They're very much they're human beings, is what I'm saying. We can humanize women to do incredible things, and this, it kind of alludes to what you talk about, where I think women are, to me, I think the nations that are going to prosper more is where you're going to see women in their population just be an integral part and really dominate. So yeah, that's pretty much just in a nutshell. Hello?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One second.
Oh, I'm sorry. The wonderful individual who's chiming in there is deeply appreciated as well. Honestly, every time that child does that, I keep thinking it's Viviana starting to talk. I'm so sorry. She doesn't sound like that at all. It's just I keep thinking incoming noise, and so I think she's going to say something. By the way, I'm just struggling with going in and out of mute, and so I do want people to know that when I do that, I'm hitting two mute buttons at once. There's one on the microphone, and then there's one on the Skype, which I actually thought about consciously the hard way only after like months and months, when I suddenly realized that when I went mute on the Skype, people could still hear me through the microphone, and God alone knows what they heard. And I'm sure it was something I didn't want them to hear. But such being said, it's if you hear me like a kind of, how do I say it, gap between my response, and it's because of that. And that's because I'm chewing. I'm almost done chewing. And when I'm done chewing, I'll participate a bit more aggressively. But right now, these wonderful people are holding so well. And so we were talking about the relationships, and certainly Isaac married well, as as Sammy will someday. And as a matter of fact, He's got this wonderful girlfriend, Maria, who I personally met, and she's just an angel. So, all of that being said, of course, Viviana, it's amazing. Her marriage lasted through incredible tribulations, and the fact that they raised children, and these children grew up to be functional and marriageable. I mean, two young men that basically you had two sons, right, honey?
Yeah, and I have really good news. So my son got it. He works at, well, I won't say where he works, but this place of work has, wanted to invest in him now. So they're sending him to school to become an engineer, and they're paying for it. They're paying for him to be in school and be on the job site working. So I have to say, it's always God that carried us. It definitely has nothing to do with me.
That's incredible. That is so impressive. You don't have to name where he works, but he must have been. What did he accomplish to give them such confidence in him?
And that's just how the company is. They will invest in people that they view will be leaders, and they encourage leadership, and they want to harness that because they have, they prefer in-house sort of talent and cultivating that.
Incredible. May I ask, what kind of engineering? Do you know?
Well, it will be engineering specific to that trade, which would be in the medical field, as far as producing and making machinery specific to their needs.
Okay. Wow.
It wouldn't be for mass marketing or anything.
Understood. Incredible. And I'm impressed. Very much impressed. You did well. Both yourself and your husband did well. So I don't choke on what I'm chewing, I'm going to go mute.
It was all God, because I look back and I'm like, how did we even survive?
Yeah.
Thank God for grace. That's all I can say.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And so our man, Sammy, I was thinking the other day about your father, and I was thinking, of course, about my biological father. For those of you who don't know, back in the days of World War II, this horrible rumor started, just like the Schickel-Gruber rumor that Peter MŌN was talking about. By the way, just so everybody knows, I shouldn't talk while I'm chewing. I should turn this over to Sammy to talk about his father a bit more. But just to get him there, to that point, where he can talk a little bit about this, when it came to what Peter MŌN brought up. Peter MŌN brought up Stuart Sverdlov, and understand that what I was trying to say was my impression was that Stuart Sverdlov had come up with a story to kind of redeem himself in the public eye, kind of like these people who say, I used to be a Satanist, but now I'm a man of God. And it was kind of like that, except he came up with this, I was sent back in time to kill Christ, but, Christ actually benefited from this and turned the tables on the evil people. And, of course, it's almost like somebody wrote a script for him. And Peter MŌN owes Stuart Sverdlov in the sense that when Peter MŌN was divorcing his wife, through that hard period of time, basically, he had to move in with Stuart Sverdlov. And these guys lived together for about a year or so, at least. And during the middle of the night, Stuart Sverdlov would get a phone call. And I know it was Aquino that was calling him. So he'd get the chicken call in the middle of the night, as they show on the cartoon American Dad. This is the image I got from Crystal River, who said it best. She said he was getting the chicken call. And she referenced the cartoon American Dad, where basically that character gets the chicken call in the middle of the night, and then he goes out and kills somebody. This is basically what was going on with Stuart Sverdlov. And even though Peter MŌN knows him, we all must remember, we must never forget and never forgive, Stuart Sverdlov, we know for a fact, participated in killing Max Spears. So, he's an evil son of a bitch. He's basically a Russian Jewish asset of several intelligence agencies, tossed back and forth like a tool, and he's just not a good person. That being said, he tries to claim, and he probably is a Schickelgruber, probably does have a Gruber name. But then, then he's claiming this like relation to Adolf Hitler. Now, Peter MŌN and I are kind of at opposite ends of the spectrum when it comes to not just politics, but a few details in history. I am convinced that the man in Spandau prison was not Rudolf Hess, whereas Peter MŌN is convinced that that was Rudolf Hess. He'll bring up people who went there and visited him and quote-unquote confirmed it was Rudolf Hess, whereas there are other people who visited him, who knew him during the time of the Reich, who said that was definitely not Rudolf Hess. So we differ in that, and we also differ in this Schickelgruber bit. So understand that when it comes to Adolf Hitler's name, he was born Adolf Hitler. The myth that he was originally, quote-unquote, Schickelgruber. Okay, this is... Adolf Hitler was never a Schickelgruber. Basically, Schickelgruber is a name in the Austrian dialect that means basically hillbilly hick. It's an insult. It implies the individual is a dim-witted fool, a crude, unsophisticated country bumpkin in the Austrian dialect. So the canard that Adolf Hitler's surname was originally Schickelgruber came from a Jewish American, originally a Jewish Hungarian son of a bitch who went to work for the Americans. And he worked for the psychological warfare department. His name was János Békési, and he was a fiction writer. He was one of the first people to pioneer, quote-unquote, fake news. He basically wrote things that didn't happen. And he had all kinds of pseudonyms and aliases because he was a criminal and then ultimately employed by the U.S. government, who employed criminals quite regularly. So he was known by all kinds of criminal aliases. Hans Habe was his pen name, but he was also known as Antonio Corte when he worked with the Italian mob, Frank Richard, Frederick Gert, John Richler, Hans Wolfgang, Alexander Holmes, Robert Pilkowski. He was the leader of the United States' MOBRAD agitprop, or mobile radio agitation propaganda machine. Meant that he was in the field actually broadcasting bullshit. And so this idiot came up with the, since he was a fantasy novelist, he came up with the fantasy, breaking the quote-unquote story, fake news, that Hitler's original name was Schickelgruber. Well, Great Britain's own Lord Baron Alan Louis Charles Bullock of Liefeld, he was considered the first British expert on Adolf Hitler, and he basically wrote the book on Hitler, the first biography of Adolf Hitler after the war. This was the yardstick against which later biographies were measured for years. And he pointed out the public record stated that Hitler's bastard father, Aloy Hitler, he had been born out of wedlock to a Maria Anna Schickelgruber as an illegitimate child, Aloy's paternity not being listed on his birth certificate, and he so bearing his mother's surname. The acknowledged biological father was Johann Georg Hiedler, Hiedler. So the I before E, which is opposite the way you do spelling in America, just like in Dietrich, Hiedler. And so basically the British Lord Alan Bullock, Lord Baron Alan Bullock, since all of the European monarchies are generally Germanic, including the British monarchy. So he basically noted that the brother of Johann Georg Hitler, who was then dissident, dead, he did not initiate legitimization of Alois and legally changed his name, and therefore he never bothered to legitimize his stepson on adoption, meaning the so-called father, Alois Hitler. And of course, Dan Hillis-Buchberger was asking me about this, about Alois Hitler, basically having an affair with a Jewish woman who might have been a member of the Rothschilds, etc. Basically, we know this. He's not the biological father. It was Johann Georg Hitler. And Hitler basically changed his name to Hitler. And so that was legal. And so at the moment that Adolf was born, he was born a Hitler. So it had never been a name change. And so all of this was explained in the biography by Alan Bullock. And by the time Adolf Hitler's elder half-brother, Alois Hitler Jr., was born, he was actually born Alois Matzelberger, his older brother. So the junior Alois' original name was consequent the senior Alois having impregnated Junior's mother while still legally married to his first wife. Okay, so all of that is kind of complicated, and you can just call all of this semi-incestuous, Austrian hillbilly kind of interrelations. But the technicalities matter when people are trying to push bullshit. And so when it comes to someone like Stuart Sverdlow trying to claim a Hitler connection, it would only go so far as basically, Alois and Hitler's older half-brother or something like that. It wouldn't go to Adolf Hitler himself. So this is something that needs to be explained, and a lot of people don't know anything about the family. They don't know anything about that family at all. I've just explained how complicated that was. You've got a brother who's really a half-brother and product of a first marriage of the father who's like... But all of this leads to another part about Adolf Hitler. There is a book that is... it's got its advantages and disadvantages. It's not necessarily recommended, but there's no harm in really reading it. It's certainly entertaining, and it's informative to a great degree, called Adolf Hitler, the Psychopathic God. And that, again, is a very old book. One of the latter books, comparatively speaking, came out maybe in the 70s. Very Freudian, using very Freudian psychoanalysis on Adolf Hitler. But the author was arguing very vociferously or vehemently. He was definitely insistent, based on wartime propaganda, the rumor being that Adolf Hitler was born with one testicle. This is a condition called monarchism, or not monarchy like in royalty, but monarchism spelled instead of M-O-N-A, it's spelled M-O-N-O. So monarchism. Monarchism meaning a person's born with one testicle. So they had this stupid song during World War II. Hitler only had one ball, Goering had none at all, or something like that. It was just like this ditty they would sing. And but this individual in Hitler, the Psychopathic God, argues that, well, this was based on a real medical condition that somehow leaked out. And so he pulls together whatever evidence he can, including literally childhood drawings made by Adolf Hitler, that he feels somehow lends credence to this. Whether or not it's true, it's obvious that Adolf Hitler had many children from what I've articulated before. And I've pointed out all of the children that Adolf Hitler had, quite a few, based on the fact that he had the ability to basically have access to a lot of women, especially after he got into power. So it wasn't like a lot of women were going to turn him down with the advantages that could be had just by being in his favor. So, such being said, I pointed out the number of children he had before, which was very high, and the number of grandchildren that were produced by these children, which was, again, very high. So, again, the most prominent among them being the French Lovejoy, the individual who then later on tried to sue the French government for benefits because they took away his job after the collapse of the Third Reich on the surface world, and he said he should be paid because he lost it simply because he was the son of Hitler, and therefore it was discrimination. And so this was an individual who actually lived and was very public about being Adolf Hitler's son. So all of this has gone on, and most of the time, everything that the world has done is basically ignored it. They basically tried to cover it up. And just say that we're done with this, and we don't want to believe that anyone of the Hitler bloodline is left. And so with that kind of agenda, there's just it's very difficult for your average person to know about the truth of these things. But such being said, if my biological father had one testicle, it certainly doesn't mean anything. Obviously, he was able to still produce children. Which brings us back to the father of both Sammy and Isaac Romero. And you can speak a little bit to that if you would, with just how it's like, did he know the name of his condition? Or did he just kind of like, just think he was the only one in the world like that?
No. This, from what I recall, okay, I could be wrong.
Yeah.
My dad was born in 1936.
Oh, wow. By the way, you get what I'm saying as well. That means you and I have something in common with our fathers. That means both of our biological fathers, potentially, if it were true with Adolf Hitler, basically were born with a single testicle.
Look,
he was born like that, right? It wasn't an injury, was it?
Well, let me say one thing before I start. Anybody listening, I met Doug in person, okay? His resemblance to, Adolf Hitler, it's there. Okay, I told that to Doug's face. You can see the resemblance. His eyes are purple. Yes, they are. I didn't think they were, but no, Doug has no reason to lie. Doug did not pay me to say this. No. But anyways, my father, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it was a bull riding accident.
Oh my God!
And I could be wrong. If I'm not mistaken, either he got gored or something to that effect. I could be wrong, but it was an injury, I believe.
Oh my God!
Maybe if we have Isaac on, maybe he can correct me. But he did have one testicle. My dad fathered, if we count all the children, he had about 13 children with my mother. 9 of them survived. And then he had 2 other prior to my mother. And then he had another child that he fathered with another woman.
Good God.
And then possibly another one. So, it's just, it is what it is. It's just, but he fathered a lot of children. He at least fathered 8, in my opinion. And this is what I can. And I'm the youngest son of my children, out of my own family. I'm sure my older siblings probably know more detail. He at least fathered 18 children. This is this is not, to me, Doug, I can tell you this, it's not a coincidence, our paths crossed in the sense of our friendship. Even how we met, being the summer solstice. It just happened that way. It's just destined. But no, my dad fathered a lot of children, so the fact that Adolf Hitler had one testicle, it probably made him more fertile, in my opinion. It probably made him more. It just made him more because of that. And really, to me, it's just, I think when people hear this, you're talking about generations already, that are gone.
Yes.
And people, especially people that especially lived in the era of Adolf Hitler being the Times Person of the Year, people forget all this. He was, and I don't need to say this because it's an insult coming from a South African scum. He wasn't. If you think Elon Musk is someone of providence, that's total bullshit. You're talking about Adolf Hitler. I mean, Times Person of the Year. That's he's not a normal Joe Blow. He's not a So, it's. I think people don't understand the significance of this. The significance, in the sense that the only reason why Adolf Hitler was propagandized the way he was because he went against the world currency, the Saudi Arabia of the day. We were the most wealthiest as far as natural resources. Doug talks about this. Doug has broken this down of why World War II happened. It wasn't the Holocaust. It was none of that. We were on a rampage of what we thought was world domination, and we wanted everybody. At least when I say we, I'm talking about the U.S. We wanted everybody under our heel, and we didn't realize we weren't as big as we thought we were. And the fact that we circle back now, when someone mentions Adolf Hitler, they think of what they're supposed to think about. Really, is Joseph Stalin, of FDR. These are the people they should really talk about the way they talk about Adolf Hitler. And this is one of the things that I think it's very damning, and it's a disservice to how much misinformation we have now, let alone then. I remember even looking at when I was in elementary, they had books on World War II, but for some reason, and it makes a lot of sense now, they had a lot of books on the Third Reich, but they never really said anything. They just said a bunch of crap, but they always focused on the Third Reich. And I have to circle back to you, Doug. I think one of the reasons why Aquino did the blood transfusion with Dr. Henry Hagman was because of your bloodline.
Yes.
I think they were trying to corrupt your bloodline and saying, well, the blood that runs in his veins is, pretty much an icon.
Yes.
He's pretty much somebody that shook the world. And envy, really envy.
Thank you.
When it comes to even Aquino, envy. And you always mention it. He's always someone that he was an imperfect person as far as the ritual he was born into. He was not the Antichrist. He was how you say it, the acolyte.
Basically an arbinger.
Arbinger. I think it's that envy, the envy of who you are. And you always see this with your detractors is, oh, well, Doug's claims. It's always that word claims. What people realize it now is it's coming back. And it always comes back to Europe. As much as we try to, say that it's over, it's never been over. The reason why I say it is because, I shake my head in the sense that you've always talked about is when things are not done, or when things are not completed, they're always going to come back. So, circle back to you. There's a reason why you're still existing, Doug, is because as much as they talk about Adolf Hitler, as much as they soiled his name, as much as dirt they kick on him, United Germany, really, it's still standing. The Empire of Japan is still standing. The nationalists are still holding strong in Taiwan.
Yes.
They're still existing. The Soviet Union has crumbled. Yes. We're on the brink of civil war. The British are pretty much infighting with themselves with Brexit. All the disinformation they succumb to, along with the Russians. The Russians they're dead in the water. Their days are numbered in the sense of what they want to perceive as world domination, but they're, like Mao Zedong said, a paper tiger. So, I circle back to you because, yes, my father had one testicle, but my father was very, very fertile man. He always told me that one of the things he always I always just felt bad is that he could never be with all his children. He always prayed for them. He changed his life just like your dad did, as far as alcoholism, as far as using, alcohol as a crutch, and he overcame it. And he really was a man of redemption. His years that the Lord allowed him, he made a huge impact on a lot of people's lives. So in that aspect, I've always respected you, Doug, in a sense of always honoring the man that raised you, his accomplishment to beating alcoholism. But back to we talk about Adolf Hitler. It makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense in that as much as they don't want to, you can't run away from the facts. But very much that's having one testicle is actually probably an advantage in the sense that you have less testosterone, but you can think more with your.
There we are. Yes. Yes. That's what it comes down to. Yes. So true. So true. And definitely appreciate it. Bless you. That was beautiful. And thank you so much, dear Sammy. And so what I'll do now is I'll take over. I'll take a look around, see if there's a danger of anyone else jumping on call, as sometimes people do. Basically, Sammy Romero has provided us much food for thought. I want to say thank you to all of the people who have put in a upvote, and they equal the number of people watching right now. I do understand that we always have far less that are indicated by orders of magnitude by YouTube than are actually watching, and you can see the number of people that were watching as soon as the episode uploads. Once it publishes, you automatically see about close to 1,000 usually, between 300 to 400 some odd people, and then it begins to accumulate very rapidly after that, till the numbers go up to the point within 48 to 72 hours. You usually see close to 1,000. So all of that is the average that we hold, which is fairly good considering how poorly new channels are doing. There's just too many of them. And all of this is based on my having been around a long time and people finally rediscovering me or finding me again after looking for me. And that, of course, is a blessing, and hopefully we can expand on that when I begin to work more on my website. Now, of course, before that, I'll have to make this month's rent, which I'll do, hopefully, with the help of all of you. And I want to thank all of you. Sammy's already contributed $100 towards that cause, and honestly, I really only need 100 something, but might as well say 200 because honestly, you always need some extra money. And that being said, it's one of the costs of just having done too many careers, and then having taken all of that and helped my family in the last years of their life. And I cry over Corinne de Winter because I think that what I shared with everyone earlier about the cost to one's health of care provision, and explain to everybody, of course, how I'm different from your average person, and therefore I survived that trauma of 10 years. But Corinne de Winter did not. Honestly, I feel so bad for her, and I pray that she's feeling much better on the other side. It's just someone like that who took care of her father and then apparently took care of some others. I mean, no wonder she died so young. It's just unnatural for a person to die that young. And what I'll do is I'll privately speak my own thoughts on this with Sammy and Viviana later, at different times. If we don't speak a little bit after transmission, we'll speak at different times about this. But it's really, honestly, I'm just so glad for Sammy and Isaac and all of their family that their parents did not become such a burden on them. Your father did so well by you, and then at least you're not burdened by having to provide that care Of course, with your family being as large as it is, you would think it would be easier, but that's never the case. It never is. And
well,
yeah.
Thank you, Doug. That's very sweet of you. No, I love my parents. That's one of the things why I respect you a lot, and I very much hold you in high regard as far as just the person, period. Because it's like I told you, I think one of the things that maybe you don't see it, maybe you don't really see it, but I think it's also a supernatural ability on how much you love your parents, despite the trauma that you went through, despite all the evil that you were exposed to, all the darkness. The fact that you still took care of them is, to me, a supernatural ability. I think, to me, in my opinion, why Kino exposed you to so much just destruction was almost to kill your heart.
Yes.
And in a sense, you infected him. And I won't say infected him. Your love, the way he felt for you, I think that's the reason why he hated you so much. Yes. The fact that you touched his heart and you pretty much beat him at his own game. You killed him with love.
Yes.
And it's deadly because, what can you do? That's one of the things that I think I want to, at least tell you that it's very honorable. It's very honorable. And people that love their parents, you're very much wealthy. You're wealthy because that love never abandons you. And that love really only comes from the Creator. And, and as far as a Christian, I can tell you this, your reward is, the Lord is still going to bless you. He's going to continue to bless you. And I hate to say this because there was a Freemason Muslim that used to try to profess love. It's almost like saying, a Black Panther white supremacist.
Yeah.
Anyways.
The Black Panther white supremacist would make more sense, to tell you the truth.
Okay.
They're both just opposite ends of the same coin, but yeah,
a straight gay gigolo. I don't know.
Yeah.
But,
there we are. That's more apropos. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. What I'm trying to tell you, Doug, is you're to me that's a miracle. Okay. What I saw today from that homeless lady, and I thought of what you talked about, how Kino reveled in degrading humanity to its lowest form, transforming people's minds and mangling them into what you called, when you talked about the phenomenon, when that kid turned into that parrot, when he channeled that dead parrot.
Yes.
How you saw that kid transform into a subhuman. When I saw this homeless lady eating off the ground, that's what came into mind. As far as this, in this case, probably drugs, can transform a human being into something very ugly.
Yes.
So I can imagine what you were supposed to. So the fact that you can love your parents, you give back to them, is a supernatural ability to me. Because someone, a regular person, could probably not be capable of showing that love because of so much trauma and taking that on the parents, taking it out on the world. So, I consider you very blessed as far as having so much love for your parents. And, like I said, I'm your brother in battle, but that's one of the things you and I, at least, I always found that connection is the love for your parents. And I would have loved to meet your mom. I would love to meet the man that guided and raised you. And, that's, to me, that shows a lot as far as how blessed you are. So, anyways, I'll let you go ahead and do your monologue.
Bless you. Thank you so much. Love you dearly. You have a great night. And
yeah.
Diana joined us in saying good day to our listeners, or good night to our listeners. At this point, I guess good night is still apropos. So you do that first, of course, Sammy, till Viviana joins us.
Oh, indeed, Sammy, you're such a blessing, and thank you for your just very sweet words and your reminders and everything you added tonight. It meant so much to me as well. Thank you.
Yes, bless you. And
have a great week coming in. Oh, I keep forgetting it's Sunday, so tomorrow's Monday, and he's got to go probably start his week. So have a great week, Sammy.
Yeah. I guess he took off.
Yeah.
So it's just you and I, darling. So say good night to our listeners, but do stay by my side as long as you can, and I'll call on you if needed. But by all means, they love your voice, and your voice is angelic. So use your dulcet tones to wish them a good night.
Well, good night. Thank you for us stopping by, and do remember to support Douglas Dietrich. And Douglas, if ever you wrench me, then I can drop some links in the chat. Just a reminder.
Oh, wonderful. By that you mean links in the chat about the fiscal support, like the PayPal link?
Yes.
Here. Yes, I'll place that right here in the text so that you can enter that. Bless you, honey. And here we are. Let me try and remember that. You've touched me so much. You threw me off for a moment there. Let me see now. Oh, yes.
I just wanted to remind you before next week or the end of this evening.
Yes. Okay, so here we are. PayPal. Oh, geez. Let me spell that correctly.
No. Can you make me a moderator so I can put the links in your chat?
Oh my God! Oh, I thought I already done that. How do I do that? Give me a second here. I'll try and figure that out. Let me do screen share so we can take a look at that. Okay.
You would do it within the side
studio.
chat, YouTube. Yeah, or yeah, however.
Oh right, I go to here, Viv, and add moderator. Press add moderator.
Yes.
Here we are.
Go.
There we are. Viv is now a moderator for your channel. Okay, there we are. That should have been done a long time ago. How did I not do that?
I think it's because I'm on a new channel, and so.
Oh, yeah. Right. And here, of course, is the link, paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, and you would put that inside of the chat, darling, once in a while to remind people. Goddess bless you, and
I'm so excited for your upcoming transmission. So I will be in the background listening. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, honey. Bless you. And that is the lovely Viviana Sanchez. And so my thanks to Shelley Rains as well, who was pointing out the advantage of having one testicle is basically only half your brain is in your pants. Yes, so true. So I want to give a shout out formally this time as we start into tonight's monologue. A shout out to the Claudia Romberg of Austria for her 20 United States dollars from my father's birthland. Shout out, of course, to CHUÐINGGQIÉYUÈJIÉ Renaud, who was very helpful with her suggestions. A shout out to the lovely young Patricia Holman for her suggestions, and a shout out to Dennis Marshall. Dennis Marshall, it was your granola bars that I have been eating from your care package, which have lasted to this point in time. The granola bars, that is. Other things from your care package are still being utilized by myself. God bless you, sir. And Dennis Marshall is this wonderful individual who is a dear friend of Peter Moon's and myself. And he is quite the sportsman himself, just like Peter, and also someone who did a lot of work with Ramtha, very much investing his energy in the other side and kind of like in otherworldly knowledge. And so he is quite a font of wisdom, and has shared wonderful emails with myself, and I need to answer them. It's been a convergence of holidays, so been very busy with social obligations throughout the month, and this was Ghost Month, of course, and then it converged into the mid-autumnal mooncake celebrations, the moon celebrations, the moon festival, which of course is very much a part of Sinitic culture in particular, but also Japanese and Korean. but Sinitic would cover Vietnamese and Chinese, Taiwanese. So it is just a profound time, and been very occupied. But Dennis Marshall, you are never far from my thoughts. Your care package demands my attention, and as does that of Clarice Claudette, wonderful individual, goddess bless her, who also sends me emails. And shout out to her, pray she's listening and can hear this. And now the formal shout out to Laurel Watson, who said, "Good morning, Peter. Thanks for this info. Any books, articles, or videos you can point me to about the connection between Douglas and Bill Cooper? That is a very interesting connection." So thank you, honey. I'll go into that now. Understand that basically always be aware that Milton was his original name. Milton William Cooper. And so Bill was, of course, the diminutive of William or Willie. Milton William Bill Cooper, his Wikipedia entry is a Department of Defense disseminated disinformation site. He was expediently terminated. He was murdered by the state. He originally became active because he believed he'd witnessed UFOs. Actually, USOs, unidentified submersible objects. So that is a important distinction. He saw a UFO rise out of the sea. Now we could get technical and say it's a USFO, right? Unidentified submersible flying object. Not even he got that hung up on it. But he was serving all of us at that time in the United States Navy. And then he was given documents. Basically, given documents. In other words, somebody made certain that he got a hold of documents indicating government cover-up. So he became very much a crusader, a campaigner on exposing the truth, finding out what's really going on, getting to the bottom of it all. And in the spirit of that, he wrote the book, Behold a Pale Horse. So all anyone needs to do, if they are interested in the ufological, the UFO aspect of William Cooper's first phase of public life, all one needs to do is get a hold of that book. Now, interestingly enough, that book was, for the longest time, I don't know how the statistics are now. By the way, if you hear me moving, it's because I'm messing with my blankets heaters, turning them up a bit, because as we get deeper into the night, it's going to get colder in San Francisco, no matter how hot the summer days are. And they're never that hot as far as I'm concerned. And they certainly don't get any warmer at night. But another thing, if anybody wants to send a care package, a queen-sized electric blanket, then I won't have to do what I do with this electric blanket, which is all provided by Sammy Romero, without which I wouldn't have any of these electric blankets at all. These are two warmers provided by himself and a king-size electric blanket that's got one cord, so it's half working. So I got this combined with the two warmers he uses to keep myself warm, and it takes forever to fold because it's tricky business of, it's a Frankensteinian patchwork, let's put it that way, a pastiche, a melange of blankets that, if I had one queen-sized electric blanket that worked, would be much easier and less stress in folding everything before the show starts. At any rate, the book that William Cooper wrote, Behold a Pale Horse, was the most stolen book in the world after the Bible for years, for at least a generation. We're talking about at least 10, 15 years, maybe 20. It's a long time for this to be to reach that kind of bestseller status. In other words, for people who don't know about the book business back in the day, before the internet really sank in and and people do what they do now, whatever they do now. But in the old days of bookstores, when bookstores mattered, people always rationalized that people shouldn't sell the Bible. It's they think to themselves, the good book ought to be free. Like they put in hotels, the Gideon Bible, which you can also steal. But because of this kind of feeling that people had that, the Word of God should not be purchased, they would steal Bibles more than any other book in the world. But the second most stolen book in the world for years after the Bible was William Cooper's Behold a Pale Horse, which goes to show people considered its information to be as essential as that of the Bible, as meaningful, as vital to their understanding of the universe. It gave them meaning. It gave their lives meaning. That was written at a time that he realized later, through myself, at a time when he was led astray, when he was misled, where he believed that the aliens were here and that the government was covering them up, and this was apocalyptic in nature. So he became active through his ufological fixation that was essentially inspired, intentionally manipulated by the U.S. Navy. It was after contacting myself in 1991, the last year that I was involved with the library. And this was after dishonorable discharge, and went back to working with the library, which, yes, you can do that. And I've gone into this before, where you've got all these people out there who will say, oh, that's impossible, this can never happen, you can never sign up with the police department after being dishonorably discharged, and all that bullshit. All these people who tell you that they know everything about, because this is the way it's supposed to work. All of that is absolute bullshit. There's the law in the books, and there is the law of the land. This is something that people who just don't get it and want to think that they live in a world where laws are actually enforced in a way that they understand. All of these people are just full of themselves, which is just another way of saying they're really all just full of shit. So a good example of this for somebody who was dishonorably discharged and then had himself what he considered a great career was Master Sergeant John C. Woods, the man my father murdered, the man who hanged all the Nazis after the Nuremberg trials, who was participating in the satanic black mass sacrifice of these men of power so they could usher the Antichrist into the world. But all they ushered in was the Arbinger, Michael Aquino, who was born that night, because they lacked the number of men to bring the Antichrist himself. They needed 12 men, or 13. 2 of them escaped. Hermann Göring by suicide, Martin Bormann by escape. But Master Sergeant John C. Woods was dishonorably discharged from the U.S. Navy. Dishonorable discharge my dad was essentially responsible for. And then when he came back during World War II and joined the Army, after being dishonorably discharged from the Navy for raping young girls, something that my father turned him in for, then they made him a Master Sergeant in the U.S. Army and put him in charge of executions. A U.S. Army executioner who was hanging people in American-occupied territory. So this was a man who hanged more than just the Nazis at Nuremberg. And he would torture people by loosening their nooses so they would take hours to die. painfully. And he did all this in the name of the anti-gods. So this is a horrible human being, and then ultimately my father killed him in the islands at Bikini Atoll or Eniwetok. I'd have to look up my own notes because my father was in all those places. And wherever it was that Master Sergeant Woods died in the Pacific, that was that island where my dad tossed him a live wire while he was in the water and lit him up like a light bulb. My father said he lit up like a Christmas tree. So there we have it. My father murdering the serial killer, which is all that son of a bitch was. And he got into his position after a dishonorable discharge. You would be amazed at what you can do after a dishonorable discharge. So all that being said, when it comes back to William Cooper, here I was in the library, 1991. William Cooper called during his investigations. He related to myself because I was Amerasian, and his children were Amerasian. So his children were like me, hybrid people. His wife was, of course, either Korean or Vietnamese. I do not remember because I never dared to ask. I knew she was Asian and wasn't going to ask, oh, what nationality, what ethnicity? It was just one of those things that, maybe one of these days I'll pursue it and find out, but it wasn't necessary for me to know exactly what ethnicity or nationality she was. Rather, the fact that she was Asian was enough. And so he felt very much a kinship with myself, and then he felt he could learn from me. Once he realized by speaking to myself that he had been manipulated due to all that I exposed him to in terms of the records I destroyed over the years, for the rest of his life, he attacked the real conspiracy, that hiding the fact that Japan had won the Second World War, that the Americans were the bad guys who had started it. He attacked it as best as he could. He knew that he was not going to get anywhere saying what I say, so rather he told people about government cover-ups. I mean, forgotten by the majority, it was the late Mr. Cooper who initially warned a false flag operation was imminent come July of 2001. And that Osama bin Mohammed bin Awad bin Laden, Osama bin Mohammed bin Awad bin Laden is his real name, of Osama bin Laden, that he would be scapegoated. Indeed, it was definitively Mr. Cooper's false flag warning of the first year of the third millennium that necessitated his assassination. But before he died, he denounced his former intern, Alex Jones, for betraying him. A denouement both validated and vindicated by Alex Jones's defamation of him after his murder, when William Cooper was no longer among us to defend his own good name. So before you listen to anyone else other than Douglas Dietrich, listen to Cooper's own broadcast on Alex Jones, dated from the 4th, 5th, and 6th days of January back in the year 2000. So I'm going to see if I can get the links to those and put them in the chat room. We'll find out if I'm able to do this at all, because, if they're not scrubbed from the internet, well, I'll be fucking damned. This is them. They're still up there. The hour of the time. I'll be a son of a bitch. Okay, these are going into the chat room. So let's see what I can do here. I'm going to put them in one at a time. And this is Bill Cooper on Alex Jones. Okay. And so let me open up the chat here. And don't listen to this now. You listen to this later. I'm putting this into chat for people to access at their leisure. Let's see if this works in chat. Okay. Let's see if these connections work. That doesn't look like that's going to work. So what I'm going to do is delete that and re-enter it. Give me a second here. And this is remove. All right. That way we don't confuse people. So let me try this again. All right. Okay. This up here. I'm going to enter this, and you're going to hear that awful creepy sound again of his start. Hour of the time. Okay, why doesn't this work? This works when I've got this up here. So let's see if this works when I enter this into the chat. This should work, but if it doesn't, there's nothing to be done. Okay. All right. Okay, good. That should work now. All right, so let me put the title of it here. This is, okay. Alex Jones is a registered name, by the way, just for people who don't know. So this would be Bill Cooper on Alex Jones. All right, Bill, all caps, Bill Cooper, okay, on Alex Jones, number 1. Okay, that will work. All right, Bill Cooper on, there we are. All right, so that's the first episode. Let me get you the second episode. And it's always good when something like this works, because usually they never do. And okay, that being said, I got to do this 2 more times. All right, and all right, let's see how this turns out. You know, isn't that awful? That awful sound of what that man put out there. Okay, live streaming. Okay, let me get this out here. Okay. And get the other one going. Title, looking for our title. Here we are. All right. Okay. Live streaming. Okay, Bill Cooper. All right. Bill Cooper. There we are. Okay, and so that's the second one. Now we're going to do the third one, and I can go on with talking after that. And you're going to hear one more time that awful sound of the beginning of his bizarrely titled program, Hour of the Time, which is supposed to be biblical or something, but it never made any sense to me. Okay. And Shelly Rain says, okay, later, laugh out loud. Yes, thank you, honey. Yeah, God, don't stop listening to me to listen to that now. That's old news. And everybody should know Alex Jones is a piece of shit already. Oh my God, if you don't know that by now, something's wrong with you. So here we are, especially if you've been listening to me for any time. Okay, Bill, oops. Okay, Bill Cooper. Okay, on. All right, enter. Okay. Oh my God. Okay, so that takes care of all 3 of them, and those 3 links are where Alex Jones is fingered as the man who murdered, for all intents and purposes, William Cooper. Now, exemplary of the seriousness of recorded statements, less than a week after the terrorist attacks of September 11th, 2001, Bill Maher Jr. made controversial comments on his ABC late night talk show that undoubtedly led to cancellation of the program, politically incorrect, and his eventually moving to HBO, home box offices. During the debate about terrorism, Maher dared to disagree with then President George Walker Bush's, the Bush mini-me, W. Bush Jr., characterization of the terrorists as cowards, noting that we, meaning the U.S. military, have been the cowards for remotely bombing countries while the terrorists stayed in the very planes that crashed into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. Now, according to transcripts, what Maher said precisely was, we have been the cowards lobbing cruise missiles from 2,000 miles away. That's cowardly. Staying in the airplane when it hits the building, say what you want about it, it's not cowardly. Now, during such sensitive times, those comments understandably created a bit of a firestorm. Now, clearly distraught by the fallout, Maher dedicated the next episode to frank discussion of his comments with some apologizing and clarification. He noted that he was not trying to insult American service personnel, which he should never have been bothered with. Like, who the fuck cares that you insult them? They need insulting. And that calling something cowardly is irrelevant to whether the action is morally right or wrong. Maher bemoaned the immediate post-9/11 environment that made him seem anti-American simply for expressing an unpopular view that was held by both he and his guests. Now, the conservative radio host Dennis Prager even agreed with Maher's defense, in turn defending him from critics claiming he was anti-military. Nevertheless, the ABC show was canceled and Maher became forever attached to those controversial remarks. Now, many, including Maher himself, of course, have pointed out that the host unfairly took the fall for the comments that were simply in agreement with the thoughts of others, including the conservative guest named Dinesh Joseph D'Souza. Dinesh D'Souza being a yellow house nigger who was personally pardoned by Donald Trump for basically financial fraud scandals in which he was stealing money to fund the Republicans. Now, before Maher made these infamous remarks, D'Souza had disagreed with Bush's coward characterization of the terrorists, himself saying, "Not true. Look at what they did. You have a whole bunch of guys who were willing to give their life. None of them backed out. All of them slammed themselves into pieces of concrete. These are warriors." Now, in that light, it's fascinating that Maher became subject to so much controversy, while the yellow Republican house nigger, D'Souza, was completely spared. The comments mirror one another completely, with the key exception of Maher's calling out the American lobbing of cruise missiles to be cowardly. Maher later had D'Souza on his HBO show and confronted him over this, and told the conservative author that it could have been helpful if, during the national firestorm over his remarks, D'Souza had stood up to defend him, since the two of them were originally just agreeing on the air. And D'Souza shot back that Maher's real troubles were the result of his including the United States military in his comments, something D'Souza explicitly did not do. Now, clearly embittered by that experience, Maher was not convinced, and he expressed skepticism at D'Souza's claims to have defended himself on free speech grounds while doing media appearances in the following weeks. Now, Maher had every reason to be bitter, as the mythical assassination of Osama bin Mohammed bin Awad bin Laden was a hysterical farce by any analysis. That means that Bill Maher remains the only man alive, or dead, to have ever been punished for 9/11. And exemplary again of how seriously the mere suspicion of terrorist insinuations, let alone activities, are responded unto. Think about my late neighbor, who never even knew about what was barreling his way to hit him the moment that I left town for Las Vegas to do that Super Soldier Summit, and he paid the price, the innocent pay, for dwelling next door to the human weapon of mass instruction, Douglas Dietrich, the public informant. A fate far worse than instantaneous death. He wound up locked up in a federal concrete hole for years. They did eventually let him go, but they were trying to raid my home and they hit the wrong home next door. And then they had to roll with it, because otherwise, well, they look as stupid as they are. That's your government. Now, in terms of everything that happened. That was June of what year was that? Well, let's put it this way. By the way, my next door neighbor was Ryan Chamberlain, Bay Area native, and they took that guy and they took him to the ground. He wasn't home, by the way. They had to go out and look for him after raiding his home, and claim that he was a terrorist. Now, when it comes to my point that I'm getting at with all this, is that when you get guys like Bill Maher, or that poor Chamberlain next door, paying this incredible price just for either expressing themselves or being in the wrong place or living in the wrong place at the wrong time next to the wrong person, then you have to ask yourself, how is it that Alex Jones, who basically said Osama bin Laden was going to take the Twin Towers down before they were taken down, William Cooper got killed for that. But Alex Jones, he was rewarded. Nobody did anything to him. Everybody said he was a hero for years, swallowing his shit. That's deep state. The fact that people should have seen that immediately, saying, oh my God, this Alex Jones has said exactly what Bill Cooper said, and they killed Bill Cooper for that. But he takes the credit, goes home with a paycheck, and basically is considered this pop culture fucking hero. Well, that ought to tell you how misplaced your trust really is. This is a individual who needs to be basically taken down himself by the public, strung up and hung. You know, I was still professionally affiliated with the U.S. Department of Defense when it was during the early 1990s. And I remember Jones's career from its inception in Austin, Public Access Television. That was in 1993 via CIA-sponsored KJFK radio. I mean, they even named the station after John Fitzgerald Kennedy, KJFK, the man that they killed. And he was licensed to serve Leander, Texas, USA, the station was. And I remember the Wikipedia entry, even given his wrong age. He's much older than what they were saying he was for years, Alexander Emmerich Jones. Now, the only reason I'm even concentrating on that son of a bitch was he's the man who ultimately was responsible for Milton Cooper, William Cooper's death, Milton William Cooper. And understand that Milton William Cooper became an expert on explosives. So he was somebody who predicted what would happen with the Oklahoma City bombing. And then when that happened, he was able to ascertain via the explosion and the destruction that was produced exactly what kind of explosives had been used. So when it comes to William Cooper, he was an incredible human being. And he was somebody who needs, of course, all the respect in the world. And he certainly has it from myself. And he's an example of just terrible tragedy, betrayal, and exactly the kind of victimization that no one should have to suffer. So I remember when he gave all of the details of the explosives at the Oklahoma City bombing, and then built upon that and the original attempt to destroy the Twin Towers by the bombing inside of the garage to piece together the 9/11 attack that was coming. Then he was killed. after fingering Alex Jones. Then Alex Jones came out and predicted 9/11. Everybody said this man's a genius. And he's woke as fuck. And he's our info warrior hero. Now, that's true injustice. And then he took advantage of that position and his empowerment to insult a dead man, William Cooper, defame his good name and say all kinds of horrible things about him, claim he was drunk, claim he was beating his wife, all these horrible things. So, yes, during one very long telephone conversation, I turned his life around, and ultimately, in a very real sense, I was responsible for his death. Because if he had just stayed out there writing books like Behold a Pale Horse, talking about the aliens in the sky coming to get us all, nothing ever would have happened to him because he would have been feeding you the government line. But because I told him the Americans were the bad guys, they started the war and the Japanese had to end it, turned his life around, married to an Asian woman as he was, thinking of myself as the future, he went on to attack the government where it hurt, where they were blowing up their own buildings, exposing it. And then they sicked Alex Jones on him to become his quote-unquote intern. Think about all the people sicked onto myself in the past who were supposed to be quote-unquote interns, if you will. From the Masonic Muslim to Jambo the Reese Monkey. I guess the Masonic Muslim has a name. Salmon the Shakefish. All these people were supposed to do to me what Alex Jones did to William Cooper. With that, we can go into deep monologue, true monologue with the subjects to cover for the night. We've been on 7.5 hours, which gives us 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We got 4.5 hours remaining. Now, Shelley Rain says the planes were remote-controlled military planes. Please, Shelley, please. Shelley, people died on those planes. Please. Come on. Where do you think the people win? Come on. You know, this is like, we have to be real about this. The House of Saud is a terrorist state. Yes, you know, what you need to focus on, Shelley, is the fact that all of those terrorists, and look this up, don't take my word for it, they were all U.S. military special forces. All of the Arabic men who were on those planes were trained by the U.S. military. That's how those were military planes. They were militarized by a bunch of U.S. Special Forces soldiers, taking them over, skyjacking them, and weaponizing them. But they didn't bring the towers down. Controlled explosives did that. So, yes, in the end, does it matter? We all understand it was a conspiracy. Well, it does matter because I don't want you believing silly things like these were like, you know, radio controlled like supermodel planes. You know, I mean, not supermodels like runway models, like model airplanes on a spectacular scale, a life size. Like, at any rate. Okay, let's go over to Russia now and what they've done with Alexander Dugin's daughter and the ideology behind all of that. The Kremlin has turned a dead propagandist into Putin's new martyr for the Russian cause, a symbol of the war, and a call to kill more Ukrainians in avenging the Eurasian movement's martyress. The daughter of Putin's brain has been killed in a car bomb explosion outside Moscow. It is an event that can only further inflame personal hatreds and ideological tensions around the war in Ukraine. The 30-year-old Darya Platonova, or New Plato in the Russian, her very pen name inspired by the now dissident American defector to Russia named Lyndon Ermile LaRouche Jr. himself once a top-level United States Department of Defense consultant and the open advisor to Ronald Reagan, responsible for conceiving the so-called Star Wars Strategic Defense Initiative. Dugina, her last name being a change of her father's name Dugin, Duginia is the feminine variant thereof, but that's not supposed to be done with surnames. Just because your daughter's female doesn't mean you feminize the surname or the family name. Her father and she were estranged, and he killed her. She was the daughter of Alexander Dugin, the father, a close ally of Russian dictator Vladimir Putin and the chief ideologue behind the very influential ultra-pan-Slavo-nationalist doctrine of Neo-Eurasianism. This ideology provides the rationale for the Russian invasion of Ukraine. It asserts there is an epoch-shaping clash of civilizations underway between the globalism of Western liberal democracy, led by these United States, and the multipolarism of Eurasian authoritarianism, led by Greater Russia. It is this ideology that has provided the philosophical and political rationale for the Russian assault on its neighbor. Daria Platonova, or Daria New Plato, was a prominent journalist, a devoted follower of her father, served as his media secretary and as a political commentator for the international Eurasian movement. She openly supported the Russian invasion and was sanctioned by the United Kingdom government yesterday, just last month, for being a frequent and high-profile contributor of disinformation in relation to Ukraine and the Russian invasion of the Ukraine on various online platforms, and for promoting policies or actions that destabilize the Ukraine. It appears Miss Dugina and her father were due to leave a literary festival together on Saturday evening, but that her father changed his mind at the last moment, leaving Ms. Dugina alone in Dugin's Toyota Land Cruiser. This vehicle then exploded as it departed, was engulfed in flames, left the road, and crashed into a building, killing Ms. Dugina. Alerted by the explosion and emergency vehicle sirens, Dugin himself, on camera, watched the car burn, for the sake of record, but really to make it certain she would never survive. It was conspired to appear certain that he was the primary target of the bomb. So in terms of some background here, Dugin himself hails from a prominent military family, as Peter MŌN so stated, already a bad sign in any Allied citizen, with strong connections with the security and intelligence services, compounding the felony. Said preconditions rendering any Allied subject the worst of the worst. He claims to possess several doctorates and has been director of the Center for Conservative Studies and was head of the Department of Sociology of International Relations at Moscow State University. He also served as an advisor to the Speaker of the Russian State Duma, who was a leading member of the ruling United Russia Party. Dugin has also worked as a journalist and as political commentator, appearing on primetime political talk shows and publishing articles in the mainstream media. He also has a prominent internet presence, both in his own right and via the front organizations, and is obviously a very prolific author. That brings us to the foundations of geopolitique. Dugin's most important book is The Foundations of Geopolitics, subtitled The Geopolitical Future of Russia, published circa 1997. Written in conjunction with leading military figures, it is used as a textbook in the General Staff Academy and other educational institutions, and is very influential amongst the Russian political, military, security, defense, and foreign policy elites. Taking its departure from Dugin's unyielding rejection of liberal, democratic, and capitalist Atlanticism, it depicts Russia as the staging area of a new anti-bourgeois, anti-American revolution in a battle for global domination. So you see, Eurasianism is the anti-soul of Putin's New World disorder. The West was forewarned. It has been no secret that a grand imperialist vision of a vast new Eurasian empire drives Vladimir Putin and the cadre of Russian ultra-pan-Slavo nationalists who surround him. Central to this vision are the heartland states of Russia and Ukraine, which is why the latter must be subordinated to the Kremlin as the first step in this grand strategy. Tragically, the globalist elites who dominate Western politics have refused to even recognize the existence of this vision, much less acknowledge its ideological and psychological power. These elites have displayed only weakness and lack of direction and resolve, confirming Putin's conviction that the West is in sharp decline and that the time for a new autocratic world order has arrived. This is what brings us to Neo-Eurasianism itself. Because at the center of this vision is the political religion of Neo-Eurasianism, exemplified by the work of its high priest, Alexander Dugin, whose spiritualized neo-Stalinist imperialism is based on an all-encompassing rage against liberalism, globalization, modernity, and the West in general, what he and his followers call the Atlanticist world order, exemplified by NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, the EU, or European Union, and a terminally weakened United States of America. All of this is exacerbated by Dugin himself and the radicalized right as a universal united front. The conservative parallel to the Communist Internationale. Only recently have commentators been able to foreground the importance of Dugin in the development of an elaborate anti-liberal ideology and establish links between it and major ideological movements on the radical right in the West. Exempli gratiae. Benjamin R. Teitelbaum's work entitled War for Eternity, subtitled The Return of Traditionalism and the Rise of the Populist Right, explores the close ideological association between Alex Dugin and Steve Bannon, a one-time key aide to Donald Trump himself. Dugin also has a chapter devoted to him in the book titled Key Thinkers of the Radical Right, subtitled Behind the New Threat to Liberal Democracy, published in 2019 and edited by Mark Sedgwick, a key scholar in this field and author of another work entitled Against the Modern World, subtitled Traditionalism and the Secret Intellectual History of the 20th Century, published circa 2004. Central to all three of these aforecited analyses is the political abuse being made by Alex Dugin of the esoteric new religious movement of traditionalism. I should say neo-religious movement of traditionalism, which I shall exposit upon soon enough. But first we must articulate the unholy mission on the messianic scale. Dugin was a professor of sociology at Moscow State University, a prolific author, prominent media commentator, and political activist. As proven by Marlène Laruelle in her work entitled Russian Eurasianism, subtitled An Ideology of Empire, published circa 2008, the year of the stock market crash, he exercises a quasi-monopoly over nationalist thought in Russia. He operates on the assumption that Russian society and Russia's political establishment are in search of a new ideology of imperialism, which it is his literally unholy mission to provide. As he makes clear in his own magnum opus titled The Foundations of Geopolitics, subtitled The Geopolitical Future of Russia, published circa 1997. Let me read therefrom. Eurasia and our space, the heartland Russia, remain the staging area of a new anti-bourgeois, anti-American revolution. The new Eurasian empire will be constructed on the fundamental principle of the common enemy, the rejection of Atlanticism. This common civilizational impulse will be the basis of a political and strategic union. Okay, this brings us to Ukraine's role in all this. Within this grandiose geopolitical scheme, Ukraine plays an essential role. And Dugin has been an outspoken advocate of the Russian insurgents operating there, seeking to bind the country closer to the Russian Empire. Along with other ultra-pan-Slavo nationalists, he championed their cause, raising funds, recruiting volunteers, and using their influence within the Russian Empire's security establishment to provide us more direct support for the insurgency. And this support has been extreme. Exempli gratiae. After the flight MH17 atrocity, in which the cure for AIDS, the autoimmunodeficiency syndrome, was denied the world, when Vlad Putin mass murdered over 100 AIDS research scientists, what comprised a third of the 298 passengers aboard, Dugin failed to express any regrets and instead complained on his Facebook page that the insurgents' task would be made more difficult by Russia's act of international aerial terrorism. At the same time, he demanded that Ukrainians must be killed, and promoted the horrific allegation featured on Russian television that Ukrainians took a child, 3 years old, a little boy, wearing little briefs and a t-shirt, and nailed him, like Jesus, to the bulletin board. These are the allegations emergent from the sewer of shit we call Putin's brain. As confirmed by both Anton Barbashin and Hannah Thoburn in their co-authored Foreign Affairs article, Dugin is Putin's brain, while Robert Zubrin concluded in National Review Online that, in his words, Dugin is the mad philosopher who is redesigning the brains of much of the Russian government and public, filling their minds with a new hate-ridden totalitarian ideology whose consequences can only be catastrophic in the extreme, not only for Russia, but for the entire human race. Zubrin himself has testified on record that, in his own words, Eurasianism is a satanic cult. This is what brings us to the fourth political theory. Zubrin relies for this extreme assessment on a 2012 study by James Heitzer entitled "The American Empire Should Be Destroyed," which emphasizes the religious and apocalyptic dimensions of Dugin's version of Neo-Eurasianism. To read therefrom, Dugin's intended goal, his telos, that's literally the end in Greek, implying the end, limit, goal, fulfillment, completion, a term used by the philosopher Aristotle to refer to the final cause of a natural organ or entity, or a work of human art. It est ultimate object or aim. So, again, to read from the study entitled "The American Empire Should Be Destroyed," Mr. James Heitzer, Heiser, writes, Dugin's intended goal, his telos, is the end of the world, and that end is dependent on the implementation of his ideology. And as Dugin himself has declared in his own book titled The Fourth Political Theory, published circa 2012, this objective demands a form of spiritualized mass militancy. To read is therefrom. The end times and the eschatological meaning of politics will not realize themselves on their own. The end will never come if we wait for it. If the fourth political practice is not able to realize the end of all times, then it would be invalid. The end of days must come, but it will not come by itself. This is a task. It is not a certainty. It is an act of metaphysics. It is a practice. This, my listeners, is good versus evil. And like previous forms of apocalypticism, Dugin's own view is a dualistic mélange, depicting the world as a battleground within which the forces of good and evil, light and darkness, spirit and matter contend for the fate of our planet. In Dugin's version of apocalypticism, it is the Atlanticist New World Order based on liberalism, modernity, and materialism that represents the forces of evil, while the peoples of Eurasia, with their stronger spirituality, constitute, or will soon constitute, the new Eurasian order and form the vanguard for the forces of the end to bring about the end of the world. This is a death wish. Think Jonestown on a planetary scale. Dugin's national death wish is emphasized by Stephen Shenfield in his studies on Rushism, who cited Dugin's insistence in his own work entitled The End of the World. I think that's pretty self-explanatory myself. Published circa 1997. I read it therefrom. The meaning of Russia is that through the Russian people will be realized the final thought of God. The last thought at the end of the world. Death is the way to immortality. Love will begin when this world ends. We must long for it, like true Christians. We are uprooting the accursed tree of knowledge. With it will perish the universe. This is the will of the anti-gods. This is the chaos agenda. Shenfield also observes that when a critic pointed out Dugin's real dream is of death, first of all the death of Russia, Dugin responded that this betrays the critic's failure to appreciate the positive significance of death. Well, one only wishes Alex Dugin and Vlad Putin would start with themselves. Maybe if they killed themselves as an example, the rest of us might be inspired to follow. Well, no one would, because we don't want to wind up where they are. At any rate, how to react, as Heitzer concluded about Alex Dugin. It is hard to know how to react to someone who claims to want to bring about the end of the world. It is a claim which evokes a snicker until one realizes that the man who thinks that the meaning of Russia is the end of the world is the man whose geopolitical doctrine is being implemented by the ruler of the Russian Empire. Herein, the ideological context of Vladimir Putin himself. In an in-depth assessment outlining the broader ideological context of Dugin's work as published in ̶Deutsche Welle, literally German wave, Welle being the German word for wave used by the Wehrmacht, the armed forces, to designate groups of divisions recruited in a given period of time, i.e., a sudden transient rush or flood that Americans would reference as unto a military deployment surge. Said term implicative of a wavelength in physics, a moving disturbance, frequency, undulation, waving, waves, cinders, ash, ashes, or mechanically applied, denoting an axle, as in a transverse bar or shaft, or most tellingly, sociopolitically meaning an axis. Within Deutsche Welle, now you know the meaning behind their magazine's name, German axis. Ingo Manteuffel wrote, and here I read therefrom, Eurasianism was developed in 1920 by Russian immigrants who combined in their ideology elements of anti-liberalism, nationalism, and Judeophobia. Until a few years ago, they were marginal views, held by political crackpots and conspiracy theorists. But in the aftermath of the collapse of the Soviet Union, they found their way into mainstream political discourse, and now, in Putin's remarks and policies since 2011, MŌN Cyrus's death year, the year of the rebirth of magic in the world according to Native American cosmology, /2012, echoes of Eurasianism have become increasingly apparent. This is all manifest in the far right. This aligned Russia with the far right in Europe, where the increasingly strong right-wing populist movements with their anti-liberal, xenophobic, homophobic, anti-American views correspond exactly to the Eurasian ideology being propagated in Russia. Unsurprisingly, Putin speaks positively about right-wing populist politicians and parties like Marine Le Pen's National Front, and consequently, Eurasianism and its individual ideological components will shape the European political debate over the coming decades. Eurasianism is not a Russian rejection of Europe, as is often erroneously thought. It's the concept of another Europe, namely an anti-liberal and anti-American one. All of this is based on fear of Atlanticism, as profoundly articulated by Theodor Kirazik and Heinrich Mattei in their co-authored essay entitled Russia's Emerging Defense and Security Doctrine, as published in Eurasia Review 11, Volume 11, June of 2014. Fear that the Atlantic Alliance will continue to remake the world to suit its own interests has long consumed the Russian defense establishment. To quote us therefrom, Russian military strategists see a new world order emerging where an alternative and antithesis to the West is necessary. Now, speeches by the Russian defense minister and the military chief of staff revealed that the Russian security elites appear to be formulating a new Russian security and foreign policy doctrine based on the necessity for the Russian/Eurasian civilization to counteract aggression from the Atlantic civilization led by these United States, which intends to disassemble Russian statehood and gain global hegemony. That's what they think we're all about. This brings us to their response, the unholy mission on the imperial scale. In response to this scenario, the Kremlin has adopted an unholy mission to preserve Russian culture and combat the moral decay promoted by their Atlanticist enemies. Much of the battle must be fought at the ideological level, and to combat liberalism, Russia must promote an alternative post-liberal statist form of conservatism which defends tradition, conservative values, and true liberty within a new Eurasian anti-civilization of barbarism. All about chaos and confusion. Chaos with a K, to imply its cultic nature. Commentators have struggled to find a term to accurately describe this ideological position. As Aaron Rhodes pointed out in The Washington Times, it has been called, among other things, 19th century Russian Orthodox imperialism, neo-Tsarism, hypernationalism, national Bolshevism, which means national majoritarianism, neo-totalitarianism, neo-Sovietsism, anti-fascism, as in antifascism, and Amero-republicanism. Sounds like you're connecting all the dots. The simplest approach is to recognize that it has elements of all these positions, but to accept the name it gives itself, Neo-Eurasianism, and then explore in detail what Dugin means thereby. Well, first it means new forms of warfare. Crucially for understanding the Ukraine crisis, it is remarkable for the extent to which it describes the new forms of warfare that have increasingly come to prominence since the 9/11 attacks and the War on Terror. Conventional types of combat are to play a relatively minor role in favor of a coordinated program of disinformation, demoralization, destabilization, subversion, and insurgency with elite Russian special forces, sponsored militias, and other covert services, ergo cyber warfare, in the vanguard. It describes in detail how the Russian Empire should use its oil, gas, and other natural resources to intimidate other countries, with the ultimate goal being the Finlandization of Europa. Within this system of dependency, the United Germany would be allowed to exercise hegemony over Central and Eastern Europe and encouraged to form a Franco-German bloc as a bulwark against America. Great Britain would be driven out of any alliance with Europa and isolated, while most other countries would be either absorbed into the new Eurasian Empire or given subordinate special statuses alongside it. Special like Special Olympics. Oh, there we are. Yes. Okay, thank you, Shelley Rains, who points out, "Hey Doug, William Cooper possibly would have found out by other means. It is definitely not your fault. Remember, free will. He had his choice. He needed to make for himself." Thank you, honey. Love you dearly. So, going to give her a nice big heart hug for that. And with that, returning to arc of narrative here, Ukraine, in this world of Eurasian satraps within geosynchronous orbit of a greater Russia, Ukraine is the special case. In his grand Eurasianist strategy, Dugin sees Ukraine as a special case and its annexation as essential. In his view, its independence represents an enormous danger for all of Eurasia, and without resolving the Ukrainian problem, it is in general senseless to speak about continental politics. His words. Consequently, he welcomed Putin's claim a decade ago that the Ukrainian state no longer existed and was therefore not protected by treaties or international law. This allegedly legitimized any military action that the Russian parliament authorized Putin to carry out, bringing it ultimately to a Russo-Islamic alliance. Further afield, Dugin's book insists that a continental Russian Islamic alliance must lie at the foundation of anti-Atlanticist strategy and is to be based on the shared traditional character of Russian and Islamic counter-civilizations. Central to this alliance is Iran and the creation of a Moscow-Tehran axis, which be essential to Dugin's Putinista plans. The Communist Chinese Empire is to be encouraged to expand eastwards and southwards, dominating Indochina and Oceania, including Australia itself. This could be done by subversion. As far as America is concerned, Russia must not hesitate to use all forms of subversion to create social disharmony and instability. This would involve the provocation of, in Dugin's own words, black Afro-American racists, because to him all blacks are racists, and the encouragement of all kinds of separatism and ethnic, social, and racial conflicts, actively supporting all dissident movements, extremist, racist, and sectarian groups, thus destabilizing internal political processes and supporting isolationist tendencies in American politics. So this is the fourth political theory as an action manifesto. As part of this strategy of ideological subversion, Dugin published The Fourth Political Theory, circa 2012, accompanied by its website, 4PT, as in 4 points, or 4PT for 4 political theory. A synthesis of anti-liberal political ideologies, including elements of communism and Amero-republicanism, augmented with ideas from radical anti-natalism, vis-a-vis its anti-industrial and anti-technology declarations adopted to appeal to misanthropic environmentalists, all matrices within a veneer of spirituality via integral traditionalism. Dugin's theory is cynically designed to have the widest possible appeal. He condemns the cosmopolitan Atlanticism of Western Europe and America as a homogenizing force that annihilates the diversity of traditional cultures, only to replace them with the spiritual and cultural vacuity of liberalism, materialism, capitalism, secularism, and consumerism. Dugin believes these are literally the forces of the Antichrist, and to combat them, he calls for the mobilization of the peoples of Eurasia, led by
the Greater Russian Empire and absorbing all the former Soviet republics, United Germany, Central and Eastern Europe, Turkey, and Iran, thus forging a natural alliance with Islam, while also ensuring Russian access to warm water ports. All to combat the evil of liberalism. The world must be subjugated. According to Dugin, liberalism is an absolute evil and only a global crusade against the United States, the West, and globalization itself is an adequate response. And the American empire should be destroyed because it is the kingdom of the Antichrist. And to accomplish this, Russia needs to embrace a genuine, true, radically revolutionary, and consistent nihilo-chaosism, a nihilist chaosism, as proposed in the fourth political theory, the very symbol of which is the symbol of chaos. The 8 points, but not of the compass, because it's the off points that are longer than the cardinal points. An inversion symbol, like an inverted cross or pentagram. That brings us to the websites. If anyone's asking where I'm getting all this from, it's right there for you on the net. Aside from 4PT, Dugin also promoted his views on other websites, including Arto-Gaia, which features a summary of foundations, Open Revolt, and New Resistance. The latter presenting itself as a loose network of American and Canadian fourth political theorists, national revolutionaries, Eurasianists, national Bolsheviks, left nationalists, right-wing anti-capitalists, and non-dogmatic left-wing radicals, who advocate a wide-ranging and multi-leveled resistance to neoliberal economic policies, Anglo-American imperialism, and Zionist influence in the media and government. Well, this ideological rainbow coalition epitomizes the radicalized mass constituency that Dugin believes exists to implement his political program. Now, all of the ideological sourcing is from a transnational sex radical. In developing this complex ideological and political program, Dugin has followed a strange intellectual trajectory, as he maketh clear in The Long Path. That's the title of an interview published on the Open Revolt website in May of 2014. It should still be up there and accessible to all. But before you bother yourself with trying to make any sense of it and giving yourself a headache, I've done all the work for you. You can thank me later. Therein, he identifies the principal influence on his syncretic Weltanschauung, as my biological father Adolf Hitler would call it, meaning worldview. His ultimate influence as René Guyon, born in 1876, who died in 1963, the very year my late sister was born. The French sex radical, who, from his residence in the Aulden Kingdom of Siam, today's Thailand, as disambiguated from my Taiwan, penned his magnum opus, Études d'éthique sexuelle, Studies of Sexual Ethics, a series of 9 volumes that he wrote between 1929 and 1944, in which he promoted all consensual sexual acts, regardless of one's sex, age, or race, within ethical limitations. His law background earned him a high position in the Ministry of Justice in Siam, where he worked as a legal reformer, if you can believe that, and a judge from 1908 until the day he died in 1963, the birth year of my late sister. In a paper published by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, FBI Special Agent Kenneth V. Lanning wrote, "The René Guyon Society, the North American Man-Boy Love Association, or NAMBLA, the Pedophile Information Exchange, the Child Sensuality Circle, the Pedo Alert Network." Some of these things like the Pedo Alert Network and the Pedophile Information Exchange you'd think would be passing out information to protect parents and their families from pedophiles. They're actually to provide information about families with children, which are in the most vulnerable category for pedophiles to prey upon. It's their information exchange networks with each other. And the Lewis Carroll Collectors Guild. Lewis Carroll, the author, a man who claimed both genders, who was the author of Alice in Wonderland. Yeah. Up there as one of the patron saints of pedophilia. Are all examples of groups, this is the FBI agent's words, Agent Lanning's, not mine, all examples of groups that openly advocate hetero and homosexual adult child sex and changing the laws that make it a crime. Now I'm going to put the link into the chat room here. And this is the link to an article that is required reading. Heartbreaking. You're going to see what happens to these young kids who are preyed upon. There's only one sentence with a single word, René Guyon. But that says it all, because they, oh, thank God, order placed for a mystery hot and spicy Asian instant ramen. No, it's an electric blanket. Thank you to Samuel Romero. Love you dearly. Love you dearly. God bless you. And Maria. Oh my God. Thank you. This, by the way, will keep me safe through winter. Winter is coming. Right on time for next transmission. Good night. God bless Doug. God bless you, sir. You're the best. Oh my God. So, oh my God. Thank you, sir. And love you dearly. Hugs and kisses to Maria. He's my man, along with his dear brother, the twin Isaac Romero. Okay, back to the task at hand. The link in the chat room, as I said, that one sentence about René Guyon has their bumper sticker proclamation. Shelley Rain says, "Good job, Doug. Thanks a lot. Goddess bless you, honey. Love you dearly." That one link that has the sentence about René Guyon that contains their battle cry, their rally cry, which is on their bumper stickers. Rape them before 8, before it's too late. In other words, unless you're making them bleed, by the time they get old and rank and they're bleeding on their own, who the fuck wants that rancid meat? That was the attitude of everyone at the Presidio military base. This is what I grew up with. Maybe you'll understand why I'm so damaged. What was it Judith Agert used to say? Not right in the head. Oh my God. She's the lady I made my Marine Corps life insurance out to because she demanded it. After which she told me to now go make yourself useful and die. Then said, 50 grand ain't that much money. Well, it's a hell of a lot more by orders of magnitude than she ever invested in myself. What a cunt. Anyhow, according to European Union reporting rules established over 20 years ago, circa 1999, prostitution must be included in national statistics. The Center for Economics and Business Research Limited, a London-based think tank, then figured illegal prostitution was a $2 billion United States a year business in Great Britain alone, averaging $16,500 US a year in tax-free income for some 115,000 prostitutes. Since the cost of inputs was minuscule, the sum dropped to the bottom line of national income statistics. But the Grande Madame, Lin Lin Lim, of the International Labor Office, that's her real fucking name, Linlean, surname Lim, Lin Lin Lim, of the International Labor Office in Geneva, Switzerland, then pointed out in her own book titled The Sex Sector, which I actually highly recommend to anyone. It's not just because I'm hypersexualized that I appreciate it. It's not pornography, after all. But rather, it's information you'll get no place else that is highly relevant in all our lives and never spoken of. So, she pointed out in that book, again titled The Sex Sector, written by Lin Lin Lim, that's a real name, that businesses like tour operators and go-go bars feeding off the prostitutes make the real money. Add such service providers to the pot. Did I mean to say that? Yeah, honeypot. And the sex sector is a global economic force that's probably in excess of $500 billion United States 20 years ago when that book was published. Economists thus increasingly talk of a sex sector, a massive, broadly defined, and mostly underground economy that includes activities like illegal prostitution. To quote the Lady Lim herself, like it or not, legal or not, the sex sector is an economic activity of such massive proportions in many countries, it must be measured in terms of gross domestic product. Consider Thailand. Again, to be disambiguated from my Taiwan. Thailand being the flesh pot that attracts some 500,000 sex tourists every year, specifically for sex with kids. A study by a Thai university estimated the sex sector at around 25 billion United States dollars, or 12% of that country's GDP, gross domestic product. Some 4.6 million Thai men use an estimated 700,000 prostitutes annually, a third of whom are minors, and another third of whom are children. Then consider this decadent twist. A chief surgeon in Bangkok, the capital of Thailand is named fucking Bangkok. Wouldn't you know? According to press accounts, claimed Thailand, and yes, I know it's tempting to say Thailand because they're all fucking perverts, had become the preeminent country in the world for sex changes, with 35,000 transsexuals on surgeons' waiting lists. This doctor was arguing that the sex change business, if properly developed, could help Thailand's economic recovery, meaning that this was to be made the national industry of Thailand. Sex tourism is something that happens around the world, obviously. A potentially unfortunate byproduct of the tourism industry as a whole. It's particularly prevalent in tourism in Thailand. Let me give you an example of the scale of sex tourism in Thailand. A major part of sex tourism is prostitution, obviously. This has been common in Thailand for centuries, as far back as the Ayutthaya Kingdom, which was a dynasty that lasted from 1351 to 1767, shortly before the United States of America was born. Prostitution has been documented. It was legal and taxed back then, but has been illegal since 1960. Just 3 years before René Guyon died, and against his will and wishes. Statistics for sex tourism in Thailand are hard to come by. Estimates suggest there are anywhere between 250,000 and, in reality, 2 million sex workers in the country. The 250,000 are the adults. The rest are children. Global black market database HavocsCOPE puts the number at the lower end of the scale for the adults, with the equivalent of 6.4 billion United States dollars being brought in by them alone. But all other surveys and organizations place the number much closer to the 2 million mark because they factor in the children, which for some reason HavocsCOPE refuses to do because guess fucking what? They're sponsored by the René Guyon Society. Wouldn't you know? Either way, sex tourism in Thailand is a big deal. It is said, though these statistics are difficult to confirm, that 60% of visitors are male, of course, with 70% of these males being sex tourists. Because sex work and prostitution has been legal in Thailand for fucking ever, throughout all recorded history until the early 1960s, it was a popular place for it. And just because there are laws in place now, remember what I've always said about the law on the books and the law of the land, the sex industry is something people still associate with that kingdom. It's a vicious circle. There are not always a lot of jobs for women in that country. This is a big part of why sex tourism in Thailand is so popular. Working in the sex industry pays considerably more than many jobs in Thailand. So it is no surprise that many women seek to work in this industry just to put their kids through college. They're not drug addicts, people, like in the West. These are responsible mothers. So please respect them. But about prostitution in Thailand. As mentioned, until 1960, prostitution was legal in Thailand, had been throughout all of its history. Brothels were run by the state. Everything changed, and there are now 3 different acts that give prostitution, and sex tourism in Thailand, its outlet. Let me put it this way. There are 3 legal acts that were established only years after René Guyon died. This was the big-ass Mac Daddy pimp, René Guyon, who ran Thailand's sex industry. A French faggot. Now, when he died in 1963, the year my sister was born, 3 years later, the year that I was born, Thailand enacted the Entertainment Places Act. According to the Entertainment Places Act, owners of certain establishments are responsible for prostitution occurring on or within their premises. They are criminally liable. This act also states that brothel keeping, profiting from prostitution, and also solicitation are illegal. However, this behavior is all tolerated because a lot of the time, law officials have financial interest in local prostitution. Go figure. Then, 30 years later, there was the Prevention and Suppression of Prostitution Act, enacted circa 1996. This places the responsibility on the client. Those found to be soliciting sex or sexual activities are fined, meaning more money is made from the tourists. And if doing so in a prostitution establishment, can face a jail term, meaning you pay for release. Basically, you're kept a hostage until your family pays for your release, because you're basically robbed by the police when you're put in jail. So, another source of income for the country. But understand that the law is not usually enforced in private places. But owners of prostitution businesses have received heavier penalties too. The Act has a particular focus on child prostitution / trafficking. Punishments vary, of course, getting worse as the age of the sex worker gets younger. Traffickers themselves receive heavier fines and long prison terms too. But nobody dies. Now, the very next year, the Penal Code Amendment was enacted circa 1997. Penal like penitentiary, Penal, not penile like Penile, referring to, that cock behind the zipper, or that cock behind the fly, as would be a snappier way of phrasing it. Now, this Penal Code Amendment, this act punishes the sex workers themselves. It does not label prostitution as illegal, but states that anyone living off money earned by prostitution will be fined and placed in prison. This extends to people living with prostitutes, meaning their children, receiving money from prostitutes, meaning their parents, or helping them settle disagreements with customers, i.e., their pimps or boyfriends, who most Thai boyfriends are pimps. That brings us to, how do women escape this horrible cycle of abuse? They become Thai brides, also known as mail-order brides. Thai brides are women who work with international marriage agencies. These companies serve to introduce men and women from different countries for the purpose of marriage. According to some, brides date back to the 1800s. A lot of these companies are based where there is a lot of poverty, and many of the women feel there is no other choice. It is a popular practice in Thailand. There are, especially for women, a lot of issues with unemployment in many areas of Asia, including Thailand itself. For this reason, many Thai women enter the mail-order industry so they can send money home for their families, or have their family sponsored for immigration. A simple Google search will reveal hundreds of sites offering Thai brides. Potential customers, or husbands, can browse profiles, get advice on how to choose the best bride, and more. And, of course, if you want to sample the market, there are sex shows in Thailand. A popular part of sex tourism in Thailand are the sex shows. There are the ping pong shows, where women on stage will use their very strong, actually conditioned and trained, athletic, I would say Olympian level pelvic muscles to blow objects, traditionally ping pong balls, out of their vagina. They put out candles this way and shit. This dates back to the mid-1970s. The shows are technically illegal, according to the laws I've already discussed. But as the demand is so high, the Thai law officials always turn a blind eye. There are other live sex shows, of course, but the ping pong shows are the most popular. Now, there are, of course, by the time the guys watching that get horny enough to bury themselves in some vagina, Bangkok's red light districts serve that purpose. There are several areas within Bangkok. I still can't get over the name of their fucking capital, Bangkok. I mean, really? Really? I mean, we have to have derived one from the other, right? And that capital came first, thousands of years ago, right? It's, Now we know where our language derives from. There's several areas within Bangkok that make up the city's red light district. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, the entire fucking capital is the goddamn red light district. They are adjacent to one another and populated by sex workers who have moved from rural areas to find work under the bright lights of the big city. This makes Bangkok a major hotspot for sex tourism in Thailand itself. There are 3 main districts that I know of. If you're going to ask me, hey Doug, how do you know all this shit? You sound like a regular. First, go fuck yourself. Second, it's because I worked at the Presidio military base and I had to deal with all the GIs who came back from Thailand talking about sex and where they got it with all the kids and where they went to get it. So I know it like I've been there because I grew up with the motherfuckers who were stationed there, and this is all they did. There are major naval air stations in Thailand, aero bases for your Air Force, ports for your Navy, and of course, your Army practically occupies it. So, what do they do all day? Everything I'm telling you. And they come back and talk about it and brag about it. There was this one 6-year-old girl I was fucking. She was so tight, it was like fucking an ant. I grew up with this. So, if you ever ask, how did Dietrich get so hypersexualized? Well, now you know. So, the 3 main districts are Pat Pong, again, the name. Just like Phuket, Phuket in Thailand. But in the native language, it's really pronounced fuck it. So, Pat Pong is a major player within, well, let's just put it this way. A major player within sex tourism in Thailand is go-go culture. Pat Pong is the district where that all started. There are so many go-go bars within this area of Bangkok, with some in plain sight and some hidden behind doors. With neon lights galore and its very own night market, Pat Pong is a really vibrant part of a lascivious, lewd, and lusty city. Then there's Nanya Plaza. I think Nanya is like the Jewish term for grandma, isn't it? Since the early 1900s, there has been a night market at Pat Pong. Its popularity has helped sex tourism in Thailand soar. With the feeling of a city that never sleeps, camest something else. Nanya Plaza. I guess this is where we go for granny sex, or what you might assume. The 3-story building, which is what it is described as the world's largest adult playground, with short-time hotels, rented out by the hour, for sex, of course, and over 30 bars. And that brings us to Soy Cowboy. This is where you'll find even more go-go bars. Despite being a relatively short street, Soy Cowboy, that's the name of the fucking street, yes, is extremely important for sex tourism in Thailand. It is home to over 40 go-go bars. Similarly to the area of Pat Pong, you will be surrounded by neon lights, really friendly staff, and average drink prices, which you can never complain about. Then there's the Phuket, P-H-U-K-E-T, it's pronounced fuck it, go-go bars. You will also find go-go bars in, fuck it, Phuket. Patong Beach. Patong Beach. Yeah, like Poontang. And the surrounding areas are said to be safer examples of sex tourism in Thailand. Safer than, where you wake up in a bathtub and your kidneys and liver have been removed and you're surrounded by ice cubes and a note saying, good luck. At any rate, most go-go bars are situated in Phuket on and around Bangla Road in Patong. And the shows are not particularly male-oriented either. Let's just say they serve all needs there. This is where you will find a large gay community. It's their version of San Francisco or Key West. There's also Pattaya Walking Street. This is the biggest and busiest party hotspot in the country, and therefore a prevalent place for sex tourism in Thailand, with go-go bars, over 80 of them, and ladyboys. Plenty of side streets, and a lot of public transport. It's easy to see why Waking Street is so popular. Now, why am I bringing all this up? None of this would have been possible without the work of one man, René Guénon, and Alexander Dugin, the man who murdered his own daughter, probably because she stopped fucking him. I say that quite seriously, not just to be an asshole. Brings us the Guionic traditionalism of a sexually liberated utopia. You see, we begin with the esoteric form of spiritual philosophy called traditionalism, which forms the intellectual foundation of Alex Dugin's thought. And he explored the field and its relevance to the Russian situation in works like those titled The Ways of the Absolute, which he published in 1989, Templars of the Proletariat, which he published in 1997, and The Philosophy of Traditionalism, which he published in 2002. Remember, this is the man who's Putin's brain, Putin's Rasputin, and he emphatically declared, traditionalism is the philosophic focus of all my later developments. In my early youth, I was deeply inspired by traditionalism of René Guénon. That was my definitive choice of camp, on the side of sacred tradition against the modern and postmodern world. This choice and all consequences are still there in the present. I firmly stand for spiritual and religious values against actual decadent materialist and perverted culture. So, this traditionalism of René Guénon. René Guénon's work, entitled Studies in Sexual Ethics, published in 1948, while World War II was still legally on, outlines principles of sexuality and a concept of sexual freedom that resonated with many sexologists in the first half of the 20th century. René Guénon's American translator, George Russell Weaver, explains that René Guénon dreamed of and hoped for a future prosexual society. You like that, huh? Prosexual. I'm prosexual. As if, it was 1984 and we had an anti-sex league. Now, granted, when you look at Puritans that first conquered America, you could get where he's coming from. Anyhow, that translator, Weaver, his book was published in 1986, and he called the volumes the most monumental and important work on sex ever written, a complete blueprint for sexual relations in the world of tomorrow. By the way, Weaver translated that and entered that preface himself way back in 1947. He had a lot of volumes to translate, and between 1947 and 1986, I think he got something like 9 of them out. Guénon himself was a practical idealist. He crafted practical steps towards revolutionary change in mores that would result in a sexual utopia, as he viewed it. He envisioned himself as a crusader for sexual freedom and for the emancipation of the sexually enslaved. Not people under real bondage like sex slaves, but people who were enslaved by puritanical concepts that prevented them from fucking all day, which is, what you do when you're in Thailand, where he effectively ruled. I was the king, and then René Guénon, till the day he died. Disgusting. The fundamental principle underlying Guyon's revision of sexual morality was his doctrine of sexual legitimacy, which held that all acts of sexual pleasure are amoral and legitimate so long as they do not involve violence, coercion, or fraud. There are several parts to this doctrine that need to be considered separately. Sexual pleasure as amoral and legitimate, the corollary that taboos against sex are illegitimate, and finally, the limitations placed on sexual acts based on the notion of mutual consent, nonviolence, and honesty rather than deceit or fraud. Guyon fiercely argued that nearly all forms of sexual pleasure are legitimate and amoral. Physiologically, sex organs are natural and exist to experience pleasure, not exclusively to reproduce the species. He likened sexual acts to food and drink. We eat when hungry, drink when thirsty, and gratify sexual urges when they arise. These are essential human needs outside all morality. To quote Guyon himself, circa 1953, the year the Korean War drew into armistice, "The right to sexual satisfaction is just as inalienable as the right to eat." Guyon encapsulates this idea in what he calls the mechanistic theory of sexuality, in which he argues that all sexual objects are legitimate to use for the purpose of sexual pleasure. It doesn't matter what one uses, if anything, to achieve pleasure or what erogenous zone is stimulated. It could be your hand, someone of the same sex, your sister or brother or son or daughter, a vegetable, dildo, pornographic images, nudity, a dead body, as in necrophilia, excrement, as in coprophilia, or exhibitionism. That's from his 1941 book. That's not me talking, just so you fucking understand, people. It's not a stretch to imagine why, in the mid-20th century, transnational homophile organizations, such as the International Committee for Sexual Equality, found in René Guyon's ideology support for the legitimacy and decriminalization of homosexuality. That was written by Rupp, circa 2011, the year my mother was murdered. That's, if I remember correctly, in the volume of medical journal it was published in, page 1032. Now, for Guyon himself, it did not matter what part of the body is stimulated. Oral, anal, or armpits, inside or outside the vagina, with or without a penis. Orgasm was treated similarly as a psychophysiological, almost mechanical response. Sexual organs are not shameful. They are just like the nose or the tongue. The only conditions René Guyon considered truly abhorrent were chastity and virginity. The glorification of chastity was sheer claptrap that went against nature, while he considered the concept of the virgin an absurdity, a sort of monstrosity. He went so far as to argue that the chaste individual is not a valuable or desirable member of society. That emphasis was in his original work, by the way. He's got it all in uppercase. In the work he published, circa 1961, page 254. That one's genital organs would atrophy if not used. He started that rumor. And that a lack of sex would lead to illness. This was based on his writings from way back in 1939. Back when both Adolf Hitler and Franklin Roosevelt ascended to power. For Guyon, human bodies were created as ambulatory erogenous zones. and everyone had the right to exercise freely their sexual preferences so long as no violence or active deceit was committed. Sadism, named after Marquis de Sade, gratuitous enjoyment of other suffering because it infringed upon the liberty of sexual partners and involved violence, was one of the few acts that René Guénon did not support as belonging within the sphere of sexuality. He believed that sadism, like mass murder, resulted from sexual repression or sexual abuse. By the way, I'm not the one who made this mass murder comparison. That's him talking here. I'm merely articulating, which I hope no one confuses with advocating. So he's conflating mass murder with a sexual impulse, which in some people it may very well be, but I don't think that's the norm. So he feels that sadism and other what he would feel were neuroses would disappear in a society founded upon sexual freedom. In other words, no one would need to commit violence if everyone's fucking anyone anyway. If children are allowed to be grabbed, and they're not going to resist because they don't know any fucking better and they're tactile anyway, grab any young kid who's young enough and they're tactile, they're going to grab your organs and just kind of start kneading them, poking at them out of curiosity as much as anything else. And guys like René Guénon would say, that's consent. And therefore, if everyone's satisfying themselves by grabbing the nearest child, who would need violence? Get the picture? In fact, any repression of this wide range of physiologically natural, legitimate sexual acts would result in neuroses. In other words, Guénon argues that sexual aberrations or perversions do not exist a priori in nature, but are created by social conventions and sexual taboos. He believed that taboos merely strengthen the desire for that which it seeks to combat. Taboos compel the act that breaks the taboo. Unlike other French philosophers before and after him, Guénon's theory of pleasure did not hinge on any form of transgression. Violence was a form of transgression, which made it central to Georges Bataille's and Sadian, Marquis de Sade's notions of sex and the erotic, but not to Guénon's. Whereas Bataille eroticized this process of sexualized violence, Guénon preferred the removal of taboos, which he did not find erotic to transgress, in order to engage legitimately and freely in the erotic act. Taboos stemmed ultimately from the construction of a moral hierarchy of sexual acts, with legitimate sexual intercourse for reproductive purposes within heterosexual, monogamous marriage at the top. According to Guénon's philosophy, only as a consequence of the introduction of Judeo-Christianity over 2,000 years ago, with its cardinal sins of sex outside of marriage or for non-reproductive purposes, had all sorts of barbaric taboos been introduced to Western societies. The vehemence with which Guénon criticized the hypocrisy of Western morality is seductive in tone, which is why it seduced both Michael Aquino and Alexander Dugin, and damn near every barstool philosopher at the Presidio military base, where René Guénon was passed around the way people would pass around the Bible. To read from pages 50 through 51, a few paragraphs that stretch between those pages, actually, a single paragraph, really. Guénon's book published in 1949. Modern sexual life, as it has issued from 2 millenniums of Christian dictatorship, is indeed profoundly immoral. This immorality is not of the kind supposed by the anti-sexual moralists. The immorality from which we suffer is a falsehood, hypocrisy, and cowardice, with all of which vices we are drenched. Married couples clandestine in their infidelity and ending by murder. Parents and children endlessly wrangling about the limits of authority. Brains disordered by continence. Characters embittered by window dressing chastity, which is belied by dreams and by autoeroticism. Sexual acts performed as furtively as theft. The lying utterances of those who publicly condemn what they secretly practice. Civility in the face of the increasing violence of purity fanatics. The outrageous persecution of those who lead a natural sex life. The deliberate blunting of our intelligence when we come to examine the code of sexual morals, combine to make our civilization a scandal and a hissing. Now, Guyon's anger and disdain are palpable. He believed that the hustle and bustle, the speed of modern civilized life, and the introduction of sexual taboos, including the most invidious one of the cardinal sin, all crippled Western society. Western civilization was steadily more exacting because of its repression of sexual acts, which led to all types of neuroses that manifested in the crimes of Jack the Ripper, flashers, drug addiction, lynching, and even the Russian Revolution, which Guyon wrote about in 1941. The restrictions imposed on sexuality by Puritans have created for mankind a civilization which is essentially a civilization of sexual slavery that will ultimately cause the downfall of all modern societies. This is the anti-modernist traditionalism of René Guyon, espoused by Alexander Dugin and Vladimir Putin. And in their version of asexual utopia, Guyon believed that marriage and the family required reorganization, but that this could be accomplished without harm to the social order by allowing a variety of arrangements such as free unions, polygamy, legal concubinage, trial marriage, companionate marriage, homosexuality, prostitution, and so on. These were all more or less considered equivalent contracts. His ideas about the state's role in reproduction are not covered here, but entailed state-run institutions for women who desired to be mothers or procreatrices, and for children who may have parents unsuited by temperament or otherwise to raise them. That I can go into some other transmission that would take us into statist territory. Oh shit, I got sex bots. Where's George Knight when I need him? CK says, great show tonight, DD. Oh, bless you, honey. I think CK is female. Alright, let me hide the user on this channel, the sex box. Nude HD XYZ. Okay, that's the sex bot name. Hi, I'm a sex bot. My name is nudehd.xyz. Yeah, there you go. Alright. Okay. How do I reclaim my train of thought? Well, look between your legs, Douglas. Anyhow, René Guyon was against all types of sexual censorship, obviously, including pornography, and all anti-sexual intervention in private and social life. Although monogamy, or what he calls individualized love, is allowable, it is preferable to have sexual companionship guided by sexual pleasure, non-monopoly of partners, and mutuality. Courtesanry, his preferred word for prostitution, should be legalized, for it does not involve the sale of a body, but entails more simply the rental of a service. These and other radical ideas about pimps, venereal diseases, and brothels fill later volumes. The vitriol of Guyon's criticism of a sexually repressed Christian West, basically, propelled his vision of a sexual utopia, But the specific design he gave us, this future world, stemmed from his decades of sexual experience and experimentation in non-Western, non-Christian societies in Asia and parts of North Africa. This becometh evident in his discussion of the most delicate topic of childhood sexuality and pedophilia. This is what brings us to the hot topic, if you will, of childhood sexuality and the anti-modernism of René Guénon. Oh, Guénon. Okay. Now, let me breathe before I go here. I remember that ̶CHUහැ NGGQIÖYUÈJIÉ, when she was consulted by Peter MŌN about my hypersexuality, my sexual addiction, my sexaholism, and pornoholism, she basically said that sex was my pain point, which is an interesting term, and not one I'm going to argue with. It's not inapplicable. But I'll have to ask her to, one of these days, come on to talk about what she means by that. I feel she probably means the damage that I suffered from growing up and ultimately having to take down the world's biggest meat market, bigger than Thailand, the U.S. military, in human child sex trafficking. Now, what Alexander Dugin wants, along with Vladimir Putin, is to bring back that U.S. military meat market by conquering their world and forcing America to surrender our children to them. This is what they actually said on state television. I translated for you what the Russian state media was actually saying in the past few transmissions where I addressed that. Behind this is traditionalism, also known as perennialism, which refers to the anti-modernist worldview of a loose community of esotericists who believe that the world's major religious traditions share a transcendent unity and are all founded on the one primordial truth. They believe also that these traditions have all diverged from this primal metaphysical revelation over the millennia, and that its full nature has become as lost or occluded, so that the exoteric dogmas, doctrines, and teachings of any tradition now offer only a pale shadow of the original revelation upon which it was based. This has led to the progressive decline of civilization from a sacralized hierarchical order to the vapid materialistic consumer society that surrounds us, along with various other pathologies that traditionalists insist infect the contemporary world, which they see as irredeemably decadent. However, the opportunity still exists for determined scholars and initiates like themselves to penetrate beyond the corrupted superficial exoteric shell to the pristine esoteric core of the tradition to which they adhere, which in practice has usually been shout out there in the most negative sense to Salmon the Shakefish. Sufism. Yes, Sufism. Hindu Vedanta, or certain forms of Christianity. Namely Mormonism, I would presume. And to then perhaps serve as a spiritual elite able to guide society back towards the truth. Nothing René Guénon wrote caused a stronger reaction than his treatment of childhood sexuality. which Guyon believed, like Freud, Sigmund Freud, and later Kinsey, of the famous Kinsey sex report and the Kinsey sexual revolution, in which they basically biased all of their studies by bringing in, well, overt practicing sexaholics to study, thereby concluding everyone's a sexaholic. Anyhow, this triage of Kinsey, Freud, and Guyon all believed that childhood sexuality should be acknowledged. Children have and are capable of sexual desires, masturbation, and sexual pleasure. René Guyon argued that sexual acts are imperious in nature. They demand to be enacted and to be satisfied, based on evidence from studies of infantile sexuality, research on ancient Western sexuality, Greek and Roman, and demonstrated in the contemporary era among what he considered primitive societies. So, let's get something straight when it comes to these baby boppers. Understand that basically, believe it or not, it has been filmed that fetuses masturbate in the womb. Now, this is going to be incredibly hard for people to believe or accept, and I'm not advocating that this means anything. But I brought up the Korean Pakjeong Clinic before, educating fetuses in the womb through film that was taken of the development of the womb through that exhaustive project, and other sources that have filmed life developing in the womb over the past several generations. There is definitely proof on record that, well, male fetuses actually jack off. So, once you absorb that fact, which is no surprise, honestly, it's like they're in a womb, right? What else have they got to do? It's like there's nothing else to do. So, well, they've got a toy. It's in front of them. They can manipulate it. Well, the results are obvious. They're shooting blank loads, of course. They don't have the ability to produce sperm themselves. But this shows that an entire life cycle is lived in the womb. Different from the life outside of the womb. It's like a life before a life, like a previous incarnation. So, once that's acknowledged, how far do you wish to go with that? What do you make of that? What do you do with that? Guyon didn't even have that evidence. Recall that Guyon wrote in the wake of Sigmund Freud's own work entitled 3 Contributions to the Theory of Sex, published in 1905, which included a chapter on infantile sexuality. Freud theorized that children have a sexual instinct, an impulse they gratify by exciting a selected erogenous zone that moved depending on distinct periods of development. In this regard, Guyon shared commonalities with contemporaries such as the Austrian psychoanalyst Herr Dr. Wilhelm Reich, who lived from 1897 to 1957 when he was murdered in prison, and who claimed that the threat of authoritarian political regimes everywhere in the world in the 1930s was, above all, a product of their manipulation of sexual energy, aided by the patriarchal family's repression of childhood sexuality. Herr Dr. Wilhelm Reich as well saw a link between sexual perversion and modernity. He defined the modern family as nuclear, monogamous, and patriarchal, whereas primitive societies practiced matriarchal communism. His interpretation through his own filter, mind you, but I appreciate the imagination nonetheless, and greater sexual freedom. By the way, this is a lot of projection. Understand that you had this one bitch who wrote Coming of Age in Samoa, an anthropologist. And I'm going to have to look her name up because I've bleached her from my mind. And basically, that was published in 1928. And it was written by Margaret Mead. I despise her. Margaret Mead was basically a René-Guyonist, a follower of Guyon, and basically a sexaholic who went to Samoa, which is one of the most repressed hyper-Christian nations you can imagine, and wrote a complete and total fantasy. Her entire book is a lie, basically saying the Samoans were a bunch of primitives who just threw each other behind bushes and fucked on sight. That everybody was just fucking in the sunlight, and she joined in, and that she was brought down to 666 by all of these killer naked natives, these brown people who dragged her down like a coconut they plucked from a tree and just made her one of them, rolling in the beach sand, under the sun, fucking day in, day out. This was a sick, psychotic personal fantasy that she published and was considered a textbook to be studied in school for generations. Any Samoan that read it was deeply, profoundly offended, but no Samoan was ever asked for their opinion. So there's a lot of projection on the natives here of all this greater sexual freedom and matriarchal communism. We're politicizing people who have no concept of the ideology of communism, wouldn't know what the fuck you were talking about, and certainly would reject it if it were explained. Yet, Herr Dr. Wilhelm Reich, who is to be respected in so many other areas, René Guyon, and other psychoanalytically minded scholars, saw in primitive societies a sexual freedom that no longer existed in modern Europe. Just because people are walking around naked means it's hot, people. Clothes are impractical. This doesn't mean they're thinking about sex all the time. It just means that when you see them naked, you are. While this may have been considered a politically radical position within Europe because it pushed the boundaries of sexual propriety, in Asia it denied the coevalness of racially distinct others. It located contemporaneous non-Western societies at an earlier and more primitive stage of development on the scale of civilizational progress, a scale based on West Europe's historical experience and used to justify imperial rule over others. So, all of this is part of a kind of intellectual imperialism, a kind of, really a racism. In other words, the sexually progressive political stance in Europe taken by Guyon and Herr Dr. Wilhelm Reich relied on a repressive and normative strategy of representation in which they, as white European bourgeois subjects secured their innocence as objective scientists of sexology while simultaneously asserting a racialized and gendered hierarchy of power in the non-West. You see, whereas Herr Dr. Wilhelm Reich did not dare to elaborate on his theories about childhood sexuality in relationship to race and empire, Guyon did. Stunningly, his theories about race, childhood, and sexuality ignore the long-standing and contentious debates about child labor, the age of consent for sexual intercourse, trafficking in children for prostitution, and the meaning of childhood in empire. Instead of embedding his arguments in these debates, Guyon blithely ignores the cultural and legal contexts of colonial Asia, which is all the more astounding, given that he lived and worked as a lawyer in Aldin Siam. Granted, a non-colonized Thailand, but permeated by colonialism nonetheless, unlike Japan, which was completely isolated therefrom, until they chose to adapt to the world on their own terms when forced to under threat of invasion by the Americans, whom they later defeated in war and brought down. Now, I hope everyone's comprehending what I'm saying. I hope it's not too convoluted or nuanced. When René Guyon does bring up the legal changes that impinged on children, he concentrates exclusively on the activities of Western feminist campaigners at the League of Nations and in other venues. The League of Nations being the United Nations before there was a United Nations. The United Nations created after World War I, presaging the United Nations created after World War II. These Western feminists, René Guyon considered them moral Puritans, determined to block male sexual access to the female body, particularly non-Western women, as can be seen in his arguments about children and sex. In other words, he hated these white women because they were trying to make it illegal for him to fuck children, non-white children, all over the world. He thought that to impinge on his personal freedom. Guyon slowly built his case about children and the need for them to explore sexuality. In his book entitled The Ethics of Sexual Acts, published in 1934, he argues that the history of laws and customs around the world reveal that the age of consent used to be low, but has gradually been raised in conjunction with so-called civilization. This is, of course, because we used to live a lot shorter lifespans. Especially in war-torn areas, people would die young. In areas where famine, pestilence, war, and plague, and famine, and flood, and everything else makes living difficult, not to mention short, people had much younger ages of consent because you didn't live long anyway. If she's old enough to bleed, she's old enough to breed. It's common sense, people. Nothing immoral about it. I've mentioned this before myself. But people would still be shocked. Among the Romans and other ancient civilizations, individuals were considered adults when they were about 7 years of age. In Francais, the age of consent was puberty, set at the age of 11 in 1832, then 13 in 1863. Until 1929, Guyon notes the age of consent in England was 12 for girls and 14 for boys. You would think it would be the other way around, but no. Leave it to the bloody English. Boys, you gotta wait till you're 14 before it's legal. But for girls, hey, she's 12! Let me at her! Fucking Brits. The comparisons between the ancient West and contemporary Asia help build Guyon's case against the Puritanism of the contemporary West. He recounts that the most holy book of the Quran authorized marriage for girls at 9 and boys at 12. I still don't get this shit. Why are the boys always made to wait longer when they're hornier first? But girls are just fucking take them as they come. Yeah. In India, courts did not intervene in determining the age at which a girl could consummate a marriage, and certain castes would marry their daughters at 5 years old and under, until the British Raj promulgated an act that prohibited girls under 14 from marrying. Christ, they're old biddies by then. Guyon's omission of long-standing debates over child marriage in India is telling. He writes, in the 1940s, I read from his work published in 1941 here, pages 46 through 47, a single paragraph here that spans both those pages. Hindu custom seems to be very popular and has never shocked anyone until a few years ago. It is only under the influence of foreign ideas, especially after the publication of a recent book by Miss Mayo, which violently attacked Hindu social customs from the Western point of view, without any attempt to understand the racial differences involved, that certain Hindu politicians hurriedly proposed to suppress the custom of infant marriage. These proposals seem to be inspired less by local conviction than by the fear of appearing to outrage the sexual code of the West. Miss Mayo, who he references here, is no doubt affiliated with the Mayo Clinic. That Miss Mayo. Now, as a lawyer working in Asia, René Guyon must have known that debates over the age of consent had rocked colonial Bengal since the 1890s, when a Bengali man raped to death his 11-year-old wife. The fault lines of the debates then fell between a defense of the Hindu custom of child marriage and the enforcement of universal moral principles, including the sanctity of the lives of women and children. The British, like other colonizers in Asia, protected the space of customary law, which includes personal and religious law, from direct legal change. As a consequence, custom began to operate as a space of cultural authenticity and cultural nationalism. After the British colonial government promulgated laws in 1890 that raised the age of consent in Bengal to 12, and criminalized as rape intercourse with a child under 10, there's a 2-year span there that is like, what? I mean, like, you know, it's illegal when she's up to age of 10. Then you got 2 years, like, what, dickering or bargaining space in which some argument can be made, like, oh man, I thought she was 12! And then the age of 12 itself, after which anything goes. All of what was the context in which some Hindu politicians considered these measures an intrusion into customary law. This is one example of how the age of consent debates were lightning rods for debates about the politics of cultural recognition and cultural nationalism in defiance of imperial rule and intervention In other words, for Asian Indians, it became a patriotic act of defiance, of nationalist rebellion to fuck your kids. That's how the Russians are taking this argument. They're defying the West and the Atlantic world by advocating sex with kids. There you go. And if you didn't think patriot, the literal translation of which is fatherfucker, was fucked up before, well, now you know. By the way, Shelley Rain says, "All good, Doug. Love to you." Thank you, honey. Love you dearly in turn. And CK and Vicky and all the rest. Okay. Now, obviously, this is hard to explain. And hopefully people are even comprehending what I'm trying to explain. Because amidst all this, yet still Guyon failed to engage with this literature, except to target one American woman, Catherine Mayo, who is, of course, as I said, identified with the Mayo Clinic, who argued in polemical, racist terms against Indian self-rule. Instead, he claimed that it was high time to conduct a thorough investigation of children and their sexuality. Ho, ho, ho! It's so much more fun to him. Psychoanalysis, he writes, has shown to the West what prosexual societies take as for granted, that sexual activity and pleasure take its place long before puberty. But no one is allowed to study this. To read from Guyon himself, anyone attempting to study the sexual desires of minors by favoring or satisfying them, the only fruitful method, encounters such risks due to the existing law that no one dares carry out the experiment. Oh, you poor son of a bitch! The law prevents you from fucking kids so you can't prove your theory. He proposes to contribute to Freud's theories by offering examples from non-Aryan races in French North Africa, East Asia, and Southeast Asia, and by supplementing with real data conjectures about children and sexuality. Well, to read from him directly, with the present work in mind, I have observed, examined, and questioned young people of all ages and all races for a period of 30 years, and I have arrived at the conclusion that Freud's theory of infantile sexuality is profoundly right, and is in harmony with the facts. In other words, he was fucking kids all over the world. So he decided that this degenerate Jewish cokehead, Sigmund Freud, was the fountain of truth. That, you know, kids just want to have fun. Now, take that to its logical conclusion. And of course, as the man in the room with the biggest dick, meaning, yeah, anybody's dick is bigger than a child's. Well, not any guys, but most. And therefore, you could provide them with this stimulus they so desire. Thus, Guyon wrote, I collected a large number of observations, both those of others, such as were contained, for instance, in the reports made by the heads of institutions, or in the reports of criminal cases classed as moral offenses, and those made by himself, either from personal experience or from confidential accounts he had received, especially those obtained in the course of his residence and travels among many races. This is Guyon talking about some fellow sex researcher, basically a fellow rapist. He advocated for personally engaging in intimate relations as a way to collect this data. But of course! Yeah, that almost goes sans saying. in the present prohibitionistic conditions, the best method is perhaps that of intimacy, especially erotic intimacy between lovers. He wrote this shit in 1941, people. He justifies his methodology through abstract references to history. Examples of ardent, loving, and joyous relations between children and adults abound in all the history of humanity. What is lacking is not facts, but frankness to acknowledge them. Well, there you have it. It's in the history books. That just makes it right. By the way, the Bible's one of the dirtiest books in the world. If you go through that, there's so much X-rated sex that you'll be psychologically scarred for life. But these experiences, to which René Guyon references in the present tense, litter his works and frame his contrasts with the West. In Chinois, China, at dinners between friends, children of both sexes were sometimes placed under the table and instructed discreetly to masturbate the guests. The use of child, it is pre-adolescent courtesans, was at one time quite frequent and still exists, but less openly because of Western criticism. The author has observed numerous cases of pre-adolescent girls in Egypt, in China, in Indo-Chinois, Indochina, etc., who are much addicted to sexual manipulations, with all the variations of which they are well acquainted. Of course, they've been beaten half to death if they don't practice them. Girls flash their bodies in exchange for change in North Africa, where the children, well, to use his own descriptive here, spontaneously and with obvious enjoyment seek occasions of sexual pleasure, even with persons much older than themselves. Guyon acknowledges that Western criticism had caused the sexual exploitation of children to go underground, and notes the financial incentive for children to exploit their own bodies, but otherwise completely fails to recognize how imperial rule redefined childhood in ways that reinforced economic hierarchies and reproduced racial differences. Yet, this exploitation was well known and widely reported in the press. The traffic in children, especially females, was a global cause célèbre by the 1920s and 1930s that tested the limits of imperial responsibility for the child subjects of empire. In fact, the League of Nations and the International Save the Children Union, both founded in 1920, were charged with the goal of championing and protecting the universal ideals of childhood by introducing protective child labor and trafficking laws. The child courtesans in China, mentioned so casually by Guyon, had been, like the child brides in India, subject to an exhaustive debate that pitted the protection of local cultural customs against the protection of youth from abusive labor practices and prostitution. Most well known as the Muay Thai controversy, not to be confused with Muay Thai, the martial arts kickboxing method, or school of discipline. Instead of Muay Thai, Van Damme. Van Damme. It's Muay Thai. Child girls, female, girl prostitutes, okay? This debate engaged officials and the public in British Hong Kong, Singapore, and Malaya, as well as parts of French Indochina since the 1870s, but had become particularly heated after the 1920s. Muizai meant younger sister in the Cantonese dialect of the Chinese language, and referred to the practice by which female children of typically poor rural families were sold to or adopted by better-off Chinese families who used them as domestic laborers or sold them into prostitution. Colonial officials tolerated it as a Chinese philanthropic custom, despite evidence of its transracial practice, until they could no longer deny that young women and children were being sold into prostitution under the Orientalist guise of custom. It's like, hey man, we've always done this. Anyhow, Muizai and related customary practices in Asia blurred the lines between slavery, child labor, and prostitution, which lent enormous moral weight to the demand by British feminists and Asian reformers to introduce protective legislation. Although Goyon himself lived in non-colonized Siam, he traveled throughout colonial Asia and Africa and was a legal advisor tasked with age of consent legislation at the League of Nations. This fucker was asked to write international law on this hot topic. His omission of treatment of the broader imperial context in which children and young people engaged in sexual activity must have been deliberate, which renders him a villain, a historical villain. Because instead, Goyon argues that prepubescent girls enjoy sexual pleasure, which they very well may do so, but does that make it right for you to turn them into sex objects? Hot commodities, if you will. This rationalization was Goyon's proof that he offered to the League of Nations, the world government, as proof that girls are ergo ready for sexual intercourse at any age. To read his own writ. The present author is acquainted with the case of two girls of 10, he means 10 years old here, of Indo-Chinese descent, who had in this way acquired a more or less complete sexual knowledge, their education having entirely preserved from them all idea of sexual repression. What could they have in terms of an idea of sexual repression when men are spanking and slapping them and whipping them, you asshole? I'd better get back to what he wrote. Who had in this way acquired a more or less complete sexual education, their education having entirely preserved from them all idea of sexual repression, as this is currently understood in the West. They exhibited a surprising accuracy and breadth of understanding, due more to keen observation than to personal experience. Cases of this kind have certainly been very numerous in the societies where children have not been brought up in a directly anti-sexual fashion. Greece, Rome, the East, China, Africa, Polynesia, prehistoric races, etc. I mean, I like how they always go back to these prehistoric races, aborigines or indigenous peoples they find in the Amazon and shit. Where, of course, people are walking around naked because it's a fucking jungle. And, you know, you pick your fruit off trees. I mean that in any way you care to take it. Goyon mentions sexual love observed by other men in children of 3 and 4 years of age. Of course, She sexually loves my cock, man. She needs it. Yeah, she thought it was a sucker pop, you idiot. You're lucky she's got no teeth to bite. And Guyon reported of travelers who mentioned sexual relations with children between the ages of 6 and 7 in parts of Africa. Sex with and by young people, whether prepubescent or adolescent, prolongs the life of both parties, according to Guyon's own experience. Writing when he had just entered his 50s. This was when he was my age. Guyon notes, a man in the 50s, who is old if he has not enjoyed a vigorous sexual life, remains young and active in lands where sexual freedom prevails, and where he will always be able to find young and desirable partners. This elixir also worked for the young woman with whom he had relations. Oh, but of course, I'm injecting her full of the serum of immortality! To read from Guyon. Experience proves, as I have personally been able to observe in non-Aryan societies, that a girl who has had the advantage of a complete sexual education. You like that, huh? A complete sexual education. I'm educating her, this young lass. I've really got to stop being so sarcastic about this. I'm really interrupting my own flow of narrative here. But I do owe it to myself to have the listener realize that I am not advocating this, which people otherwise will take it and run with it, okay? So give me this. In fact, I've got to do this. Be sarcastic about it, because otherwise people are going to say, Dietrich says! Now, bear in mind, this is Guyon's words, not mine, okay? Any dumb motherfuckers out there who just tuned in and says, Dietrich says he's fucking girls this age. Yeah, experience proves, this is Guyon speaking, as I have personally been able to observe in non-Aryan societies, that a girl who has had the advantage of a complete sexual education that includes practical experience is often, at about 12 or 13 years, a young woman, having a clear understanding of sexual manifestations and ready to complete it by that divergination, his words, divergination, which will dedicate her sexual autonomy. And note that this is policy of rearing the young has a valuable advantage. It lengthens life. It restores to existence a number of years that at present are left barren and wasted. The girl who begins to live sexually at 20 years of age may have her life reduced by a good third. So, he emphasizes this. It's italicized and underlined in his original print. It lengthens life. I'm jacking you up, babe. Yeah. And yeah, I'm doing you a favor. I'm doing you a favor, honey. Yeah. And that's when the mom catches him with these young chicks. This is what he's saying. Yeah, she's going to live longer because of this. Trust me. To assist them, Guyon suggested that an experienced technician, that's what I am now, an experienced technician, should rid these young girls of their hymens. That evil hymen, honey. Yeah, you're gonna age. You're gonna be an old biddy because of that shit. Yeah, but me, hey, I can help you get rid of that. I mean, you could do it with a dildo, but fuck that shit. You got me. In Guyon's own words, and that would render a valuable service to all those females who are now destined to become old maids, and who, useless and miserable, I mean, if a bitch isn't fucking, she's useless and miserable, live all their lives without any transports of ecstasy, never daring to let themselves go for fear of breaking a thread. Yeah, but we're here to bring them nothing but joy in life. Yeah. Through these examples, Guyon links the concept of Western civilization with a late age of consent to expose the West as a repressive culture that bans the mere acknowledgement of childhood sexuality, let alone its examination. By contrast, his jocular writing style suggests that the sexuality of the young should be celebrated and encouraged as harmless and healthy, based on his selective ethnographic evidence of sexual practices basically with the young in non-Western society. He's been sexually practicing and, lengthening lifespans and shit. So, they owe him everything. I mean, this is hideously funny. I'm sorry. And I can't help but do what I do. But Guyon thereby undermines the Western rational ideal of enlightenment, which leads to the Renaissance and modernity. Hence the Russian hostility towards the West and the modern age, a retreat to a golden age of primitive innocence where, the children are allowed to be fucked by all the adults and they get to enjoy it because, kids don't know any better. This is what the Russians are fighting you for. Guyon can only accomplish this by denying the dense node of power hierarchies, race, gender, age, imperial, embedded in his own positionality and in the context of the examples so cited. He's doing this because he was a judge. A fucking judge in Thailand. He's picking up girls off the street and fucking them, claiming he's doing them a favor. Judge not, lest ye be judged. It appears, however, that many politically and socially liberal sexologists shared Guyon's blind spots. The ideas Guyon expressed in his multiple volumes sprawl across thousands of pages. Excerpts from his longer pieces, including an article replete with many of these examples of childhood sexuality, found their way into sexology journals, such as the Journal of Marital Hygiene, where they were distributed throughout the world, including to Zhonghua, China, Asian India, the Russian Empire, where else, and throughout Western Europe. The editors of such journals knew Guyon's ideas were provocative, to say the least, but also admired them. When a translation of Guyon's reforms regarding marriage appeared in the medical journal Marital Hygiene in November of 1947, the editors preemptively stated that they had, here's my copy of that issue, notes and comments, volume 109, Marital Hygiene, circulated 1947. The editors say they had no desire to suppress views, however unpalatable they may be, but Dr. Guyon's reputation as a fearless critic of cant and pious platitudes in the field of sex is sufficient justification for us to have given him space to air his views. Guyon positions himself as a global cultural sexpert and is accepted by his Western sexological and sex-positive peers as such. He deploys his experience in Asia and elsewhere to demonstrate that Western sexual norms are backward and harmful because they fail to recognize the rational scientific proof that sexual acts, even with the very young, are healthy, normal, and civilizationally advanced. He justifies all of his actions based on his foundational principle regarding the legitimacy of sexual acts. Now, here in his 1948 book, I'm reading from the original, and there's a sentence here that's completely emphatic, meaning it's all in the uppercase letters. It's all capitalized. The legitimacy or morality of actions is not dependent upon age. With sexual acts, the fact that those concerned are very young should not modify the appreciation of them, and, in particular, should not prevent them from being considered legitimate and acceptable as long as there is no violence, coercion, or fraud. I mean, how do you defraud a child? Candy. I mean, what the fuck? Coercion? Violence? They're too fucking young to know what the fuck is going on. You don't need violence. Hey, what's this? It's my pet elephant. It's getting bigger. Of course, they reach out and touch it, and then you see, no violence. I mean, like, you'd be one sorry son of a bitch if you had to violently force a child to do something. A new penal code in René Guéon's Sexual Utopia would ensure that, in his words, no person should be liable to arrest or prosecution for having had sexual relations with another person whose consent is manifest and proved, no matter what the age of the consenting partner may be. This is what forces us to confront the modern phenomenon, which simply means manifestation, of pornotropics and racial hierarchies. Like the various forms of religious fundamentalism, traditionalism is a 20th century phenomenon that is best seen as an extreme reaction to the desacralizing effects of liberalism and modernity, as Alexander Dugin himself makes clear in The Long Path interview, in which he says, liberalism is the main enemy and the final incarnation of the spirit of modernity that was always considered by me as the absolute evil in the sense of René Guéon. And as he saith elsewhere, I share the vision of René Guéon, who considered modernity and its ideological basis, individualism, liberal democracy, capitalism, consumerism, and so on, to be the cause of the future catastrophe of humanity and the global domination of the Western lifestyle as the reason for the degradation of the earth. So, sexologists, their journals, and other publishers provided Guéon a platform for his ideas that so later influenced Alexander Dugin and Michael Aquino, arguably legitimizing them thereby. Curiously, no one criticizes or even mentions Guéon's extensive use of non-Western societies as examples of sexual activity with non-white, non-Christian children. These were subjects of white empire that he picked off the street and used as if they were expendable Kleenex. Jack off and wipe yourself, and then dispense with them like so much garbage. In part, the seductively defiant language Guéon used to excoriate Western civilizing norms were the psychomatrix that insulated him from a race-based criticism and blinded like-minded scholars, other perverts, from discerning the troublingly sexist foundation for his utopian society. Guéon rebelliously inverted the civilizational hierarchy that had been deployed to justify the colonization of backward peoples the world over. in Asia and Africa, the low status of woman and non-normative sexual practices, such as sodomy, formed part of the arsenal of empire. In the 19th century, Western imperialists argued that it was their duty to intervene in cultures in which woman held a low status, evidenced by non-monogamous marital institutions like polygamy, or rather, polygyny, meaning that you didn't have to be married multiple times. Polygyny means you just had a harem of women that you were raping every day. Widow immolation, where the man dies, you burn the woman to join him. Child marriage and related practices. Guyon's work reveals the degree to which this narrative had shifted by the early 20th century. He used examples of sexual practices such as homosexuality, childhood sexuality, and the tolerance of sexual intercourse outside monogamous marriage in non-Western countries to argue that Western sexual norms were legally and politically repressive. Asian sexual practices were freer and therefore politically more advanced than those in Europe, which were full of artifice, caused neuroses, and would eventually lead to the demise of European society itself. They amounted to what he called an anti-sexual dictatorship. Even though the majority of his books and essays target the West, they rely on examples that juxtapose the West with a fantasy land in the East. He's realizing his fantasies, which are the nightmares of the people he exploits. And McClintock refers to Guyon's positioning of Asia as pornotropics. The idea that the non-West had for centuries figured in European lore as libidinously eroticized. In other words, they've hypersexualized the Orient, which is why white men have a yellow fever fetish for Asiatic pussy as basically objectified meat on the market that to them is sexier because it's subhuman and lacking its own volition. Guyon's sexual utopia is founded upon a series of oppositions he creates between Western Christian societies and non-Western societies around the world. These non-Western societies operate as abstract, exotic, and sexually unrestricted spaces devoid of history, hierarchy, politics, and morality. On the one hand, the inversions he makes appear politically radical and anti-imperial. The primitive trumps the civilized. The ancients are more progressive than modern society. Colonized peoples are morally superior to imperialists. On the other hand, the very binaries he relies on merely reaffirm extant global power differentials and ignore the social realities for non-Western societies. Asian and other non-Western countries undergird his negative stance on Western morality. They form a springboard for his criticism of Western Europe, but only can do so as exotic abstractions. Exotic abstractions based on his actual fuckery with kids, rather than as sites of historical and cultural specificity. It's all just a meat market to men like him who visit Thailand today. A Thai Disney World of child sex he created. He understands them as an inversion of Western sexual norms, a sort of primordial past that paradoxically exists at the apex of true civilization for its proximity to nature rather than at the barbaric nadir. Typically, Guyon clumps these binaries together. To quote his T, from a 1941 book, pages 60 to 61. A single paragraph that covers those 2 pages, spans them rather, in which he emphasizes 2 words, different and inferior. The nearer the race is to nature, the less artificial, the less influenced by philosophic speculation, the closer its attitude approximates that of children. This applies particularly to the more civilized of the black, yellow, Hindu, and Polynesian races. The civilizations of the races which inhabit Asia, from the Arabian Peninsula to India and the confines of the Far East, are different from those of the white races. They are not inferior. Alden Siam, Thailand, in the Old Kingdom. China, Asian India, Persia, the Japanese Empire, and Arabia all possessed a culture, a civilization, a morality, which were not at all inferior to those of Europe. Europe merely considered them inferior because they were different. Guyon argued that non-Western races existed at a lower stage of civilization, yet were not inferior because he believed that civilization itself was a negative attribute. It asked all our laws saying, don't touch that child. Asians, so Guyon writes in his book titled The Ethics of Sexual Acts, approach sexuality with rational motives and open minds. However, Western imperialism had introduced increased sexual repression and primitive sexual taboos, especially through law. Now, again, all emphasis here is in the original. He wrote entire paragraphs in the uppercase. I'll read from his introduction to a book published in 1941. By a singular irony of fate, it is at this very hour, when the West is beginning to realize that its whole narrow and fanatic sexual policy should be recast, that this same anti-sexual morality is coming to be looked upon as a sign of progress by certain races who are ignorant of the general sexual malaise existing in the West, and who are in all too great a hurry to abandon their own principles, which our own growing rationalism is now beginning to admire. Countries outside Europe and America were modeling their legal codes on European criteria, but Western law, especially in sexual matters, supports one morality alone and makes it prevalent in all legal fields, such as marriage, family, and absurd sex crimes. This was how he emphasized that there should be no such thing as a sex crime, that sex can never be criminalized. All of this brings us to confront the hatred that overruns the Russian Empire today. What is all this sex with kids that they want to render permissible? How does that explain all their hatred, their homophobia? I guess they want to eliminate the competition for the kids. Dugin's hatred of the West was accentuated in the early 1990s after its victory in the Cold War and the collapse of communism. This caused himself to shift from more classical right traditionalism, which directed its rage against the Soviet state, to what he calls left traditionalism or national Bolshevism, which directs its rage against the West and the modern world, embracing a total refusal of liberalism identified as the ideology that has proved to be more consistently modern and identical with the very nature, the very essence of modernity. The position of LGBTQIA+, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersexed, and allied, plus other people in Russia, was bad before the war started and has worsened since then. The Russian Empire is literally a state of homophobia. 2022 marks the 10-year anniversary of Vladimir Putin's first legislative attack on citizens based on their sexual orientation. This law, which prohibits propaganda of homosexuality and pedophilia among minors, was adopted in March of 2012 and covered the city of St. Petersburg. The following year, a similar ban went into effect throughout the rest of the empire. Immediately after the adoption of the federal law on the prohibition of propaganda of non-traditional sexual relations among minors. Get this shit. Non-traditional means that Putin and Dugin aren't fucking these young kids. It's these fucking gay boys who are cramping their style. That's non-traditional. They're traditionally having sex with these kids in the Guyanic sense. But the non-traditionalists are fucking the young boys, which makes them useless as soldiers. So the logic goes. Or rather, sociologist Alexei Levinson noted that after the federal law, or the law went federal throughout the Russian Empire on the prohibition of propaganda of non-traditional sexual relations among minors, he noted, this is the sociology Alexei Levinson here, that it encroaches on the freedom of all peoples to express their opinions in public space. Since then, as human rights activists note, the persecution of LGBTQIA+ people in Russia has increased every year, mirroring the growth of aggressive homophobic propaganda. In December of 2014, Human Rights Watch published a report on the persecution of LGBTQIA+ community in Russia. According to activists, after the introduction of the law in 2013, there has been an increase in the number of attacks on LGBTQIA+ people throughout Russia, both by individuals and by organized homophobic groups. In addition, attacks on LGBTQIA+ rights defenders have increased. In other words, if you simply stand up for these people, you're going to bite it as well. Activists reported campaigns of harassment and intimidation of LGBTQIA+ teachers, human rights defenders, and, most importantly, the total inaction of law enforcement agencies in response to acts of violence. At the same time, a well-known LGBTQIA+ activist, a political refugee from Russia, and head of the RUSA, as in Russian United States of America, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersexed, and allied plus, DC, District of Columbia, Rusa LGBTQIA+ DC Immigrant Organization, the head thereof being Gleb Latnik, the political refugee from Russia, and the head of this organization that I found out about through my son, in an interview with Ksenia Kirilova, who herself is an analyst focused on Russian society, mentality, propaganda, and foreign policy. I had to look her name up because it's written on my son's transcript here, noted that those targeted by this law were rarely persecuted purely for their sexual orientation. Many were simply politicized by the government's attack on their free existence. Other activists concur. Igor Kochetkov, the co-founder of the public movement Russian LGBTQIA+ network, also acknowledged that the 2013 law was primarily of ideological significance and, in his words, is used in information campaigns to generate hatred, including against human rights defenders. In other words, all that Putin has to do now, or his Putinista puppets, is anybody who stands up against him, they just point the finger and say, faggot! Dyke! And everybody runs after those people and beats them to death. You perverts! Notice that all the freedom of sexuality to fuck kids, which is advocated by their patron saint of pedophilia, René Goyen, is ignored when it comes to gay people or people of other sexuality expressing themselves at any age, because what? Nothing makes sense here. The escalation of aggression has increased over the years in two ways. Firstly, instilling hatred towards people with a different sexual orientation has become the basis for the persecution of dissidents and activists inside Russia as hidden enemies, dragging Russian youth into the abyss. Secondly, homophobic propaganda has become one of the justifications for Russia's confrontation with the West, which is accused of promoting homosexuality as an instrument of political influence in order to destroy Russia from within. I mean, really? Really? I mean, I've never found gays that threatening. I mean, they're too busy fucking to really do much of anything else. Well, I mean, but here's the key. They just call anybody who resists them a faggot or a dyke, and everybody instantly believes that shit and attacks the target. Such incitement to hate naturally led to an increase in everyday violence against LGBTQIA plus people, not only activists, but many others too. According to a sociological survey conducted by the Levada Center in October of 2021, the percentage of Russians who would deny adults the right to enter into mutually consenting same-sex relationships, this is real consent here, people, has reached 69%, the number of people who would kill them just for doing that. Against this background, violence against people of non-traditional orientation increased every year, reaching its radical apex in Chechnya, where men were forced to put bottles up their ass to prove whether or not they were gay or straight. Because if their anus bled, then they said, oh, you must be straight. But if you happen to be able to take the bottle up the ass and come out clean, they'd say, this guy does it regular. Kill him. Put the bullet up his ass. Don't think they're not getting off on that either. Putting gun barrels up men's asses and blowing them away from the inside out. When you got a gun barrel up a guy's ass, he practically explodes. Don't ask me how I know that. Don't ever ask me how I know that. The story behind that, well, you wouldn't like me afterwards. All right, now that I'm trying to get that out of my head and the trauma from that experience. Since February of 2017, a covert, officially sanctioned campaign against the LGBTQIA plus community has been underway in the Republic of Chechnya, Islamic no-go zone in the heart of Christian Russia, where those suspected of homosexuality have been beaten, held in secret prisons, and ultimately murdered. In April of 2021, representatives of the Berlin-based human rights organization, the ECCHR, the European Center for the Protection of Constitutional and Human Rights, filed a lawsuit to the German Federal Prosecutor's Office. So serious is the situation that the activists conclude it amounts to crimes against humanity. In parallel with this, political repression against LGBTQIA plus activists across Russia has become more frequent, most often under the wide-reaching, prosecutor-friendly law on foreign agents. In November of 2021, the Russian LGBTQIA+ network was labeled as such. Its founder, Kochetkov, noted that this was the third time he had been branded as a foreign agent, twice for the organization and once as an individual. Accordingly, along with the general increase in political emigration observed since 2012, in other words, people running the hell out of Russia, the number of LGBTQIA+ people leaving Russia has also increased. Go figure. As immigrants admitted to myself, the most common reason for leaving was fear for their future and the need to stop hiding their relationship from others, against a backdrop of constant worries about violence. Since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, homophobic propaganda has been expanded from one of the supporting pillars of Russian quasi-ideology to include justification for its war of aggression. In particular, the head of the Russian Orthodox Church, Patriarch Kirill, whose name is simply Cyril in the ancient liturgical Slavonic. It's just basically Father Cyril, really. The first, his original name being Vladimir Mikhailovich Gundiev, a key ally of the regime, of course, exploited a sermon to justify the need for war against Ukraine, citing residents of the Donbass who purportedly did not approve of holding gay parades. At the same time, according to the aforementioned Gleb Latnik, the proportion of Russian LGBTQIA+ people supporting Russian aggression is lower than among the wider population. But of course, Ukraine is where they could live free. But in Russia, they're pariahs. The exact number of those leaving Russia since February 24th is still unknown. At the end of May, sociologists' estimates range from 150,000 to 3.8 million. Moreover, it is impossible to say what percentage of those who left are LGBTQIA+. Most Russians left for countries with a visa-free regime, such as Turkey, Armenia, or Georgia. According to activists, unlike many exiles who view their departure as temporary, members of the LGBTQIA+ community are less likely to hope to return to Russia. Ever. Nevertheless, Gleb Latnik notes with regret that, according to his personal observations, about half of the LGBTQIA+ community in Russia, not counting activists, exhibit the same Stockholm syndrome and even homophobia towards themselves as the rest of the Russians, having internalized the state's propaganda themes. To quoteist Gleb Latnik via the aforesaid interview, at length and verbatim, they consider themselves perverts and agree that they should not publicly demonstrate their relationship. Like their heterosexual compatriots, these people are quite isolated, afraid to actively express their position, and tend to agree with the authorities. Both I and other activists have repeatedly heard from them reproaches that it is we who are to blame for the negative attitude towards LGBTQIA+ people, since we openly express our homosexuality. Many people understand that if Russian propaganda lies about LGBTQIA+ members, it can lie about everything else. Accordingly, these people are more active in expressing their position against the war, and that is why they are more likely to become victims of repression. When this law was introduced, I immediately realized that its main goal is not so much to fight against homosexual people, but to create in society an image of an enemy that is convenient for propaganda. Against the backdrop of such discrimination, people began to see themselves as a separate community, and many of its representatives at that moment took an active political position for the first time. It was this position that became the reason for the repression against activists. This is what brings us to the American New Right. The discourse surrounding Russia's war on Ukraine has created strange bedfellows. America's far right and far left have aligned against helping Ukraine. Although the majority of the American public, led by U.S. President Joseph Biden, have thrown their support behind Ukraine, many on the left and right alike have rushed to defend the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's regime, or at the very least have urged the American empire not to intervene in Ukraine's defense. Tucker Carlson, the face of Fox News and host of the most popular show on cable news in these United States, has been spouting pro-Kremlin talking points for months and is frequently rebroadcasted on Russian state television for his doing so. Other right-wing figures regularly spew out anti-Ukrainian disinformation and rail against sending heavy weapons to the country. Meanwhile, the luminary of the American intellectual left, Noam Chomsky, has invoked former U.S. President Donald Trump as a model of level-headed, his words, level-headed geopolitical statesmanship for his opposition to arming Ukraine. Left-wing sources, such as Jacobin, New Left Review, and Democracy Now! Have hewed to a party line that blames NATO expansion for Russia's invasion and opposes military aid to Ukraine. Online, armies of left and right-wing accounts find fault with Ukraine's politics, policies, and president. In Congress, 7 of the most fervent conservative Trump cultists voted alongside progressive champions, representatives Ilhan Omar and Cori Bush against banning Russian fossil fuels. Even more surprisingly, Omar and Bush are joined by so-called squad members, representatives Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Rashida Tlaib, as well as the far-right fringe of the Republican Party in opposing the United States government seizing Russian oligarchs' assets. You can't take that away from them Russian billionaires. You'll leave them poor. All of these developments highlight a bizarre alliance between the two ends of the political spectrum. The question is, why? What we seem to be seeing is a postmodern day version of the horseshoe theory of politics, where the far left and far right find themselves in uncanny alignment. Although historically maligned, this theory I'm bringing up now seems to hold remarkably well when it comes to American opinion on the Russo-Ukrainian war. This doesn't have much to do with ideological symmetry, however, or even Russia or Ukraine for that matter. Rather, it has everything to do with the fraught state of American politics, where relying on simple notions of left and right, or conservative and progressive, no longer serves a useful heuristic for understanding political developments. The horseshoe theory of politics was introduced by the French philosopher Jean-Pierre Faye, who believed that the political ideological spectrum, traditionally construed as a linear progression from some form of socialism or democratic collectivism through a bourgeois liberal center and onto some form of totalitarianism or fascism, was not a straight line between ever more distant political positions, but rather something like a horseshoe, with the extremes bending almost magnetically into conjunction with each other. Based on his observation of the alignment of fascist and communist parties in early 1930s German domestic politics, and then on the Nazi Soviets' alignment in the international sphere, perhaps best embodied by the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which you would more popularly know as the Hitler-Stalin Pact, he believed that the political extremes have much more in common than a traditional interpretation of the political spectrum might suggest. The idea of the political horseshoe has long been criticized, both for its lack of intellectual rigor and for its weaponization by centrists to discredit their opponents, mostly by those on the left who could be compared to the conservatives they ostensibly oppose. Critics of the theory tend to point out that any seeming convergence on political positions between the far left and far right, such as critiques of liberal democracy, globalization, and market-based solutions to social problems, is superficial, masking far deeper and divergent ideological and policy preferences. If anything, what unites the far left and far right, critics assert, is opposition to the liberal center, which is why the liberal center so often uses the horseshoe model, our political graph, as a cudgel. In other words, I think you get my point by now. Yet this theory keeps resurfacing, not least because the far left and far right seem to keep aligning on both ideas and policy. One reason for this is that the traditional, one-dimensional left-right spectrum does not account for other axes of political division in American politics, such as those dominated not by any traditionally intellectual notions of progressivism or conservatism, but instead by negative attitudes toward the establishment and broader forms of populism. As, well, I myself have previously noted, populism in these United States is not constrained to the MAGA, Make America Great Again, Trump supporters on the right. Instead, it is distributed across the political spectrum, with populists both on the political left, among Senator Bernie Sanders supporters, for example, and right, among Trump cultists. What seems to unite the ends of the horseshoe, if we run with Faye's metaphor, are not highbrow notions of conservatism and progressivism, but instead opposition to elites, party establishments, and traditional gatekeepers in the mainstream press. When it comes to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, not only do we see considerable support for the horseshoe theory, but also for something that goes beyond it. The idea that the simple left-right paradigm does not get us particularly far in understanding American politics. The vast majority of Americans from both parties have supported the American government's position. They support providing military and humanitarian aid to Ukraine, and surprisingly, there is even considerable bipartisan support for welcoming Ukrainian refugees to these United States. But the Russian Empire has found its vocal allies too. The Russo-collaborationist Red Republican insurgency has historically wielded its anti-Soviets pre-1989 and anti-Russian post-1989 position to great political effect. This is, after all, the party of Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. In 2012, then Russo-collaborationist, Red Republican insurgent presidential candidate Mitt Romney called Russia the United States' primary geopolitical foe, and a country that always stands up for the world's worst actors. Fast forward to 2022, and Republicans, including Trump, his eldest son, Donald Trump Jr., soon to be former, Representative Madison Cawthorn, Ohio Senate candidate J.D. Vance, Fox News personalities such as Laura Ingraham, and conservative influencers such as Candace Owens have all broken from the party line to heap scorn on Ukraine and all-American efforts to assist it. A number of tropes that recur in this right-wing critique is the claim that NATO expansion forced Putin's hand and led to the invasion, as well as that money spent on military aid to Ukraine would be better spent on domestic issues, even if those issues include the continued militarization of the United States-Mexico border, as suggested by Missouri Senator Josh Hawley. Meanwhile, many on the progressive left, including members of the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, and the politicians they support, left-wing academics and essayists, and swaths of self-proclaimed online anti-imperialists, have tended to side with the aggressor, Russia, or at least not side with the victim, Ukraine, in one of the clearest examples of colonial aggression in recent memory. Their primary arguments mirror those of the radicalized, the Russo-radicalized right. In other words, the right is radicalized by the motherless Russians. So the lefties echo the rightists, claiming that NATO expansion and Russia's legitimate security concerns be trigger to this war, as well as the misuse of funds that could be used to solve domestic problems. But they also express opposition to war full stop, and sometimes espouse outright support for the Russian Empire, all wrapped in the language of opposition to American intervention abroad, often construed as United States imperialism. There has always been a fringe minority of voices on the far left that have been pejoratively labeled tankies. Often self-identified as Marxist-Leninists, they have been apologists for the repressive actions of authoritarian communist governments, such as those of the Soviet Union or the Communist Chinese Empire. The insult was originally hurled by fellow leftists at the Western communists who cheered as the Soviet Union rolled tanks into Budapest to repress a popular anti-Soviet uprising in Hungary circa 1956. Today, the term is mostly tossed around in online circles, referring to supporters of repressive regimes and applying primarily to the opinions held by fringe journalists working for opaquely funded alternative news sources who praise dictators, such as Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. Which, of course, what's her name? Laura Lee Solomon used to do. For those of you who remember my former producer, Executrix producer, no less, and managerist to a degree. When it comes to Ukraine, many tankies have embraced a pro-Moscow position and parroted Kremlin talking points, perhaps failing to disambiguate between the Russian Empire, an authoritarian capitalist oligarchic state, and its predecessor, the Soviet Union, an authoritarian communist state. These positions include the false claim that Ukraine's 2014 Euromaidan protest movement was an American-backed coup d'etat, which has been shared directly by elected officials like DSA-backed, or Democratic Socialists of America-backed New York City Council member Kristen Richardson Jordan, in the form of links to online tanky disinformation. But similar claims have also been made by QAnon-boosting Russell collaborationist, Red Republican, insurgent representativist Marjorie Taylor Greene, and seemingly serious leading scholars, including Chomsky and the University of Chicago professor John Mearsheimer. Or Mearsheimer, depending on whether or not you anglicize the fucker's name. In other words, contrary to what critics of horseshoe theory claim, we see not only superficial political similarities on Ukraine, but a far deeper, if opportunistic, ideological alignment. Mearsheimer's work is instructive here. A highly influential scholar of international relations, Mearsheimer is known as one of the leading proponents of the offensive realism school of analysis of world affairs. This school argues that states, especially great powers, will act rationally to maximize their military power in an anarchic world system, meaning that they are likely to react violently to perceived threats to their security. This guy makes me so angry I have to breathe. I am a calm blue ocean, is what I tell myself. Mearsheimer's most influential contribution to the debate about Ukraine, other than his musings that American support for the 2014 Euromaidan protests constituted a coup d'etat, is that Russia's invasion of Ukraine was directly caused by NATO's expansion into Russia's sphere of influence in Eastern Europe and the Baltics, including its overtures to Ukraine. According to offensive realist analysis, Russia's attack heads off this American-led expansion. Despite the fact that this theory has been widely challenged since the conflict's first day, Mearsheimer's explanation has traveled widely, like a sexually transmitted disease. Or the Flat Earth PSYOP. Cult. The Flat Earth PSYOP cult. He has aired his ideas in a guest column for The Economist and in an interview with The New Yorker. And his work has been mentioned by critics of American policy in Ukraine from think tanks such as the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, which is anything but, whose funding sources include both billionaire George Soros's Open Society Foundations and the Koch Foundation of the infamous Koch brothers, K-O-C-H, and the Koch-funded and Senator Rand Paul-backed Defense Priorities organization, as well as leftist publications such as the openly socialist Monthly Review, the Tweedy Current Affairs, and the trusty social democratic standby The Nation. Mearsheimer has also been retweeted by the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but of course. In other words, all the usual suspects from either side are now on the same side against you. Usually, Mearsheimer's ideas about Ukraine have been discussed separately from his broader theories about offensive realism because these might prove unappetizing to the very people championing Mearsheimer as the eminence, well, how do you say that again? Eminence grise, or eminence grise, on Russian strategic logic. In other words, the grand old man outside of the system who is covertly consulted a la Alex Dugin, secretly consulted as he is by the Russian government. Usually, how do I say this? I mean, I hate this son of a bitch. But to take a historical example, as I am a historian, to fall back on my profession, it's hard to imagine the United States' progressive elite championing its attempted invasion of Cuba in 1961, the so-called Bay of Pigs incident, because the country was a Soviet staging ground within the American sphere of influence. But this red in tooth and claw realism is exactly what offensive realism implies. A similar citational fate has befallen both Chomsky, a fierce critic of American foreign policy and brutal international interventionism, and the former U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, the architect of much of that foreign policy and brutal international interventionism. The ends of the horseshoe virtually fucking kiss when these two men's theories about the end of the conflict in Ukraine overlap. Recently, both men called for the West and Ukraine not to escalate the conflict with the Russian Empire and to instead seek peace, which means surrender to the enemy. And they have both, often in tandem no less, been used by both the left and right-wing commentariat to support their claims about the Ukraine, including in a recent piece in New York Magazine that managed to both claim that the United States does not have the right to intervene in the conflict and has both the power and right to bring Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to the bargaining table. Of course, there'd be no reason why people from diverse political leanings shouldn't draw on the same experts' political analysis, but the willy-nilly embrace of scholars and statesmen simply because they share one's predisposition betrays a paucity of real political analysis on the far left and far right alike. Both agree on Ukraine, so both draw on the experts, mostly big names Anglo-Saxon ones, and few, if any, Ukrainian ones, that confirm their position. To see leftists conceding that Kissinger has a point and Republicans handing it to Chomsky has been quite something. But, the argument goeth, if Chomsky and Kissinger and Mearsheimer, between them in their faggot menage a trois, everybody cocksucking each other in a circle jerk, agree, then they must be right. But they're not. Putin said so himself when he recently compared himself to Peter the Great, claiming Russia's right to expand into its previous colonies and dropping the pretense that Western provocations had anything to do with his decision to invade Ukraine. And there went the strongest argument of both ends of the horseshoe, that this was the West's fault, driven by these United States. In fact, maybe what explains the horseshoe regarding Ukraine is that it has little to do with Ukraine after all. For all their disparate political goals and motivations, what unites the far left and far right is their relationship to American politics. What unites them is an opposition to what they perceive as the faults of the status quo, a distrust of the establishment, and crude anti-Americanism. On the political right, the actions of legislators like Green, Cawthorn, Representative Paul Gosar, or Representative Matt Gaetz, all of whom oppose American support for Ukraine against the Russian Empire, seem to be driven by a profound dislike of these United States as an ethnically and racially diverse democracy, a country where Obergefell versus Hodges, the 2015 Supreme Court decision legalizing same-sex marriage, is the law of the land, at least for now. Many on the far right despise that reality and recognize the ideological proximity of their political goals to what they see as Putin's accomplishments, including making life extremely difficult for Russia's LGBTQIA+ community. Putin's general anti-wokeness has been lauded by former Trump advisor and current MAGA influencer Steve Bannon. The Russian propaganda machine has been remarkably well-versed in the language of American culture wars. And there is a widespread perception that Putin and Russia are allies to the MAGA wing of the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency on that culture war front. The other aspect is the simple fact that in the polarized landscape of American politics, partisanship trumps national interest, and lending any support to Biden is simply unacceptable. If Biden and the Democrats take a position, any position, it must simply be wrong and be viciously opposed. That dynamic has been captured by a viral photo from a Trump rally in 2018 that shows two men proudly wearing "I'd rather be a Russian than a Democrat" t-shirts. Unfortunately, as I have highlighted, many MAGA politicians are not just talking the talk, they're walking the walk on that front, and they may as well be deported to motherless fucking Russia. And when we win this civil war, they will be. Russia needs a boost in population, after all. And these guys want to plant their dicks in any young cunt available, and the Russians will let them do it. They're still in the Stone Ages about child brides, I'm sure. What with philosophers like Guyon influencing their leaders. All right. In little over an hour that we have remaining. On the progressive left, the motivation is less any perceived alignment with Putin's policies and more just plain distrust of American foreign policy. Many Americans in these political circles are very interested in the narrative that these United States are a bad international actor that has caused a lot of pain abroad through various wars, most notably, but not exclusively, Afghanistan, Iraq, and Vietnam. As a result, they reflexively default to the viewpoint that whatever the American policy is toward a foreign conflict, it must be self-interested or even imperialist. This is why many leftists end up repeating the pro-Kremlin framing of NATO expansion as unilateral American imperialism, and even more bizarrely, citing figures like Mearsheimer and even Kissinger, a traditional enemy of the American left, to support their point. This framing, of course, misses years of lobbying that countries such as Poland have engaged in to join NATO, or the reasons these countries had for pursuing this political course, and implicitly deprives these states of any agency in charting their own futures. This is not just cultural chauvinism aimed at the post-Soviet Slavo states that might be explained by a Cold War analytical hangover or just plain fucking racism, given that a similar set of arguments is being deployed against Sweden and Finland, which are both on track to join NATO as well. If anything, this approach leads, or one might say reveals, progressives to be exactly what they profess to be, Amero-centered. By treating these United States as the de facto global power, even though it is a great power they oppose, they inadvertently repeat great power tropes, such as that the American empire should, and can, achieve a ceasefire in Ukraine and dictate the terms of that surrender to both Russia and Ukraine. This includes the idea that the American empire should convince Ukraine to cede territory and the people who live there to the Russian Empire. Reviving a Yalta Conference mindset, but from the left. These ostensible progressives refuse Ukrainian agency, oppose American armed involvement, and yet believe that These United States have the power and right to parcel out Ukrainian land in exchange for peace in Ukraine. In the heart of this perverse leftist anti-imperialism lies the unimperial impulse to wield imperial power, but only, ostensibly, in the name of peace, no matter the will of the locals. It is not that the American far right and far left share any unified foreign policy vision, but they do share a vision for Ukraine. Naive anti-interventionism. But perhaps rather than simply confirming horseshoe theory, the existence of these strange bedfellows should make us question a simplistic vision of the political spectrum as a unidimensional left-right political space. After all, there are many on the left, understood as those supporting internationalism, social justice, and redistributive policies, including Bernie Sanders, who have thrown their support behind Ukraine for reasons consistent with their broader politics, including opposition to previous American military involvement abroad. So too have many on the right, understood as those who believe in free markets or hold generally conservative socio-political positions, supported arming Ukraine, also for reasons consistent with their politics, including a vision of a strong role for these United States in world politics. The center, broadly construed, is also on board, hence the relative consensus on actual policy. So, what accounts for why the ends of the horseshoe are magnetically attracted to each other, pulled away from the rest of the spectrum? That magnetic force does not come from the political content of the sides of the spectrum. As political scientist Philip Converse demonstrated back in 1964, and as other scholars have subsequently shown, an overwhelming majority of Americans do not hold coherent ideological views. People who do are, in many ways, outliers. The force behind the horseshoe, then, is another dimension of politics without which it is impossible to understand, among other things, why on earth Chomsky and Kissinger would be embraced by people who would never otherwise agree with them both on much of anything. This is the populist, anti-establishment dimension of American politics. Populism as a term has become as something of an empty signifier, and, for many, a pejorative. It has been associated with nativist right-wing dictators, such as Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán, Polish politician Jarosław Kaczynski, and Donald John Trump, but also with Sanders' presidential campaign. If anything, in the American empire, populism was historically associated with the egalitarian politics of the Populist Party and the subsequent left-wing progressive movement. But here, what we mean by populism is simply a worldview that pits average citizens, the people, against the elites, whom populists view as corrupt, to say the least. This can mean different things for conservative and progressive populists. On the right, for example, it manifests in America First nationalism, isolationism, and the distrust of experts and the news media. On the left, it manifests in the distrust of the traditional party establishment, as well as of business interests and mainstream commentators. That is why populists on both sides of the horseshoe generally distrust the traditional mainstream press and its elite talking heads, and frequently seek out information from more ostensibly independent and explicitly ideologically aligned sources. It also pushes people inward, toward an isolationism rooted in the belief that when the American empire gets involved abroad, it does so in the interests of our country's political or business elite. In both cases, it foments a contrarianism that is perhaps most visible on issues where there is a rare national consensus, such as support for Ukraine. Oh, by the way, my monitor just collapsed, by which I'm monitoring production. I do hope we're still transmitting. So this is on a rather unstable platform on my bed, which I produce from. So I do hope that you're all still with us and can hear me. And I need your response to ascertain such in the chat and elsewhere, wherever you can communicate with myself, such as the, shall we say, the private messenger in Facebook, or the text box here in production. Let me, of course, as well, see if I can reopen my monitor and receive anything at all from all of you. Okay. Hey, good audience. Holy shit. Says we got excellent connection. How about we still streaming? Yeah, still streaming. Okay. Well, there you go. Douglas Dietrich. Yeah, producing on the most unstable platform on planet Earth. All right. Now, when I'm talking to you about this reality of the sheer insanity of the enemy, and these people on both the right and the left are your fucking enemy. I've always said I'm a radicalized centrist myself, which is why I'm using the horseshoe theory to show you why. Understand that, how do I say this? When it comes to what we're dealing with here, in this case, the contrasting motivations of left and right populists lead both sides to reach the same position. One that both sides, the war in Ukraine, denies Ukrainians agency and plays right into Vladimir Putin's hands. And this, despite the fact that there is nothing inherent in either far right or far left thought that leads to support for Russia or opposition to the plight of Ukrainians. So perhaps horseshoe theory, as Faye conceptualized, isn't entirely correct. It is not that the ends of the political spectrum inherently bend toward each other. In other words, that communists and fascists inherently align. If anything, the ends of the political spectrum tend toward broad heterogeneity in opinions. Rather, it is that the populist anti-establishment impulse on both ends breaks off slivers of adherents who find themselves brought into agreement despite their ideologies. It doesn't, of course, help that the traditional unidimensional political spectrum is itself a flawed heuristic for understanding the totality of people's political commitments, especially in a country like these United States, where asking for a modicum of welfare state expansion toward an organization for economic cooperation and development standard marks one as a leftist, and denying the results of democratic elections makes one a fairly mainstream white right-winger. Where I initially said, Freudian slip there, white-winger, but unfortunately it does apply. White right-winger. Yet the prevalence of a certain populism on both the left and right, which shapes debates online and in the media, as well as the political messaging and policy priorities of Democratic and Republican politicians alike, prove that not just the political landscape, but the nature of political discourse is deeply fractured. This is not simply a question of polarization, but something, well, a question of something deeper. The increasing non-existence of a shared understanding of political reality. Not just polarization, but the disappearance of a shared narrative of what was once agreed upon as the political norm. Ukraine, rather than a protagonist in this trend, is just a bellwether of things to come. You see, it's all about marriage of convenience. In the April 2014 issue of Open Democracy, Anton Chekhov proves that this alignment represents the Kremlin's ideological marriage of convenience with the European far right, confirming that Russia is abusing the radicalized Republican right to discredit and undermine European political institutions. To quote us therefrom, since Russia is unable to win over the West by fair and square competition, i.e., by advancing economy, technology, culture, human capital, etc., it can only become the superpower by weakening other actors. Ergo, the primary targets in the West are, quote, consolidated democracy and good governance, unquote. Until Russia invaded Ukraine on the morning of February 24th, a sizable minority among the American New Right, an assortment of economic nationalists, national conservatives, Donald Trump cultists, and populists, seem to admire the leadership of Russia's dictator, Vladimir Putin. Some admired his supposed promotion of traditional values, while others respected his desire to protect his nation. For these reasons, many in the New Right looked down upon Ukraine, which they, like Putin, saw as a fake, corrupt, and weak state. While the invasion has tempered open expressions of support for his leadership, it is clear that some endearment remains. But a closer look reveals that the opposite should be the case. It should be Putin who the American New Right looks down upon, and Ukraine which it holds up. Some conservatives stress the idea that Putin stands against progressive ideologies. Russians know which bathroom to use is a not infrequent way to praise the Kremlin's social policies. But this isn't due to Putin's leadership. This is a result of Russia being in a socially conservative part of the world. Had Russia been ruled by anyone else, it is unlikely that it would be a progressive paradise today. Putin is, however, responsible for the sorry state of the Russian Orthodox Church. That centuries-old institution has, under Putin, become unserious, its patriarch being widely seen as corrupt and pro-government. This collapse is borne out in the data. In a 2019 survey, just 6% of Russians reported attending church more than once a month. Russia's history of state-enforced atheism under the Soviet Union is not to blame for this recent decline. In fact, over the course of the 1990s, monthly church attendance in Russia went up from a paltry 2% of the population in 1991 to 9% in 1998, higher than today. Trads in the West may applaud when Putin builds gigantic churches or talks about the importance of God, but these are mere Potemkin facades, covering up a Russian church which has gone from hallowed to hollowed. But hasn't Putin put Russia first? Hardly. Putin has put himself first, literally, as he's been speculated to be the richest man in the world, having stolen a significant fortune. Putin's title is president, but he lives like a czar, with palaces dotting the Russian countryside. Russian opposition activist Alexei Navalny revealed the largest of these last year. To compare Putin and Trump in the first category is an insult to the latter. Whereas Trump donated his salary and, by some accounts, lost money running for and being president, Putin has stolen several fortunes. And naturally, he cashes the check he gets for his hard work as president as well. Putin flouts every ideal the new right holds. Unlike Ukraine, a country which until now has been seen by many on the American right as, to quote Cosmo Kramer's description of the country from Seinfeld, a weak, feeble road apple. Ukraine lives up to the ideals of the new right more than Putin ever could. Like the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency, the Ukrainians used their votes in 2019 to throw out the incumbent establishment-friendly oligarch president and replace him with a comedian, best known for playing a fictional president on TV. That man, Volodymyr Zelensky, set out to finally crack down on the rampant corruption in his country. While he had no gigantic successes, he managed some major wins, including the passage of a national referendum law, allowing him to circumvent and at times the bought and paid for parliament, and a law making oligarch a legal term for purposes of taxation and prosecution. But to much of the world, which only tuned into Ukrainian politics as of late February, Zelensky has become as known for but one thing: resisting the Russian attack. Some on the new right have grown wary of Zelensky, expressing annoyance at his latching on to any story which paints Ukrainians in a positive light, or at his angry demands for Western aid and a no-fly zone. But the Ukrainian president is in the middle of a country which is being bombed relentlessly. He is making demands any other would make in his position. While we of course do not have to follow them, as a no-fly zone would surely be a path to a third world war in earnest, in full proactive prosecution of hostilities, we should not criticize the president of Ukraine for stretching to do anything he can to save his nation. And it is the Ukrainians' defense of their nation which should most inspire support among national conservatives. Some on the right seem to have bought into Putin's idea that Ukraine is not a real nation, that it never should have broken off from Russia and will inevitably return to the motherland. But the war has laid waste to this idea. The entirety of Ukraine's political spectrum has come as together to put Ukraine first. Oligarchs, once at odds with Zelensky, are donating vast sums to the war effort to save their people. Some have actually given up their fortunes. Even Petro Poroshenko, the former president beaten by Zelensky, has been seen armed in the streets of Kiev, ready to die for his country. Zelensky has stayed far past the point of danger, refusing an American evacuation offer with words which will go down in history. I need ammunition, not a ride. Proud nationalists like myself understand that great nations are forged in fire. While Ukraine's divorce from the Soviet Union was mostly peaceful, the last 30 years, and in particular the last 8, have not been. As Vladimir Putin tries to tear down Ukraine, the Ukrainians are trying to build themselves up. American conservatives should reject the former and rejoice in the latter. But this is what brings us to hard power geopolitics. My specialty, perceived completely differently through the filter of Alexander Dugin. A third influence on Dugin is geopolitics. In his interview, he recalls discovering the classical works of Mackinder and Spijkman, and he notes their similarity to the work of the original Eurasianists, who constituted a major political movement amongst the Russian émigré community in the 1920s. Like the earlier Slavophiles, they argued that the civilization of Russia has its own unique origins, institutions, traditions, religion, and character, and must be kept distinct from that of Europe. The movement was destroyed by a Soviet's counterintelligence operation, but in Dugin's view, it tried to create an original ideology combining tradition, conservatism, and Slavophile concepts with some contemporary notions in the field of geopolitics. These insights remain central to his vision of a Eurasian heartland based on Greater Russia, having become, in his own words, the starting point of Neo-Eurasianism, developed by me from the Middle Ages, when the main features of a New World vision became as clear to me. Now, this brings us to the geographical pivot of history. The infamous Heartland Theory was articulated by Halford J. Mackinder in his work entitled The Geographical Pivot of History, published circa 1904, and he later developed it into an influential theory of the evolution of civilization across the globe. According to this, the world island, comprising the contiguous continental zones of Europe, Asia, and Africa into Eurasia Africa, was the determinative entity in human history. At its core was the Eurasian heartland, ruled principally at the time by Russia, and later the Soviet Union, and possessing a vast share of the world's natural resources. Beyond this were the offshore islands, including the Greater British Isles and the Empire of Japan. And further away still were the outlying islands, including North America, South America, and Oceania, whose entry into world history has been comparatively recent and whose societies are derivative of the civilizations of the world island. In a later book he titled Democratic Ideals and Reality, published in 1919, the very birth year of the man who raised and guided myself, George Dietrich, Mackinder sought to influence the Paris Peace Conference by emphasizing the central role of the heartland, insisting, "Who rules East Europe commands the heartland. Who rules the heartland commands the world island. Who rules the world island commands the world." At the time, It appears only the Nazis and the original Eurasianists were paying attention to these insights, until Alex Dugin and his followers resurrected the idea of the world-dominating Eurasian heartland as a key component of their ideological rationale for the next stage in the centuries-long history of Russian imperialism. This brings us to what they call the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the century. Ultimately, the key to Dugin's influence is that he has achieved a synthesis of concepts derived from various sources to construct a comprehensive system of ultra-Slavo-nationalism at a critical time in Russian history. The prominence of Neo-Eurasianism reflects the failure of Russia to seize the opportunities that opened up with the disintegration of the Soviet Union nearly a quarter of a century ago. There had been hope that some form of liberal democratic regime would emerge, but that did not eventuate, and the collapse of the Soviet Union left Russia without a national identity or even a sense of destiny, just a growing conviction that the once superpower Colossus had been cheated by the West and betrayed by history. As Putin lamented in 2005, the collapse of the Soviet Empire was the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the century, and it was his destiny to reverse this disaster. This is all about despotism and imperialism, because this prompted a resurgence of statist imperialism, as Marcel van Herpen makes clear in his own book titled Putin's Wars, subtitled The Rise of Russia's New Imperialism, published in 2014. In which he noted that in Russia, empire building and despotism have always tended to go hand in hand. And after a period of empire fatigue in post-Soviet Russia, the ascension of Putin marked the resumption of this historic tendency. Putin was convinced that in order the empire... How do I find that line in this book? Putin was convinced that in order the empire he needed to rule for at least 20 years and put a system in place that guaranteed this. This is from the book. If I were to transcribe this somewhere else, I'd have to put a sic in a paragraph, parentheses, a sic in parentheses, S-I-C in parentheses, which is Latin for it reads thus, meaning that I'm transcribing it exactly as it was printed. I'm sure this was a misprinted sentence, but though the syntax is off, the message is clear. Essentially, it's describing Putin essentially terminating the democratic experiment and transforming the ruling United Russia Party from a centrist party into a revanchist and ultra-Slavo-nationalist party based on ethno-nationalism, racial nationalism. It appears that we are now entering the latter stages of this long-term Eurasianist strategy, and that the people of the Ukraine are to be its first mass victims. This is more than insane politics. It is a contra-religion, just going to prove that humans need something to believe in beyond their own ordinary existence. And being a religion, it will be impossible to argue against rationally. Putin's following such thinking and his hubristic attack on Ukraine merely confirms his diagnosis of extreme narcissistic psychopathy. Being the world's richest person is not enough. He now desperately needs to leave his mark on history, and this idiocy offers him a clear pathway. True megalomania. Now, among all the other books I've related to you this night, I've also just finished reading Bill Browder's book titled Freezing Order, a spine-chilling, no pun intended, account of his dealings with the totally corrupt Russian mafia state, of which Putin is the capo primo, and which makes the Italian mafias look like kindergarten playground kids. Like Browder's earlier book titled Red Notice, this true ripping yarn should be essential reading for anyone at all interested in worldly current affairs. But it also offers revealing insights into the shortcomings of the United States judicial system, which the Russians have quickly learnt to exploit. They play us like a harp from hell. Now, beyond anything else, money seems to be the god driving events in Russia today. This crazy religion stuff is possibly a mere diversion, as might be the war on Ukraine, both being contrived by Putin to deflect attention from his grand national theft. But it's hard not to take his self-comparison with Peter the Great as indicative of seriously delusional thinking. I myself encountered a few acolytes of the Russian political philosopher Alexander Dugin in Moscow in the mid-1980s, back when he was considered but a lunatic fringe anti-communist dissident, and long before he gained notoriety as a far-right neo-nationalist ideologue. Back then, these young Dugin cultists struck me as harmless dorks, more committed to psychedelic drugs than building a neo-nihilist Russian empire from the Atlantic Ocean to the Far East. Now, however, it's clear that Eurasianism was not a phase to grow out of like goth makeup or nose piercings. This week, unvarnished Russian aesthetics were on full display at the wake of journalist Daria Dugina, Dugin's daughter and fellow Eurasianist, who was assassinated on August 20th in a car bombing near Moscow. The Kremlin, never in a hurry to uncover other high-profile killings, immediately blamed a Ukrainian plot and pushed its unlikely narrative across all the usual channels. At the wake, honor guards and pallbearers wearing red and black armbands stood at attention. Lapel pins brandished the Z, the semi-official symbol of Russia's invasion, whose strokes come as mockingly close to a swastika. Speakers demanded merciless retribution for the blood of the martyrs. And to top it all off, the leader of Russia's far-right liberal democratic party, which is neither, Leonid Slutsky, finished his eulogy with a slogan carrying eerie echoes of 1940s Roosevelt socialist America. One country, one president, one victory. You can't call that fascist, because then he would have said the Russian word for ruler, the neo-medievalist, Pravatal. One country, he would have said one empire, one Pravatal. That would have been more fascist. So these people are definitely not fascist. Eurasianism, as espoused by Dugin and his followers, is too eclectic to fit into a neat ideological category. It combines vast imperialist appetites with vicious hatred of the West and an openly nihilistic embrace of authoritarianism and Russian ethnic supremacy. Because it idealizes Russia's people as a unified mass, it has elements of left-wing collectivism too. It also elevates Russian orthodoxy to a heavenly mandate for the Kremlin to liberate Eurasia from those they consider Western heathens. For Eurasianism is anti-Western, and especially anti-American at its core. The Eurasian Youth Union's Catechism states that the United States is the beginning and end of our hatred. The movement's view of these United States as an empire of corruption and degeneracy has won them sympathetic ears among Western right-wing populists and far-left political parties. In fact, Dugina was actively cultivating relationships with European politicians for the Eurasian movement at the time of her death, meeting with associates of Kremlin-friendly far-right leaders, such as France's Marine Le Pen and former Italian Deputy Prime Minister Matteo Salvini. Dugina, born just 8 years before Vladimir Putin first became Russia's president, at first seemed to show little interest in her father's ideology. Her former college friends recall her as an exceptionally bright philosophy student, and she would later adopt the pen name Platonova in honor of the Greek philosopher per her influence vis-a-vis the now late American Russophile Lyndon LaRouche, who would himself establish what he called Neoplatonic societies. These were like his political cults that he would open branch offices of across the world. Now, oh, by the way, Viv says, "Good morning, everyone." Okay, I take it I can be heard, so I think that's good news. Now, all right, pulling myself together here in the last half hour remaining. When Daria Dugina fully embraced Eurasianism later, she became its voice as her father's personal press officier, leaderess of the Eurasian Youth Union, and the movement's envoy abroad. Photographs of Dugin's lecture on traditional values, which he held only a few hours before his daughter's death as an alibi, show only a few dozen people huddled in front of a small tent. For all his notoriety in the West, Dugin lacked the connections and influence to hang on to his academic job in the sociology department at Lomonosov Moscow State University. Lomonosov fired him in 2014 after he exhorted Russians to kill Ukrainians on a pro-Kremlin YouTube channel. Given the normalization of genocidal anti-Ukrainian rhetoric in Russia today, it's doubtful his statement would be a firing offense now. More likely, the person doing the firing would come under suspicion. Back then, it was not yet an acceptable behavior for a state university professor to so delightedly advocate genocide. And Dugina's so-called martyrdom has a lot more value to the Russian state than her life ever did. She is being woven into an elaborate narrative that, in a typical case of psychological projection, attempts to paint Ukraine, not Russia, as a terrorist state that murders unarmed civilians. In this case, so the narrative goeth, a young woman who publicly celebrated her patriotism for Russia. Not only did Putin send his personal condolences, but he also posthumously awarded her the Order of Courage Medal, which is normally given only to military and security personnel for selfless acts of courage. This confirms that he killed her. The Russian security services claim barely a day after the assassination that the culprit is a Ukrainian mother traveling with her 12-year-old child, no less, and conveniently leaving her identity card behind as a clue. Simply beggars belief. Putin's propaganda machine has turned Dugina and vengeance for her death into a cause. There be little in her biography that would explain the volume and ferocity of all the calls for bloody revenge that her death has inspired. On pro-Kremlin Telegram channels, there are photos of military vehicles and artillery shells meant for Ukrainian targets inscribed with Dugina's name. News anchors and pundits on Russian television are openly calling for murdering not only Ukrainians, but also any Russians who refuse to worship Dugina as the martyress the Kremlin insists she is. In life, Dugina never got even a small fraction of this attention. She represented an obscure movement that could barely muster a couple dozen people to its rallies because the subject was simply too obtuse to Russians who need to survive by drowning their sorrows and blotting out their existence in a river of vodka and scaring up enough money to do that. In Russian public life, she was a C-list television personality repeating Kremlin talking points, such as the allegation that the Russian massacre of civilians in Bucha, Ukraine, was a staged event committed by the British Special Air Service, or SAS. In death, Dugina became what Putin himself once called a sacred sacrifice. As propaganda fodder, her corpse now serves as a national symbol of one's highest patriotic duty and of the Ukrainians' supposed perfidy. Naturally, there can be no excuse, only ruthless punishment. It is not the first time a sacred sacrifice has been used for this kind of propaganda. A Soviet's legend dies hard. The story I will relate to you now was a fairy tale of sorts, told to generations of Soviet school children. Once upon a time, it began, a boy went into the woods to pick berries. And our lovely lady Viviana says, "You did it, Doug. Another phenomenal show. Thank you so much. Oh, goddess bless you, honey. I love you." Okay. Now, this once upon a time fairy tale. A boy went into the woods to pick his berries. Oh, that sounds obscene. Nevertheless, he was a good boy. He understood right and wrong. When his father did something wrong, the boy told the authorities. That boy's name was Pavlik Morozhov. But there were bad people in Pavlik's village, including members of his own family. They did not understand right and wrong. When the boy went into the woods to pick his berries, I'm sorry, that sounds a lot like he's scratching his testicles, doesn't it? The bad people were waiting. No, these weren't followers of René Guyon who were going to introduce him to the pleasures of life. In fact, the boy was never seen alive again. Because Pavlik's story wasn't really a fairy tale. A real 13-year-old boy named Pavel Morozhov was killed, along with his little brother, on the outskirts of this Siberian village on September 3rd, 1932. 4 members of his family, his grandfather, grandmother, cousin, and godfather, were all convicted of the murders in a show trial 2 months later and shot. Within weeks of his death, Pavlik became a powerful icon in the new pantheon of communist saints, a child martyr worshipped for his feat of heroism, informing on his father. Just as American schoolchildren learn the parable of George Washington and the cherry tree, Soviet students for decades were taught the morality tale of Pavlik Morozhov. For them, the story drove home the lesson that loyalty to the state should supersede loyalty to one's family. The cult of Pavlik Morozov fed a culture of informants, the lifeblood of a police state. Pavlik became a favorite of the Soviet's propaganda machine, which described him as chairman of the village's troop of communist young pioneers and officially dubbed him Pioneer Hero Number 1. Poems, books, hell, even a goddamn Russian opera were written about him. To this day, Pavlik Morozov is a household name. On the anniversary of his death in 2002, the Tribuna newspaper wrote, "Be like Pavlik. Children were told from the moment they took the oath as pioneers. Study hard. Love your motherland. Expose the enemies of Soviet's power. And be merciless with traitors." For most of Soviet's history, few questioned the accuracy of the legend of Pavlik. After all, in the Soviet Union, propaganda was truth. Privately, those who permitted themselves to doubt assumed the story was exaggerated. But for most of Soviet's history, it didn't matter if it was true or not. Although many documents in the case have leaked out over the years, the entire KGB case file has never been made available to anyone outside the special services or the judiciary. The KGB's successor agency, the FSB, the Federal Security Bureau, denying a request for access, described the 70-year-old case as still open. Those who would like to see the case reconsidered, like this one Russian I know named Yuri Druzhnikov, a Russian emigre professor of the Russian and German languages at UC Davis, who I spoke to about this case personally years ago, back in 2002. He blames the security services for the official resistance to opening the case files. Russia experienced a few dizzy years of openness after the Soviets' collapse, but by the mid-1990s, the FSB was resurgent, and Putin ordered all case files closed to the public. The FSB's power has only grown under Vladimirovich's, that's his middle name, Vladimir Vladimirovich. They loved him so much they named him twice. Vlad Putin's power, okay? Under Vlad Putin's dictatorship, the FSB's power has grown. Himself a former agency director, who has openly praised the legacy of the secret police and appointed KGB veterans to top civilian posts outside the agency, rendering the KGB the effective government of Russia. Putin himself was head of the FSB when the Supreme Court decided to uphold the convictions of the Morozov case. Arseny Roginsky, a historian and chairman of the human rights group Memorial, has attested there may be a larger problem than FSB control, himself conceding that most Russians are preoccupied with the hardships of the current day and find questions of historical justice irrelevant. And most, he confirmed, are still affected by a national mania for secrecy. His words. To quote St, our current leader, he loves these myths. He is a Soviets person. In this country, you must understand that people lived through many decades in which everything was secret. It will be many years before that changes. For now, Russians are left to draw their own conclusions about Pavlik Morozov. Yuri Druzhnikov, that Russian emigre professor of the Russian and German languages at UC Davis, once told myself that he is convinced that the secret police murdered the brothers and constructed the myth of Pavlik Morozov to glorify informers. The Kremlin may or may not give Duginya the full Pavlik-Morozov treatment. But the propaganda benefits her martyrdom, well, the propaganda benefits of her martyrdom status for a cruel and sadistic regime is already apparent. By the way, just got incoming. That's that noise you heard. And you got a beautiful sunrise. And the NASA launch has been, of course, canceled or rescheduled or some shit. Delayed at the least. But there you have that. Okay, that being relayed to you. Viv says, Artemis has not lifted. That's so cute. All I can think of is a flaccid erection or something. Yes. You see, this is after relaying all the sex ideology of the Russians that I'm trapped in this mindset now that I can't escape from. I'll blame the Russians for that too. I know it's illogical and irrational, but I'll do it anyway. All right. That being said, few minutes we have remaining. Let me see if I can reemphasize anything to drive the point home. Now, when, in hindsight, I should have recognized Dugin's young acolytes 30-odd years ago for the menace they really were. Daria Platonova herself was steeped in her father's theories. She graduated in the history of philosophy from the Faculty of Philosophy at Moscow State University. Her research focused on the arcane political philosophy of late Neo-Platonism, inspired by her real mentor, Lyndon LaRouche, the defector from America, arguing that there is a homology between the individual soul and the state considered as the supreme corporate entity. It is that there is a fundamental connection between psychic and political processes, a major tenet of neo-totalitarianism. This means, for example, that decadence at the individual level manifests itself at the political level and vice versa. It is this type of theory that has convinced Alexander Dugin, Vladimir Putin, and Russia's political and military establishment that the West is in sharp decline, that our people and our leadership lack confidence, courage, and resolve, and that it will ultimately prove to not have the will, the Western world that we comprise, to block the Russian takeover of Ukraine, or the ultimate advance of Eurasianism worldwide. In a recent interview with Russia's Geopolitica News, Ms. Duginya explained that she was an activist in the international Eurasianist movement promoted by her father, focusing on the analysis of European politics and geopolitics. She began by affirming the basic premise of Neo-Eurasianism, it is, that the globalist movement is over, the end of liberalism has come, and the end of liberal history. Now, that is from a column that I've just translated for you from the Russian that I'm reading at geopolitica.ru. This column was dated May 27th, 2022. And it's titled Daria Platonova, subtitled The War in Ukraine is a Clash of Globalist and Eurasianist Civilizations. There you have it. She explained how, in a desperate attempt to protect itself in its death throes. The West is seeking to gain hegemony over Ukraine, which, according to neo-Eurasianist theory, is but an intermediate zone between these trois civilizational blocks, a geopolitical space where conflict is inevitable, what the Nazis would call a bloodland. To quote his Xi, the situation in Ukraine is really an example of a clash of civilizations. It can be seen as a clash between globalist and Eurasian civilization. After the great geopolitical catastrophe, as the Russian President Putin called the collapse of the USSR, the territories of the once united country have become as borders, intermediate zones, those spaces on which the attention of neighbors has increased, with NATO and especially the United States interested in destabilizing the situation on Russia's borders. As the leading Eurasianist power through history, Russia's task is to rebuild the internal structure of the traditional Eurasianist power bloc. She herself, Daria Dugina, had an important role here, or as she explained it so. She said, "In this ideological capacity, I appear on Russian, Pakistani, Turkic, Chinese, and Indian television channels, presenting a multipolar worldview of political processes. My areas of interest are both the space of European civilization and the Middle East, where a kind of conservative revolution is taking place, from Iran's constant confrontation with American hegemony, or Syria's struggle against Western imperialism, to Turkey, which is now showing interesting tendencies to move away from NATO and the Anglo-Saxon geopolitical bloc and is trying to build its foreign policy on a multipolar basis, in dialogue with the Eurasian civilization." Ms. Dugin went on to deny that Western sanctions were isolating Russia. Instead, she insisted that Russia had the support of many countries seeking to escape from the hegemony of the globalist West, and she cited Magyarország, Hungary in Europe, Turkey and other countries in Southwest Asia, or Asia Minor in the case of the Anatolian Peninsula, on which the nation of Turkey has been occupying for years, the way Israel occupies the Levantine, as well as the Communist Chinese Empire, Asian India, Venezuela, Cuba, Argentina, Brazil, Syria, Mali, Sudan, Zimbabwe, the Republic of Congo, and Eritrea. These reactions indicate the end of the myth of a one-world space, it is, of the American-led liberal world order. Indeed, in her own words, Russia's special military operation in Ukraine accelerated the formation of a multipolar world and catalyzed many geopolitical processes. Therefore, Russia was thus not a victim of isolation, but a pioneer of a multipolar world order. Such a triumphalist outlook illustrates the massive scope of the geopolitical ambitions of the neo-Eurasianists, led ideologically by Alexander Dugin for over 3 decades, 30 years plus, and more importantly at the political level, by Putin himself and his coterie. The death of Dugin's daughter, in what is now being propagandized as an attempted assassination of Dugin himself, will undoubtedly serve to galvanize these forces, as it was meant to. The war in Ukraine will now move to another level of savagery, and we will soon see whether Dugin's analysis of the decadence, weakness, and ultimate cowardice of the West is accurate, as the neo-Eurasianists pursue their grand scheme to commandeer and redirect the course of world history from liberal democracy and towards political authoritarianism on a continental scale. There we have it. I took you to the end of transmission. And Viviana says, Artemis equals ultimate fail. So cute. In the 10 minutes we have remaining, I must emphasize that I need to make the rent. Anything you can spare will help, but I need approximately $200. 150 United States dollars will do. It won't do, because honestly, I need some spending money, obviously. I need only 137 some odd dollars really to make rent if I didn't spend a single penny. But that's simply impossible to do while being alive, right? So I need about $200 to make it till my SSDI deposits in my bank account. And that won't be till the 3rd. Now, I turn towards you, my listeners, towards helping to pay my rent this month, helping to meet my deadline. We only have how much time? Fucking 72 hours for you to help me do this. My rent is due on September 1st, so that gives us 4 days at the longest. Whatever you put in my PayPal, I can instantly transfer it to my account, and I may not buy the money order until the 1st. But such being said, the money order must be purchased, and that's $5 in and of itself. So, with the rent being what it is, $757 essentially, plus $5 for the money order. It's $780 some odd dollars that I need, and that's obviously I have quite a bit of it already in hand. So let me see, going through my budget yet again. 756 or 7 plus $5 equals 762. Maybe only wait a second, how much do I pay for rent? 800 or 762? It's like I'd have to what let me see. My rent is about 757. Maybe I need a lot less money than 100. You like that, huh? Fuck, what's my rent? I paid it enough months this year. I should know. I don't remember it being 800 baseline. It's got to be like 756, 757 at the most. Okay, so let's say that plus the amount needed for the money order, and that's 762. Why did I think 8? What's I thinking 8? Could have swore it's about 8 something by now. Anyhow, let's count it like it's 8 something, because the money could always be used towards my survival anyway. God knows I need to do a few other things like pay bills, right? And certainly want to put money towards my website. I mean, purchasing that service where I can consult the consultants throughout the working day for at least 6 months, and then within 6 months' time I can hope to take control of my website. So yeah, let's pretend I need $100 more, right? Because it'll be useful towards that anyway. Otherwise I might be very close to making rent, but need your help nonetheless. So always need your help. If it doesn't go towards this month's expenses, it'll go towards the next. Obviously I'm not spending it on drugs, because I get those free. Prescription, as well as